Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. When I was little, my mom and dad did not like to talk much about the strange things that happened around us. They were not the kind of people who told ghost stories for fun, and they were not the kind of people who wanted attention. In fact, they stayed quiet most of the time because they believed nobody would take them seriously anyway. If they told someone what happened in our house, most people would just laugh, roll their eyes, or say it was all imagination. The only person in the family who truly believed us without acting doubtful was my great-grandma. She was different from everyone else. She listened carefully. She did not laugh. She did not tell us we were being silly. She seemed to understand things that other people either ignored or were afraid to name. But even she stopped helping after a while. My grandma told her not to feed my imagination anymore. That was what she called it. My imagination. As if everything I saw and everything that scared me was just something I was inventing in my own head. I hated that. I hated it because I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. Even when I was very young, I knew the difference between pretending and being terrified. Pretending was fun. Pretending was dress up, dolls, stories, and games. What happened in that house was not fun. It was the kind of fear that made your stomach hurt and made you not want to walk down a hallway by yourself. It was the kind of fear that made normal rooms stop feeling normal. My mom tried to help in the only way she knew how, but honestly, she did not seem to know what to do either. Strange things happened to her too, but even then she would act like she could handle it, or at least like she was supposed to try. Sometimes she would walk around the house saying an Indian prayer to the Great Spirit. She would say it softly, seriously, like she was asking for help. She would tell whatever was there not to hurt us kids. She wanted us safe. I knew that. But even as a child, I could tell it was not really fixing anything. The house did not become normal after she did that. The fear did not leave. The things I saw did not stop. If anything, it always felt like the house just went quiet for a little while, and then started up again when it was ready. When I was much younger, before my little brother was born, we lived in a mobile home park. Our home there was small, but to me at that age, it still felt like a whole world. I had my own bedroom in the front of the trailer, and my parents slept in the back. Their bathroom had a huge bathtub in it, and I loved that bathtub. At least I loved it at first. It felt special because it was much bigger than anything I thought belonged in a place like that. To a child, a big tub is not just a tub. It becomes a little pool, a little world, a place to play and float and imagine things. My mom would fill the tub all the way up and let me play in it for a long time. Sometimes she would put lavender in the water first. She said she was blessing it, though I did not fully understand what that meant when I was little. I just knew that she would stand there, serious and quiet, and then let the water run while the room filled with that soft smell. Later I learned there was no ordinary reason for that. It was not just because she liked the smell. My great-grandma had told her to do it when cleansing. That was the word she used. Cleansing. I did not understand it then, but looking back now, I think my mom was trying to make the bath water safe for me, or at least peaceful somehow. Maybe she felt something in that bathroom long before I could explain what I was seeing. One day, while I was in that big bathtub playing the way I always did, I looked up into the mirrors above the sinks. That was when I saw her for the first time. She was sitting on the back edge of the tub with her feet in the water. She looked very sad. That is the first thing I always remember when I think about her. Not anger. Not evil exactly. Sadness. A deep, quiet sadness that seemed to soak into the whole room. She looked like the kind of person who had been waiting a very long time and had forgotten what it felt like not to hurt inside. I remember seeing her reflection in the mirror and instantly turning around to look at the place where she should have been sitting. But there was only the wall. No woman. No body. No one there. That terrified me so badly that I screamed for my mom. I did not scream because of a shadow or a noise. I screamed because I had seen someone where no one should have been, and then she was gone the second I turned around. My mom came rushing in right away and grabbed me out of the water. She kept asking what was wrong, but I could not explain it to her. I was too scared and too confused. I think maybe I did not have the words yet, or maybe I was afraid that if I said it out loud the woman would come back again. But that was only the beginning. That same woman started appearing in my bathroom too. I hated going in there. I hated it in the deep way children hate things they know they cannot explain well enough to make adults understand. My parents tried to make the bathroom nicer for me. They turned it into what they called a princess bathroom. They probably thought if they made it pretty and cheerful, I would stop being afraid of it. Maybe they painted it cute colors. Maybe they put special decorations in there. Maybe they tried to make it girly and fun and safe. But none of that helped, because what scared me was not the room itself. It was what was in it. Every time I wanted to take a bath, it felt like she was already there. Sometimes she would be lying in the bathtub. I do not mean I would just imagine she might be there. I mean I would look in and see her there, stretched out like she belonged in that space more than I did. And there were other times when I went into the bathroom, and the whole room seemed to change. It would not look like our bathroom anymore. It would look like some other place layered over ours. The walls would have carpeting on them, all the way up to the ceiling. That detail stayed with me because it was so weird. Bathrooms are not supposed to have carpeted walls. But in those moments, that is what I saw. And the window would be covered with a board, as if someone had nailed it shut. It made the room feel sealed in, trapped, like air and light had been cut off from it. Sometimes I would also see something red all over everything. The toilet. The sink. The tub. The bathroom was small, so everything was close together, and when I saw that red stuff it looked like it was everywhere at once. Even as a child I knew what it looked like. It looked like blood. I do not know how else to say it. And because I was a child, and because the room was already a place where I was frightened, seeing that made the whole space feel impossible and horrible. The bathroom became more than a bathroom after that. It became a place where things shifted and changed and showed me things that did not belong in the real world I knew. My mom could not really use that bathroom unless she left the door open. She never explained why. That has always stayed with me too. At the time, I knew it was unusual, but I did not question it much because children often accept adult behavior without fully understanding it. But now when I look back, I think she must have felt something too. Maybe she could not stand being closed in there. Maybe she felt watched. Maybe she was afraid something would happen if the door was shut. She never told me straight out. She probably thought she was protecting me by staying quiet. But children notice more than adults think they do. I noticed. If the bathroom was bad, my bedroom was worse. That room felt wrong almost all the time. And the strange thing was, the woman was not always alone in there. She had a little girl with her. That part always broke my heart even while it scared me. The woman and the little girl would sit together on the window seat in my bedroom. They would hold each other. Not in a happy way, but like two people who were trying to comfort each other because there was no one else to do it. They sat there as if they were waiting for someone to come home. That is how it looked to me. They would watch and then suddenly, like they heard or sensed something, they would jump up and run out of the room. Every time I saw them, they seemed frightened or deeply sad. They never seemed peaceful. They never seemed free. It was like they were stuck in some awful part of a story I could only see pieces of. Even as a child I felt that. I did not know their history, but I knew their feeling. Fear. Sadness. Waiting. And then there was the closet. At night something would come out of the closet. I never really saw it clearly because by the time I realized it was happening, I was too scared to look properly. But I knew it was big. I knew that because the closet door would get pulled off its track. It was not a light little shift or a squeak. It would be hanging there in the morning, clearly disturbed, like something stronger than an ordinary child could have done it had shoved or dragged it aside. That terrified me. The sounds from the closet at night were enough. I did not need to see more. When I heard it coming, I got out of that room as fast as I could. I did not wait around trying to be brave. I ran. Eventually I just gave up on sleeping in there. I started sleeping on the couch in the living room. That probably looks strange to other people. A little girl abandoning her own room night after night. But when you are a child and one room in the house feels like the center of all your fear, you stop caring whether anyone thinks you are strange. You just want sleep. You just want light. You just want to be somewhere that feels less wrong than the place where the woman and little girl sit on the window seat and something big tears the closet door off its track in the night. There were many other things that happened in that house too. My story is not even the whole of it. There were moments my parents talked around instead of explaining. There were silences in the house that felt too full. There were looks exchanged between adults when they thought I was not paying attention. I do not think I knew everything even then. I was only seeing my piece of it. Adults often try to protect children by not saying certain things, but in places like that, silence itself becomes part of the fear. Eventually, my dad moved us out of there. Officially, he said it was because my mom got pregnant with my brother, and we needed a bigger place. That was the practical explanation, and maybe it was partly true. But I do not think that was the whole reason. Before my brother was born, my mom had already lost 3 babies while we lived there. That is too much sadness for one place. Too much grief. Too much pain tied to one roof. And I think my dad saw things too, even if he never admitted it clearly. I caught him talking to my mom before she even got home a couple of times. That might sound small, but it never felt small to me. He would be speaking softly, as if answering someone, or talking to someone who should not have been there. Then my mom would come in later. As a child, moments like that get stored away in a strange place in your mind. You do not fully understand them, but you know they matter. I think my dad knew more than he ever said. I think he probably saw enough or felt enough that when my mom got pregnant again, he decided that was it. We were leaving. Maybe he told himself it was because we needed more room. Maybe that was the easiest thing to say. But I think he moved us because he wanted us out. I do not blame him. Some houses feel wrong in ways that go beyond drafts, noises, and imagination. Some places seem to collect pain, and some seem to hold on to the people who suffered there. Sometimes I wonder if that woman and little girl had once really lived in that mobile home, or if what I saw was even older than the trailer itself. Maybe what I was seeing was attached to the land. Maybe it had nothing to do with the house being new or old. Maybe it was already there before we ever moved in. The mobile home park itself might have been built over some story no one living remembered anymore. But whatever it was real to me. That is what matters most when I tell this. Adults can say imagination all they want. They can say children see things because they are impressionable. They can say fear and dreams and stress make rooms look different. But I know the difference between pretending and living through something that changes your habits, your sleep, and the way you feel in your own house. I was not inventing the fear that made me stop bathing in a room I hated. I was not inventing the dread that made me avoid my own bedroom. I was not inventing the tears that came when nobody seemed to fully believe me. And maybe the hardest part was that the woman and little girl did not always feel evil. They felt sad. That can be worse in some ways. Evil is easier to name, easy to hate, easy to run from. But sadness mixed with fear is harder to understand. It makes you feel scared and sorry at the same time. I think that is part of why their faces and the way they held each other stayed with me all these years. They did not look like they wanted to hurt me. They looked like they had already been hurt by something else. Like they were trapped in the part right before something bad happened, over and over again. The thing from the closet felt different. That was the part that felt dangerous. The woman and child frightened me in one way. The closet thing frightened me in another. It felt bigger. more aggressive, more hidden. I did not need to see it clearly to know I wanted nothing to do with it. Sometimes fear tells you enough. Sometimes the sound of something moving where it should not move is enough to send you running before your eyes ever get a good look. I still think about the baths too. Lavender. Blessed water. My mom quietly trying to do something she did not know how to explain to me. Maybe she hoped it would protect me. Maybe she hoped it would cleanse whatever was around us. Maybe my great-grandma had already sensed that the house needed help and that was the only thing she knew to suggest. It is strange what details stay with you. The smell of lavender in a room full of fear is one of those details for me. Softness and terror mixed together. A child playing in a big tub. A sad woman in the mirror. A mother pulling her daughter out of the water and not knowing what to say. Sometimes I think about what the adults must have gone through in that house too. My mom losing 3 babies there. My dad deciding to leave. My great-grandma believing us but being told to stop. My mom praying through the house to keep things from harming us kids. Even if they did not say everything out loud, they were living with it too. Maybe not in the same way I was, but in their own way. Adults do not always show fear in front of children. Sometimes they hide it behind chores, plans, practical reasons, and silence. But the fear is still there underneath. I know because I saw some of it. I heard some of it. And I felt the rest without anyone needing to say it. After we moved, life did not suddenly become simple and normal forever. Other things happened in other houses too. That is part of what makes this story sit inside a larger one for me. It was not the only strange place. But it was one of the first places where I knew, without any doubt, that there was something else in the house with us. Something more than memory. More than nerves. More than childish imagination. And I think that is why my parents stayed so quiet. Because once you start telling stories like that, people stop listening to you seriously. Or they tell you you are feeding a child's imagination. Or they make you feel foolish for knowing what you know. It is easier to stay quiet, move away, and hope the next place is better. But silence does not erase what happened. I still remember the mirrors. The sad woman on the edge of the tub. The bathroom that changed shape. The boarded-up window. The red stains everywhere. The little girl on the window seat. The way the woman held her. The feeling that they were always waiting. The closet door hanging off the track. The couch where I finally slept because I could not stay in that room anymore. And my dad, who said we needed a bigger place, but whose eyes told me there was more to it than that. If people do not believe it, that is their choice. I understand why stories like this are hard to accept. But for me, belief is not the question. Memory is. Fear is. The body remembers what the mind is later told to dismiss. I can still feel how that house pressed against me. I can still feel the cold panic of bathroom tile under bare feet and the relief of making it to the living room couch. I can still see the woman and child in that window seat like they are there right now, waiting for someone who never comes home in time. That is what stays with me most. Not just the fear of them, but the sadness of them. Because even as a child, I knew they were not at peace. And somehow knowing that did not make it easier to live with. It only made the whole place feel heavier. My family and I live in a very old and historic town in central Virginia called Fredericksburg. A lot of people know this town because of the Civil War battles that happened here. History is everywhere in this area. There are old roads, old houses, old trees, and old fields, and many people believe the past never fully left this place. My family has lived here for more than 10 years, and during that time we have done some research on our property. Our land was not an actual battlefield, but soldiers from both sides camped here several times during the war. Because of that, I have often wondered if some of the strange things in our house are connected to that old history. At the same time, I do not think everything is just a haunting in the usual way people talk about ghosts. I believe a lot of what happens here is poltergeist activity, or at least something caused by energy in the house, especially because emotions in this family can run very high. Still, we have also seen things that feel more like real apparitions, and those are much harder to explain away. There is another thing about this house that may matter too. The first people who owned it fought all the time. From what we were told, their marriage was a mess, and they eventually got divorced. I have always felt that they left a lot of bad energy behind them when they moved out. Some houses seem to hold on to emotions, especially strong ones like anger, fear, sadness, and bitterness. It can feel as if those feelings sink into the walls and floors and stay there. I cannot prove that, of course, but when you live in a house where strange things keep happening for years, you start paying attention to anything that might explain why the atmosphere feels wrong. We have had so many experiences in this house over the last 10 years that I could probably go on forever, but I will try to tell the main ones that still stay with me the most. When we first moved in, one of the first things we noticed was our dog's reaction to the basement. She absolutely refused to go down there. It was not a small dislike or a moment of stubbornness. She acted terrified of the basement from the beginning. Sometimes she would stand near the basement door and bark and growl for no reason we could understand. That was what made it even stranger, because she was an Australian barkless dog. She almost never barked. She simply was not the kind of dog that made a lot of noise. So when she did bark, it always got everyone's attention right away. There were times when she would stand at that door and stare at it like something was on the other side staring back. One day stands out very clearly in my memory. She was doing that again, barking and growling at the basement door as if she was warning something to stay away. While she was carrying on, we suddenly heard a huge bang from down there. It was a loud crashing kind of sound, like someone had picked up all our unpacked moving boxes and thrown them around the basement. At the time we still had a lot of things down there because we were not fully settled in yet. The noise was so loud and violent that all of us thought for sure that something had fallen over, or that an animal or person had somehow gotten inside and made a mess. We went down there to check, nervous but expecting to find boxes tipped over everywhere. But when we got down there, everything looked exactly the way it had before. Nothing was moved. Nothing was knocked over. Nothing seemed out of place at all. It was as if the sound happened without anything actually causing it. From that day on, my dog's fear of the basement never changed. She would only go down there if we absolutely forced her, and even then she would act like she was walking into the worst place she knew. She stayed tense the whole time, wanting to get back upstairs as fast as possible. Animals sense things in ways people often do not, and it always bothered me that she reacted so strongly to that part of the house. When an animal is afraid of one specific area for no visible reason, it is hard to ignore. My mother is very musical. Music is a big part of who she is, and she keeps a lot of instruments on the first floor of the house. We are all used to hearing her play. It is one of the most normal sounds in our home. But there have been many times when we heard her instruments being played even when she was not home. At first, we tried very hard to explain this in a normal way. We told ourselves maybe the house was releasing old sounds somehow. We joked that maybe the walls had absorbed the music over time and were giving it back. That sounds silly when I write it now, but honestly we were trying to come up with anything that sounded less frightening than the idea that something unseen was touching and playing those instruments when no one was around. The strange thing is, this never happens when my mom is actually there in the room. It happens when she is gone. Someone will be upstairs or in another part of the house, and suddenly it sounds like she is downstairs touching one of the instruments, or playing a few notes. Then we remember she is not even home. It never feels like a full song. It is more like someone is reminding us that the instruments are there and can be touched. It always leaves the house feeling a little more awake, a little less empty, in a way that makes me uncomfortable. Then there is the toilet in my mother's bedroom. It will flush by itself when nobody is upstairs. If it happened only once or twice, maybe I would blame the pipes or something with the plumbing. But it has happened enough times that it became one of those weird things we all know about. You can be downstairs, hear the flush, and know there is no one up there. Little things like that build up over time. One strange sound may not mean much on its own, but 100 strange sounds and events over 10 years start to feel like part of the personality of the house. Still, those things were only the beginning. The truly unsettling events were much harder to explain. Our first floor is very open. The kitchen, dining room, and rec room all flow into each other without feeling fully separated. Because of that, if something happens in one part of that space, people in the other parts can usually see or hear it too. One night we were all watching television when something happened that I do not think I will ever forget. In our breakfast nook, there were 2 lamps hanging on the wall. We were not in the kitchen at the time, but several of us could see that area clearly from where we were. All of a sudden, both lamps flew off the wall. I do not mean they fell. I do not mean one became loose and came down. It looked like they were thrown. There is a huge difference. The cords were yanked out of the wall too. That is one detail that really stayed with me because it made it feel even more violent. It was not just gravity. It was force. The lamps did not just drop. They seemed to be pushed or flung. Nobody was in the kitchen. Nobody was near them. And yet several people saw it happen. That makes it very hard to chalk it up to memory or one person misunderstanding what they saw. It happened in full view, in a room full of people, and there was no human hand anywhere near those lamps. Another night, a few months ago, we were all asleep when every single fire alarm in the house started going off in the middle of the night. It jolted everyone awake. At first, of course, you think fire. That kind of alarm sound makes your body react right away. You do not stop to think. You just wake up in fear and confusion. But there was no fire anywhere. We checked the kitchen. We checked the other rooms. We checked for any sign of smoke. There was nothing. Our alarms did not even have carbon monoxide detectors on them, so it was not that. The batteries did not need replacing either. They had no reason to be screaming like that. What made it even stranger was that after we took them down from the walls and removed the batteries, they still would not stop. That is the part that really gets me. I know alarms can malfunction. I know batteries can act up. But once you physically remove the battery, what is supposed to keep the alarm going? And yet ours did. They kept blaring so loudly that we finally had to wrap them in blankets and hide them in a closet in the basement just so we could get some quiet and try to go back to sleep. The whole event felt wrong, not just annoying. It felt as if the house itself wanted all of us awake for some reason. There have also been things outside the house. My sister once saw a man in a gray coat with only one arm walking through our backyard. She watched him cross the yard and then vanish right at the property line. That description has always bothered me. A man in gray with one arm. Not because it sounds dramatic, but because it sounds so specific. If she had said only, "I saw a shadow," or "I saw a figure," maybe it would feel easier to dismiss. But she described him as a man in a gray coat with one arm, as if she had seen enough to know exactly what was missing and what he wore. And then he disappeared. The property line itself seemed to matter, as if whatever he was, he could go that far and no farther. Then there was something my nephew said when he was only 2 years old. We were all outside in the backyard one day when he suddenly asked why there was a man buried back there. A child that young saying something like that can stop a whole conversation. Adults tend to freeze for a moment because they do not know if they should laugh, ask questions, or just leave it alone. We tried to ask him more about it, but he refused to answer. He just went back to playing as if he had not said anything strange at all. That moment has always stayed with me because children that age do not usually make comments like that unless something prompted them, and there was nothing visible in the yard that would have made him say it. Maybe he was just a child saying a weird thing. Or maybe not. In this house, it is hard to ever say, or maybe not, without meaning it. One of the strangest things I ever personally experienced happened when I was about 16. My mom and I were in the foyer having a full screaming fight. I cannot even remember now what it was about. That is the funny thing about big family arguments. In the moment they feel like the most important thing in the world, and years later you cannot even remember the cause. But I remember the anger. We were both yelling with everything we had. The air in that part of the house felt tight and hot with emotion. While we were standing there screaming at each other, the chandelier above us started swinging back and forth very hard. Not a light little sway. hard. Then 2 of the bulbs burst. That moment shut everything down. It is one thing to say the house reacts to negative energy in a general way. It is another thing to stand underneath a light fixture while it begins moving violently over your heads right in the middle of a fight. It felt like the house itself was reacting to our anger, or maybe feeding on it, or maybe answering it. That was one of the moments that made me think some of what happens here may really be poltergeist activity tied to energy from the people living in the house. There is a lot of emotional energy in my family. Strong personalities, strong feelings, arguments, stress, grief, worry, and all the rest. Sometimes I wonder if some of what moves here is created or strengthened by us, even if not consciously. The thing that scares me most, though, is not the chandelier or the lamps or the fire alarms or the basement. It is the black figure in my room. I have felt it and seen it, and it is unlike the other things because it feels oppressive. It feels personal. It feels heavy. I could move and speak when I saw it, so it was not sleep paralysis or some dream state. I was awake. And I was so frightened by it that I could not sleep in my room afterward until I put up protective measures. That black shape did not feel like one of the sad or passing things on the property. It felt like something that noticed me. The figure was shadowy, dark, and powerful in a way that made the whole room feel smaller. When I say oppressive, I mean it felt like the air thickened when it was there. It was not just that I saw something. I felt it. The pressure of it. The wrongness of it. That was enough to drive me out of my own room. I started looking for ways to protect the space because I simply could not keep sleeping there the way things were. One of the things I read about involved glass orbs. The idea was that you take glass orbs and paint the inside silver while whispering blessings over them. Then you hang them by every entrance to your room or home, and they block out evil spirits. I know that sounds unusual, but when something like this is happening to you and you feel helpless, you become willing to try what you can. So I did it. I prepared the orbs, blessed them, and hung them up. And for a while, it actually worked. Things felt calmer. I felt protected enough that I could sleep there again. But that did not last forever. About a year ago, I began feeling the presence again. The same heavy, dark feeling started coming back, and I ended up sleeping on the couch because I could not stay in my room comfortably. The next day, when I went back into the room, the wires and the mountings for the orbs were still there, but the orbs themselves were gone. Gone. I never found them. They did not fall on the floor. They did not roll under furniture. They did not break where I could see the pieces. They simply were not there anymore. That frightened me deeply, because it felt like something had removed what was protecting me. Since then, I have not been able to sleep in that room much at all. Most of the time I stay at my boyfriend's place or sleep on the couch. On the few occasions when I have tried sleeping in my room again, I have been plagued with horrible nightmares. The room does not feel safe to me anymore. I hate even writing that, because everyone wants their own room to feel like their private safe place, and mine simply does not. What is strange is that most of the other activity in the house does not truly frighten me. The basement is creepy. The instruments are unsettling. The lamps flying and the alarms screaming and the toilet flushing by itself are weird and disturbing. But the thing in my room is the only part that truly scares me. For some reason, I keep wanting to call it him. I do not know why. I do not see a clear face that tells me male or female, but in my mind it has always been him. There is something about the presence that feels masculine to me, dark and watchful and almost deliberate. I have spent a lot of time wondering if most of this is poltergeist activity that my mom, my sisters, and I have created with our own energy. I know how that sounds, but when you live in a house where events often happen around strong emotions, it becomes hard not to think about. The chandelier in the middle of a screaming match. The lamps being thrown while several people were gathered. The house reacting at moments when the emotional energy is high. It makes me think maybe some of it really is tied to us somehow. At the same time, I know there are things we cannot possibly be causing. My sister's one-armed man in the yard. My nephew talking about a man buried back there. The black figure in my room that took away the protective orbs. The music playing when my mom is not there. Those things feel separate from ordinary emotional outbursts. They feel older, more independent, as if the house and the land already had their own story long before we arrived, and our energy only stirred it more. Sometimes I think the old Civil War connection matters. Even though our property was not a battlefield, soldiers from both sides camped here. Land remembers things. I believe that more and more the longer I live here. Maybe suffering happened here. Maybe fear. Maybe death. Maybe men waited, fought, bled, or lost friends here. Maybe some part of that remains. And maybe the first owners of the house added their own bitterness and rage to what was already here. A house built on old land can gather layers of feeling over time until it becomes hard to tell where one story ends and another begins. I just know this house is not empty. Something moves here. Sometimes it only wants attention. Sometimes it feels like memory. Sometimes it feels like our own emotions bouncing back at us. And sometimes, in my room, it feels like something darker that I cannot explain and do not want to meet again. That is why, even after all these years, the thing in my room is the only part one truly fear. Everything else I can talk about, joke about, or try to explain away. But him is different. He makes the house feel less like a historic place with some energy, and more like a place where something is waiting. And I still do not know what to do about that. I moved into that apartment in August, right after my divorce, and from the very beginning the place felt wrong in a way I could not explain. It was not one of those feelings where you walk into a room once, get a chill, and then forget about it later. It stayed. It settled into the apartment with me like something already living there, something that had been waiting before I ever unpacked a single box. My roommate felt it too. We talked about it almost right away, even though either of us wanted to sound dramatic. It was one of those things where you try to be careful with your words because you do not want to plant ideas in someone else's head. But after only a short time of living there, both of us admitted the same thing to each other. The apartment felt like it had a third resident. The strange part was that what my roommate experienced and what I experienced were not exactly the same. He would mention certain feelings, certain moments where the apartment seemed off, but most of what happened in a strong and personal way seemed centered around me. More specifically, it seemed centered around my bedroom. I had the master bedroom, and as time went on, I became more and more convinced that if there really was some kind of spirit or ghost in the apartment, then that room had probably once belonged to it in some emotional sense. I do not mean that I literally think it lived there while alive and then died there, because the apartment building itself was not even that old. It was built in 1981. But still, the room felt claimed. That is the best way I can put it. Claimed. I have always tried to be a logical person. I am not someone who hears one creak in the wall and immediately decides there is a ghost. I like to notice patterns. I pay attention to details. I look for practical explanations first. So when the strange things began, I did not immediately jump to anything supernatural. I watched. I listened. I compared nights. I paid attention to when things happened and how they happened. That is how I began narrowing down the time frame. Over time I realized there was a very specific window when most of the activity occurred. Before the time change in winter, it usually happened somewhere between 1 in the morning and 2 in the morning. After the clocks changed, the activity shifted too, moving back to roughly midnight to 1 in the morning. That detail bothered me in a very particular way because it made it all feel less random. It almost felt like something replaying according to its own fixed clock, something tied to a pattern rather than just wandering in and out whenever it pleased. If it really was some kind of residual haunting, then the time shift made an eerie kind of sense. The event, whatever it was, might still be replaying according to its original place and time, and our clock change would simply make it seem earlier. What I noticed first was not some dramatic apparition or some huge terrifying event. It was sound. There is a certain kind of sound a house or apartment makes when someone moves through it. Old homes do it more, but even newer buildings settle around the people living inside them. A footstep in one part of the apartment will make a wall answer with a creak. A shift of weight on the floor will produce a little responding pop somewhere else. It becomes familiar when you live somewhere long enough. You learn what your own steps sound like. You learn what your roommate sounds like. You learn the way the place reacts when another living body moves through it. In my apartment, I began hearing those settling noises at night when no one should have been moving. My roommate would already be asleep on the far side of the apartment, and I would be in bed, quiet and still, when suddenly the walls would begin making those sounds. Creaks. Pops. Tiny structural responses like someone was walking around and the apartment was answering their weight. That was how it started. I would hear those noises and know immediately that it was there. That may sound strange, but after enough nights, I could tell. The sounds themselves became a warning. They were like the apartment clearing its throat before the real activity began. There is something especially frightening about recognizing the beginning of a haunting. It is one thing to be startled by a strange event all at once. It is another thing to hear the first little signal and know what is coming next. Once I began recognizing those settling noises as the start of it, dread would settle over me even before anything more happened. I would lie there in bed, hearing the creaks and pops and feeling my body tense because I knew I was entering that window again. Midnight to 1. 1 to 2 before the time changed. The apartment sounding as if somebody invisible had started walking in it. Last night was one of the stronger nights, and it is still sitting in my nerves as I think about it. I was in bed, already feeling the unease that comes when the noises begin, and then I felt the edge of the bed shift. It was not a huge movement, not enough to bounce me or throw me off balance, but enough that I felt the frame give, the way it would if someone sat down carefully on the edge. That happened 3 separate times. Not once where I could maybe tell myself I imagined it, but 3 times. Each time, the bed gave a little under a weight that was not supposed to be there. That kind of thing changes the whole atmosphere of a room. A creak in the wall can still be explained away if you fight hard enough in your own mind. A weight on the bed is different. A bed is intimate. It is where you are supposed to be safest, most private, most at rest. When something that you cannot see presses down on the edge of it, the room stops feeling like a bedroom and becomes something else. It becomes a place where you are being visited whether you want to be or not. After the bed shifted, I heard footsteps. Not heavy footsteps. Not booming or dramatic. But the sound of movement around the perimeter of my bed. That is another detail that gets under my skin. It was not just some vague sound from the hallway or from the living room where I could tell myself the noise was traveling strangely. It sounded like someone was moving around my actual bed, walking near me, circling the space where I lay under the covers. There is a very primal kind of fear in hearing steps around your bed while you are lying still in the dark. You feel exposed in a way that is hard to explain. You become sharply aware of your breathing, your heartbeat, your inability to know where the next sound will come from. Sometimes those steps move from the bed area into the bathroom connected to my room. The bathroom is not separate from the bedroom in the ordinary sense. It adjoins my room, so if something walks into it, it still feels as though it is inside my private space. I hear it move in there sometimes. Not loudly, not throwing things around, but moving. Existing. The kind of sound that makes you picture a person pacing or checking the room or drifting through familiar paths from habit. I have lain there many nights trying not to imagine an actual figure stepping into the bathroom while I can hear but not see what it is doing. Another thing I hear often is the vertical blinds. Sometimes they tap softly against one another, not like they are being rattled by wind or struck hard, but like someone is lightly trailing their fingers across them while walking by. That is exactly what it sounds like. A gentle hand brushing along them in passing. The taps are delicate, almost absent-minded, which somehow makes it worse. Violent noises are shocking, but there is something intimate and unnerving about a soft touch where no person is present. It feels deliberate in a quiet way, like the thing is comfortable in the room, familiar enough to move through it as if it belongs there more than I do. One night, while I was lying on my back with the covers pulled up almost to my mouth, I felt something touch my chin. I still do not like thinking about that. It was not a grab. It was not rough. It was soft, almost gentle, the way a cat will lift one paw and touch your face with a light, curious tap. That is the closest comparison I have. Except there was no cat. There was only me under the covers in the dark, and something invisible lightly touching my chin through the blanket. Small touches like that are somehow more disturbing than bigger ones. A loud noise can feel accidental. A light touch on your face feels personal. Intentional. A thing has to know where you are to touch you like that. It has to be close. That thought has kept me awake many times. The closet has its own life too. I hear little slumps and bumps from in there, things shifting when they should not. I am not talking about clothes sliding off hangers or shoes settling after being moved. I mean things on shelves that are tucked away neatly, the kind of things that should not move on their own. Sometimes there is a dull little sound from inside the closet, like something has been touched or nudged. It does not become a huge crash. It is usually just enough to let me know that whatever is active in the room has made its way into that part of it too. A couple of nights ago, on November 18th, 2007, I heard a glass tip over in the sink. The sound was very clear. A distinct little shift and clink, like a glass that had been left upright had fallen onto its side. What struck me most was what happened immediately afterward. The noises in my room started up right after that. It was as though that small kitchen sound announced or triggered the rest of the activity. Again, it may sound ridiculous to connect those two things, but when you live with repeated patterns, you begin seeing links that other people might dismiss. In my experience, the strange activity often arrives with a sequence, almost like one small thing opens the door for the rest. Because of all of this, I try very hard not to be awake during those hours. That may sound cowardly, but I do not care. There is a point where self-preservation matters more than curiosity. Midnight to 2 in the morning, or now midnight to 1, feels like it's time. And when it happens, I feel like a sitting duck. That is the phrase I keep coming back to, because it is exactly how it feels. Trapped in bed, fully aware, listening for the first signs, waiting to see what shape the haunting will take that night. There is no control in it. No way to stop it. No real way to fight back. You just lie there in your own room feeling exposed. Sometimes the disturbances are small enough that an outsider would probably laugh. Little environmental things. A pop. A snap. A soft creak. The sound of someone leaning on my desk when there is no one there. That is another one. I can hear the tiny structural response the desk makes, the slight complaint of wood or metal as if a hand or body has rested against it. Those little sounds would mean nothing if they happened randomly at all hours. But they do not. They happen during that window. They happen in clusters. And they happen in a room already full of other activity. That is what makes them impossible for me to dismiss. The building itself is not very old. That fact still catches me sometimes. It was built in 1981. This is not an ancient Victorian house with a century of stories behind it. It is not some Civil War home full of tragic history. It is a fairly modern apartment building. And yet the settling noises and disturbances happen only in this time window, and never at any other time. That level of consistency matters to me because I am observant by nature. I am always looking for logical answers first. I want them. I prefer them. I would much rather discover that a pipe does something strange at midnight, or that the heating system clicks in a certain pattern than accept that something unseen is moving around my bed. But there has been something in this apartment since the day we moved in. That is what my roommate and I both felt from the beginning. We did not have to compare notes much to realize we were sensing the same thing. "Do you feel something here?" one of us asked the other pretty early on, and the answer from both of us was yes. Not maybe. Not I do not know. Yes. And even stranger, we both agreed on another detail without influencing one another, whatever it was felt male. That is hard to explain, but anyone who has had certain kinds of unexplained experiences may understand. Sometimes a presence carries a kind of identity even before you see anything. It has an emotional shape, a pressure, a mood, and that mood can strike you as masculine or feminine in a way that is deeper than appearance. That is how this felt. Male. Not necessarily in any visible form, because I have never actually seen a clear figure in the room, but male in the way it moves, the way it occupies space, the way it sits on the bed, the way it walks around the room. My roommate felt the same thing, even though what he experiences is different from what happens in my room. That is why I think the master bedroom matters. I keep coming back to that thought. I feel like if there really was someone associated with this apartment, then the master bedroom was his room somehow, or at least the room he is most attached to. I cannot prove that. It is only instinct and experience. But all the strongest activity happens there. The bed, the footsteps, the blinds, the desk, the closet, the bathroom. It all centers around me in that space. My roommate senses the overall presence in the apartment, but the direct disturbances belong to my room. That makes sleeping feel like a negotiation. Every night I go into that room already aware that between midnight and the early morning, it may stop feeling like mine. It may become shared space. That thought wears on you. It changes the way you settle into bed. It changes the way you listen to normal apartment noises. It changes how deeply you can ever really relax. I have come to dread that hour in a way that is almost physical. There is also something especially disturbing about not seeing the thing clearly. A lot of people talk about ghosts as apparitions, visible figures, people in old clothes, or shadows passing down a hall. Mine is more often sound and touch and pressure. I hear it more than I see it. I feel it more than I see it. And in some ways that is worse, because sound and touch are intimate. A visible ghost across the room at least gives you distance. But a thing that sits on your bed, brushes your blinds, touches your chin, and leans on your desk is already too close. I have thought a lot about whether it is residual or intelligent. The strict timing makes me think residual sometimes. The activity seems so tied to a repeated period that it feels almost like a playback, like some fragment of a person's routine living on after the person is gone. But then the bed sitting and the chin touch and the closet sounds make it feel more aware than a simple replay. The footsteps around the bed do not feel like a distant memory looping somewhere else in the apartment. They feel as if they are reacting to me being in the bed. That makes me wonder if it is not one thing but two, or if the same thing can be both partly residual and partly conscious in ways I do not understand. I also wonder about the history of the apartment, even though I do not know much about it. Buildings do not have to be old to carry tragedy. A place built in 1981 can still have seen death, violence, grief, or loneliness. People can live a whole terrible story inside a modern room. Just because the walls are newer does not mean the energy in them is harmless. I often find myself imagining who might have lived in my bedroom before me, what their nights looked like, whether they also lay awake listening to footsteps, or whether something happened there that now keeps replaying itself in the hour after midnight. Sometimes I think maybe it died there. That thought comes to me most strongly when I hear the footsteps moving around the bed, going into the bathroom, brushing the blinds, touching things lightly like a person still following familiar routes in a room he once used. It almost feels domestic at times, like a habit surviving after the body is gone. Not evil exactly. Frightening, yes, because I do not want it near me, but not always malicious. Sometimes the feeling is simply that of an unseen presence still using the room the way it once did. And then there are nights when it feels much more personal, and I cannot convince myself it is only a replay. Like when it sits on the edge of the bed 3 times in one night. Or when it touches my face. Or when the footsteps circle me instead of just moving to and from the bathroom. Those nights feel directed. Those nights make me feel observed. That is when the fear sharpens. My roommate and I have talked about it enough that we both know this is not in my head. That matters to me more than anything. If I were the only one feeling that third resident presence from the beginning, maybe I would still be more doubtful. But we both sensed it from day one. We both identified it as male. We both know the apartment is not empty in the ordinary sense. The fact that his experiences differ from mine does not make them less real. It only makes the whole thing more complex. I sometimes wonder whether the ghost, if that is what it is, notices that I try not to be awake when it comes. Does it care? Does it know I am afraid? Does it want me awake or asleep? I do not know. But there is a strange feeling of being timed by something not living, as if my nights are partly arranged around another presence's schedule. That may be one of the most exhausting parts of all. It is not only that things happen. It is that they happen according to a pattern I have come to expect and dread. If I had to describe the overall mood of it, I would say this. It feels like a man who still believes the room is his, coming and going in the same path night after night, not fully aware of me except on those moments when he brushes too close or rests too heavily near the bed. And then at other moments, it feels like something more conscious, something that knows I am there and chooses to let me know it is near. That uncertainty is hard to live with. It is easier to handle a haunting if you can decide what it is. A sad spirit. A replay. A presence needing help. A dangerous entity. Some label gives you something to hold on to. But what I have is a collection of sensations and sounds and touches, all bound to a narrow hour in the night, all male in feeling, all centered around my room, and none of it fully fitting one explanation. I still hear the walls settle when it arrives. That is the first sign almost every time. The apartment gives itself away before the rest begins. Those little creaks and pops that should belong to human movement start up while the roommate sleeps on the far side of the apartment, and I lie there knowing no one living is walking. Then comes the rest if it is going to come. The bed. The steps. The blinds. The desk. The bathroom. The closet. And me. Lying there waiting, listening, hoping it will be a lighter night, hoping it will pass without touching me, hoping morning comes sooner than it does. That is what this haunting has become in my life. Not one dramatic ghost story to tell at a party. Not a single unforgettable sighting and then peace. It is a repeated occupation of my room in the middle of the night, so consistent and so personal that it has changed the way I sleep, the way I think, and the way I feel inside my own home. And the worst part is that I still do not know what it wants. Monday, November 19th, 2007, started the way many mornings in my house usually start, with me rushing around and trying to do 10 things at one time. I was getting ready for work, trying to make sure the children were moving fast enough, checking clothes, brushing hair, finding shoes, and doing all the little things that have to be done before everyone walks out the door. Mornings with children are never really calm, no matter how much you try to make them that way. There is always one child who cannot find something, one who moves too slowly, one who gets distracted, and one who suddenly wants to tell you something important right when you are trying to get everyone out on time. That is just how it goes. My son Jacob was 7 years old then, and in 2nd grade. His school was close to home, which helped a lot. My daughter Emily was 4, and I had her in a private Christian school. It was actually less expensive than daycare, and on top of that she was learning, growing, and doing really well there, so I liked having her in that environment. We are a Christian family, and our faith is a big part of our everyday life. We believe in Jesus as our personal Savior, and because of that, I try to raise my children with the understanding that God watches over us and that we are not alone. That is important for this story, because my children have both had little experiences over time that some people might call ghost experiences. But in our house, especially with my daughter, those things were not always spoken about in a frightening way. She would say they were angels. She never seemed terrified the way some children would be. In fact, she often acted like whatever she sensed or saw was there to help, not hurt. Because of that, I came to believe that at least some of what she experienced might really have been guardian angels watching over her and her brother. I know some people would not agree with that. I know some people would hear that and immediately think I was wrong or too trusting. But when something watches over your child and keeps them from getting hurt, it becomes very hard not to see it through that lens. I remember one event very clearly that happened before the morning I am about to tell you about, and it is one of the reasons I started believing so strongly that my children were being watched over. At the time, I was outside in the garden trying to pull weeds. We had not lived in that house for too long when this happened. When we first moved in, the house had a strong cigarette smell all through it. The people who lived there before us had smoked inside, and that smell had sunk into everything. It was in the walls, in the carpet, and in the air of the rooms. Anyone who has ever moved into a house where people smoked inside knows that the smell does not just vanish when they leave. It settles into the place and stays there until you work very hard to get it out. Later on, we changed the carpets and painted the walls with special products that help kill smoke odors and other bad smells, and eventually we got rid of it. But at the time of this story, the smell was still there, and because of that I often kept the windows open to air the house out. That day I had the upstairs windows open too, including the ones in the children's bedrooms. I was kneeling in the garden, busy with the weeds and dirt, not really thinking about anything except the work in front of me. Then all of a sudden I felt strongly that I needed to look up. It was one of those moments that comes over you for no clear reason. Nobody called me. I did not hear a scream. I just suddenly felt the need to look. So I looked up, and when I did, my heart nearly stopped. I saw my daughter standing at the upstairs window with her head sticking out. She was very small, and the sight of her up there leaning out like that made fear rush through me so fast that I felt sick. The only thought in my mind was that she was going to fall, hit her head, and be badly hurt. I tried not to scream because I did not want to startle her and make things worse. So I kept my voice as calm as I could and said, "Emily, sweetie, why don't you come down here with Mommy and help me in the garden?" I remember watching her closely. She did something that seemed so strange at the time. She looked back over her shoulder, as though someone behind her had said something. Then she looked back at me. Then she moved away from the window. I remember thinking, thank God, she is coming downstairs. When she finally came down to the garden, I immediately told her, "Emily, I do not want to see you looking out that window like that. You could fall and get hurt." She just smiled at me, calm as could be, and said, "Don't worry, Mommy. He already told me not to, because I could get hurt, so that is why I came down." I stood there looking at her, confused and a little shaken, and asked her, "Oh yeah? Who is he?" And she said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world, "Oh, silly Mommy, my angel." Then she smiled again, got up, and ran off. I remember standing there frozen. She said it with such certainty and such innocence that I did not even know what to do with it. She did not sound like she was pretending. She did not say it in a spooky or dramatic way. She just said it like she was explaining something simple to me that I should already know. That moment stayed with me. It made me feel that maybe my daughter really did sense or see things that were there to protect her. And that is why, whenever she later talked about things she saw or felt, I tried not to jump straight to fear. I tried to believe that maybe there were angels watching over her. Now, coming back to that Monday morning, November 19th, 2007. As I said, I was rushing around trying to get ready for work and get the children ready for school. We were moving through the usual morning routine when I went upstairs to check on Jacob. I wanted to make sure he had brushed his teeth and was doing what he was supposed to do instead of getting distracted. When I looked at him, he had a serious look on his face and said, "Mommy, you know what happened to me?" That kind of opening always makes you stop for a second, even in the middle of a busy morning. So I asked him, "What?" He looked at me and told me that he had been using the bathroom. He said he had flushed the toilet, put the toilet seat down, and then turned to brush his teeth. While he was standing there, he felt as though someone was next to him. That alone made him uncomfortable. Then when he turned around, the toilet seat was back up. I looked at him and asked, "Are you sure?" He said yes. He was not joking around. He told me clearly that he had put it back down again, turned away, and when he turned back once more, it was up again. Something about the way he said it made me pause. Children can imagine things, yes, but there is also a difference between a child telling a silly story and a child telling you something that really frightened him. He seemed serious. So I asked him if that was the only thing that had happened. That is when he told me no. He said other things had been happening too. He had been hearing noises and footsteps, and there were times when he wanted to run down the stairs because he felt scared. The moment he said that, my mind went right back to the night before. On Sunday evening, I had sent him to bed like I always did. But instead of going quietly, he threw a fit and started crying. He said he was scared and that he wanted to sleep with me. At the time, I really did not know what to think. Children cry and throw fits for many reasons, especially at bedtime. Sometimes they are genuinely frightened. Other times they are just trying to get out of sleeping alone. So in that moment I could not tell if it was true fear or just a tantrum because he wanted to come sleep in my bed. In our house, every night before the children go to sleep, I read the Bible to them out loud and we pray together. That is part of our routine, something I have always done because I want them to end the day with God's word and prayer around them. So I had done that, just as always. But even with prayer and Bible reading, he had still been upset. Now hearing him talk Monday morning, it suddenly seemed more possible that he really had been frightened and not just acting out. That is what made me stop and think harder about everything. When children say they are scared, adults often have to make quick decisions. We have to comfort them, guide them, and also try not to encourage fear if it is only imagination. It is a hard balance. You do not want to dismiss your child if they are truly afraid, but you also do not want to feed something that is only a passing fear. I think that is one of the hardest things about being a parent in situations like this. You are always trying to figure out what is real, what is a bad dream, what is childish anxiety, and what is something else you do not fully understand yourself. In our home, because of previous experiences, I had already learned not to dismiss everything too quickly. My daughter's calm certainty about her, Angel, had changed the way I looked at things. Also, there had been other little happenings before. My children would sometimes speak of seeing things or hearing things, and while not all of it frightened them, enough of it had happened that I could not simply roll my eyes and say it was nothing every single time. But when it came to my son, this was different because he was more visibly afraid. He did not seem curious. He did not seem imaginative about it. He seemed troubled. And that bothered me. I started thinking about the bathroom. Bathrooms are such ordinary places, but they can feel very strange to children, especially if they are alone in them at night or early in the morning. Small rooms, mirrors, doors, silence, and shadows can all make a place feel heavy. But he had not only said he felt like someone was next to him. He had also given a very specific detail. He had put the toilet seat down, turned, then it was up. Then he did it again, and it happened again. That repetition is what stayed with me. It was not just one quick moment where maybe he forgot. It was a repeated action that he said happened while he was right there. When children tell you something like that and their face shows they are truly unsettled, it stays with you the rest of the day. I remember thinking back over my own experiences with them, and wondering if maybe the children were seeing or feeling more than I was. Children often seem more open in ways adults are not. Adults explain things away. We get busy. We stop noticing. Children are still close to mystery in a way. They do not always force everything into logic immediately. They say what they see. They react honestly. That can make their experiences more believable, not less, especially when they are not seeking attention. My son was not seeking attention that morning. In fact, if anything, he seemed a little uneasy about even talking about it. I also thought about how different his reaction was from Emily's. When Emily talked about angels, she sounded peaceful. She sounded almost cheerful, as though the unseen world around her was not frightening but familiar. She never described those presences as something there to hurt her. In Jacob's case, though, what he described sounded more unsettling. Footsteps. Noises. Feeling like someone was next to him. A toilet seat moving when no one touched it. Wanting to run downstairs. That did not sound like an angel kindly telling him to come away from danger. That sounded more like something that was simply there, and making itself known in a way he did not like. That is what began to trouble me. As a Christian mother, I always try to view these things through the lens of faith. I believe there are things we do not see, both good and bad, and I believe prayer matters. That is why we read from the Bible at night and pray before bed. It is not just routine for me. It is protection, comfort, and reminding my children that God is over this house and over their lives. But I also know that believing in God does not mean strange things never happen. Sometimes the very fact that you believe makes you more aware that not everything in this world is simply physical and easy to explain. In those moments, I often wish I had my great-grandma nearby. She was one of the few people who would not immediately laugh or tell me I was imagining things. She understood more than she let on. She had ways of seeing life that older generations often had, where faith and spiritual awareness were not separated so sharply. She might have known what to say or do, but after my grandma told her not to feed my imagination, even that support became more distant. It was as if the family had decided that silence was better than acknowledgement, and I understand why people do that. It is easier. But it also leaves you feeling alone when something truly strange does happen. So there I was on that Monday morning, standing in the middle of normal life, trying to process something that was not normal at all. Work still had to happen. School still had to happen. Breakfast still had to get made. Shoes still had to be found. Life keeps moving even when strange things brush against it. And maybe that is what makes these kinds of experiences so difficult. They do not arrive when you are sitting calmly in a dark room waiting for a sign from beyond. They arrive when you are making lunches, brushing teeth, and checking the clock because you are already running late. They break into ordinary life and then leave you to continue as if nothing happened. But something had happened. And whether I wanted to fully face it or not, I knew my son was not comfortable in that room anymore. I remember later thinking about his fear from the night before in a different way. I had wondered if he just wanted to sleep in my bed for comfort. But now I pictured him lying there in his room, hearing little noises, maybe feeling watched, maybe listening for footsteps, maybe becoming more and more scared as bedtime got deeper and the house got quieter. If that was the case, then his crying on Sunday night was not a tantrum at all. It was a child trying to tell me he did not feel safe. That realization hurts a mother. Because you want your child's room to be a place of safety and rest. You want bedtime to bring comfort, not fear. And when a child says they are scared, part of your heart immediately wants to make everything right, even when you do not know how. I thought again about the little story with Emily in the upstairs window. In that moment, whatever she believed was her angel had warned her not to lean too far or she could get hurt. She listened. She came downstairs. Nothing bad happened. That memory gave me comfort because it reminded me that not everything unseen is evil. Not everything is there to harm. But it also made me wonder whether the children were sensing different things at different times. Maybe some moments were protected and others were simply unsettling. Maybe children are more open to both comfort and fear from things adults barely notice. I also thought about how calmly Emily had responded compared to how scared Jacob seemed now. Personalities matter, of course. My daughter always had a way of accepting strange things with less fear than I would have expected. My son was more sensitive in a different way. What frightened him may not have frightened her in the same way. Still, the details mattered. Toilet seats moving. Feeling someone nearby. Footsteps. Noises. A child wanting to run downstairs. Those are not details I could ignore. If I am honest, I do not always know what to do with things like this. I pray. I read scripture. I bless my children before bed. I remind them that Jesus is with them, and that no one can stand against God's protection when we belong to Him. But I am also human. I still feel fear sometimes. I still question myself. I still wonder if I am doing enough or if I am misreading what is happening. That is part of why I tell this story. Not because I have all the answers, but because I do not. What I know is this: that Monday morning was not just another rushed, ordinary school day morning. It became one of those moments that made me stop and pay attention. It made me realize that Jacob's fear had been building quietly before he finally told me. It made me understand that whatever he was experiencing in that bathroom and in his room felt real enough to him that he wanted to run downstairs. And it made me look back over the previous night and feel sorry that I had not understood sooner. As parents, we are always learning our children. Even when we think we know when they are acting and when they are truly upset, sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes the things that seem like bedtime drama are really cries for help in the only way they know how to express them. I do not know for sure whether what Jacob experienced was a ghost, an angel, or something else. I know what he told me. I know how serious he looked. I know that my daughter has spoken of angels before with a calm certainty that chilled me because it felt so matter-of-fact. I know that in our family, strange little things have happened often enough that I cannot simply say it is all nonsense. And I know that as much as I want to be practical, I cannot ignore the spiritual side of life either. What stays with me most from that morning is not only his words, but the feeling behind them. He was not trying to entertain me. He was not telling me a spooky story for fun. He was reaching for understanding. He wanted me to know something had happened, and he wanted to be taken seriously. And so I did take him seriously. Maybe not with the full dramatic response that some people would expect, because life still had to keep moving. But inwardly, I took it very seriously. I began thinking more carefully about his room, his bedtime fears, the noises he said he heard, and the way he described the bathroom. I began wondering what kind of prayer or protection was needed, and whether maybe I needed to spend more time in those spaces with him so that he would not feel alone. Even now, when I remember that day, I do not think first about being late for work or trying to get 2 children out the door. I think about my son turning to me with that serious face and saying, "Mommy, you know what happened to me?" It was such a simple question, but it opened the door to something much bigger than a normal busy morning should hold. It reminded me that children live in the same house we do, but sometimes they experience it differently. They notice things we miss. They feel things we brush past. And sometimes they speak truth in small, plain words that are easy to overlook if we are too distracted. That Monday morning, I was distracted. But his words cut through it. And I listened. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. For a long time, I tried not to think too hard about the strange things that happened around my family. When I was younger, I always wanted there to be a normal reason. I wanted to believe that every weird sound, every bad feeling, and every strange moment could be explained if I just thought about it enough. But after years of different experiences, I finally stopped trying to deny it. At some point, it became easier to admit the truth, at least to myself. It did not feel like our houses were haunted. It did not feel like it was only certain towns or certain buildings. It felt like whatever this was had somehow attached itself to us. That is the only way I know how to explain it. No matter where we went, there always seemed to be something. Some places were worse than others, of course, but the feeling followed us. And out of everything I had ever experienced, this was one of the worst and most disturbing times of my life. This happened back in the fall of 2001. My mother, father, sister, and I had just moved to Cumberland Gap in Tennessee. Even now, when I think of that place, I do not first think of the town itself. I think of that house. It was a very old white house, and from the outside it almost looked like something out of another time. It had plants growing all over it, climbing and spreading in a way that made the place feel half wild, as if nature was trying to take it back. The paint was chipping badly, hanging on in some places and peeling away in others, so the house looked tired and worn before you even stepped inside. But at the same time, it was beautiful in a sad sort of way. It was old-fashioned, the kind of house that must have once been lovely in a proud, proper way. It had 2 stories, big enough for a family, with the kind of strange layout older houses often have. One of the most unusual things about it was a door upstairs in the hallway that opened straight out onto the hill outside. That alone gave the place a strange feeling. Most houses do not have a door like that. It made the upstairs seem less separate from the outdoors, less protected somehow. The house had another problem too, one that was very real and impossible to ignore. It was completely infested with fleas. They were everywhere. It sounds awful, and it was. But at the time, my family needed a place to live, and this was what we could afford. Sometimes when people need shelter badly enough, They accept things they otherwise never would. So that is what we did. We turned the air conditioner up as high as it would go because for some reason the fleas did not seem to bite as much when the house was really cold. That became one of our strange little survival tricks in that place. The house itself already felt uncomfortable in a way I cannot fully explain, and then on top of that we had this miserable flea problem. Looking back, it feels like the whole place was against us from the beginning. The first day my sister and I arrived there, we had just come back from vacation with our grandparents. We had not even been settled into the house properly yet. Everything still felt strange and unfamiliar. While we were gone, our cat had given birth to kittens. All of them had died. At the time, nobody thought too much about it beyond simple sadness. Kittens are fragile, and we told ourselves they must have crawled away from where they were born and simply had not survived after that. That is what we believed then. It seemed sad, but not shocking. What does bother me now, though, is the fact that the dead kittens were spread out across the house. At the time, for whatever reason, that did not seem especially strange to me. I was young, and I accepted the explanation given to me. But looking back, it feels wrong. It feels like one of those details that should have troubled us more than it did. Tiny dead kittens scattered through a house should have made us stop and question things more seriously. But we did not. We were focused on moving, unpacking, getting used to a new town, and simply trying to make life work. My sister and I had only been there a couple of days when we started school. That was difficult in its own way, but not as terrible as it might have been because some of our cousins went there too. Knowing at least a few familiar faces made things easier. Still, the school itself was strange to me at first. When I say it was small, I really mean it. It was not just a small school in the sense of not having many students. It was arranged in a way I had never seen before. There were not proper classrooms with permanent walls like I was used to. Instead, the classroom walls were those movable divider things on wheels, the kind you can slide around and position however you want. To me, it felt confusing and temporary, as if the whole place had been put together in a hurry. I could not find my way around it at all unless I followed other students closely. Everything felt unfamiliar, off balance, and difficult to understand, and that was before the house itself began truly affecting us. At first, I did not think much about what happened when the school bus stopped at our house. Every time it did, the other kids would start whispering. I noticed it, but I told myself it probably meant nothing. Maybe they were just talking about the new family. Maybe they always whispered. Maybe they were being nosy kids the way kids are. But now I wish someone had just come right out and warned us. If the other kids knew that house had a reputation, if they knew something about it, it would have been nice if someone had said so. Instead, we were left to discover its creepiness on our own, little by little, night after night. My sister and I only slept in our bedroom a total of 5 nights in that house. That alone should tell you something. Children are often afraid of weird things for short periods of time, but for both of us to reject that room so quickly and so strongly meant something was seriously wrong. Our room had a creepy feeling from the beginning. I cannot explain it any better than that. Some rooms just feel bad. You walk in and the air feels different. The corners seem wrong. The silence seems heavy. That room felt like that. I hated being in there. What made it even more convincing to me was that my sister hated it too, and she was one of the bravest people I have ever known. She was not someone who scared easily. If she said she did not like that room, then there was a real reason. Very quickly, both of us gave up trying to sleep there. Instead, we started sleeping in the living room. She slept on the couch, and I slept on the floor. That became our normal because the bedroom felt too wrong to stay in. It is strange how quickly a family can adapt to something uncomfortable when fear becomes part of daily life. Instead of insisting on our room, we simply created a new sleeping arrangement because at least the living room felt less terrible than that bedroom. Even then, sleep was awful in that house. I had horrible nightmares every single night. Not once in a while. Not just after a bad day. Every night. The kind of nightmares that cling to you even after you wake up, where the fear stays in your body and follows you into the morning. It is hard to explain to people who have not lived through it, but there is a difference between normal bad dreams and the kind of nightmares that seem to grow out of a place itself. In that house, the nightmares felt tied to the rooms, the air, the darkness, and the feeling that something was always slightly off. The living room itself was not exactly comforting either. There was a hole in the floor there, and it was big enough that if you stepped wrong you could sink into it. That is how rundown the house was. So even the place where we chose to sleep instead of our bedroom was unsafe in ordinary physical ways. It sounds terrible now when I describe it all at once like this. An old house, fleas everywhere, dead kittens, a horrible bedroom, nightmares every night, and a hole in the floor. But when you are living it day by day, you do not always stop to list everything that is wrong. You just try to make it through. I remember one night especially clearly. I was so scared that I could not even stay where I was. I do not remember now exactly what set the fear off that particular night. Maybe it was a noise. Maybe it was one of the nightmares. Maybe it was simply the overwhelming feeling of being in that house after dark. Whatever it was, I remember running to my parents' room. I did not ask permission, did not stand there whispering their names, did not hesitate. I just climbed right into bed with them because I needed to be near somebody, anybody, who made me feel safer. But what unsettled me even more was that their room felt weird too. It was not a safe room in the way I expected. The moment I settled there, I could feel that same wrongness in the air. Not exactly the same as my room, but enough to know the bad feeling was not limited to one place. There is one detail from that night that has stayed with me in a very specific and unpleasant way. You know when you are in a very dark room for a while, and after your eyes adjust, the darkness starts to look strange. Sometimes the wall, or the ceiling can seem to have that kind of moving fuzz on it, almost like the static on an old television. I have always hoped that was all it was. I really have. But that night, I could have sworn I saw little people crawling around. I know how insane that sounds. I know it sounds like exactly the kind of thing people would dismiss as a tired child imagining shapes in the dark. And maybe it was. Maybe it really was just my eyes adjusting badly to the darkness, and my mind turning patterns into figures. But I do not think so. At least, it did not feel like that. It felt like I was looking at something moving, something tiny and active, something that should not have been there at all. That is one of the reasons I hate thinking about that house even now. It did not just make me feel scared in ordinary ways. It made the whole world inside it feel unstable, as though things I understood in normal life no longer worked the same way once the sun went down. Rooms did not feel like rooms. Darkness did not feel like normal darkness. Sleep did not feel safe. Even my parents' room felt wrong. It was like the whole house had its own atmosphere. And that atmosphere got stronger at night. We did not stay there very long. We moved out fairly quickly, and I think that says a lot. My parents were getting bad feelings too. It was not just me and my sister being dramatic or childish. My mother felt it. My father felt it. And my father was not the kind of man who believed in anything ghost-like at all. He was not someone who would casually say a place was haunted or creepy just because of a few noises. If even he was unsettled enough to agree we should leave, then something in that house had truly gotten to him. Officially, I think we all pretended we were moving for practical reasons. Families often do that. It is easier to say the house was not right for us or that we needed something better or that it was too rundown. Those reasons were all true too, of course. But I have always believed the real reason was fear. We all felt it. We all knew something was wrong there. None of us wanted to stay long enough to see how much worse it could get. So do I think it was haunted? Yes, I do. At least now I do. Back then I was constantly trying to find reasons not to believe that. I wanted everything to be normal. I wanted the fleas and the old paint and the worn-out floorboards to explain everything. I wanted the kittens to have died naturally. I wanted the whispers on the bus to mean nothing. I wanted the room to feel creepy only because it was unfamiliar. I wanted the nightmares to be just stress from moving. I wanted the weird feeling in my parents' room to be only my own fear following me there. I wanted the little crawling figures in the dark to be no more than the kind of television fuzz effect you get in your eyes. I wanted all of that because the truth was too frightening. But wanting something does not make it true. Looking back, too many things happened too quickly, and too many people in the family were affected by that house in the same way for me to dismiss it all now. My sister and I stopped sleeping in our room almost immediately. We both felt the same fear. My parents started getting bad feelings too. We all reacted to the same place, the same atmosphere, the same nights. That does not feel like simple paranoia to me. Paranoia usually grows out of one person's fear and then spreads by suggestion. This felt more like the house itself pressing on all of us. Sometimes I wonder if the history of the place mattered. It was an old house, and old houses carry things. Even if there is no big famous tragedy attached to them, they have seen lives, arguments, illnesses, births, losses, and all the private sorrow of the people who lived there before. Maybe whatever was wrong in that house had been there long before us. Maybe the children on the bus knew exactly what kind of place it was and were whispering because they could not believe someone new had moved in. Maybe the people before us had felt it too and just kept quiet about it. The strange thing is, even though the house itself looked beautiful in daylight, that beauty never helped. Sometimes an ugly house can feel safe and a beautiful house can feel terrible. That house had a sad beauty to it, the kind that makes you imagine it must once have been full of life. But by the time we knew it, it felt used up and sour. The plants growing all over it, the white paint peeling away, the upstairs door opening out onto the hill, all of it gave it a lonely feeling. It looked almost like a place where something should be waiting for you, and unfortunately, that is exactly what it felt like too. I still remember the smell of the air conditioner blowing cold to keep the fleas down. I still remember the discomfort of knowing the floor was damaged. I still remember lying in the living room at night, too frightened to sleep in my own room, trying to convince myself that morning would come quickly. And I still remember the deep relief of finally leaving. There are houses you forget as soon as you move out of them. Then there are houses that stay in your memory, as if part of you never really left. This was one of those. I hate that house. I hate remembering it. I hate even the thought of it because of how deeply it unsettled me when I was young. But I also know that it taught me something. It taught me that bad feelings about a place are not always just nerves. Sometimes a house really does feel wrong because something about it is wrong. And when enough people in the same family all feel it, that is not just childish fear or imagination anymore. So no, I do not think we were just paranoid. I think that house was haunted, or at least deeply disturbed in some way. Whether it was spirits, bad energy, history, or something else entirely, I cannot say for certain. But I know this much, we all felt it, and we were all better off once we were gone. I grew up on a fairly large family farm, the kind of place where land and family were tied together so tightly that it felt like one thing could not really exist without the other. The farm had been in the family for years, and over time it became more than just one house and one set of fields. As the children grew up, several of them built homes around the main house and raised families of their own. So instead of one single family home standing alone, the property slowly became something like a small family settlement. Everyone had their own place, but nobody was ever too far away. If you stepped outside, you could often hear someone else's screen door slam, or smell supper cooking in another kitchen, or see kids running between houses. That kind of closeness can be a comfort, but it can also make family stories, old memories, and strange happenings stay alive much longer than they might anywhere else. Back in the late 1950s, my older brother built what we all came to call the blockhouse right beside the main house. It was not large or fancy. It was built for practicality, like most things on a farm. He lived there for several years before eventually building a larger house farther away. After he moved out, the blockhouse remained there, quiet but useful, one of those little buildings on family land that always seems to have a purpose sooner or later. Years later, after my divorce, when I found myself single again and needing somewhere to stay, I moved into that blockhouse. This would have been in the late 1980s or maybe early 1990s. By then, I did not need much. A divorce changes many things, and one of those things is that it teaches you how little you can live with when life gets stripped down. I was not looking for comfort or beauty so much as I was looking for a place to start over, even if only quietly. The blockhouse itself was very simple. It had only 3 rooms. When you came in through the front door, you stepped directly into the main room, which served as both a living room and a dining room. Off to the right of that was a very small kitchen, and farther right again was a small bedroom. Because the blockhouse sat so close to the main house, there had never been much need for a bathroom inside, so it did not have one. Another little detail that made it feel even more basic was that none of the interior doorways had actual doors. The openings were just there, one room flowing into the next with no way to shut anything out. It was the kind of place where every sound traveled, every shadow reached farther than it should, and where at night you could see almost straight through the whole little house from the bed. Most ghost stories take their time. Usually, people say they moved into a place, settled in, lived there a while, and only then did the strange things begin. That was not the case with me. It started the very first night. Like I said, I did not have much furniture then. All I had in the beginning was a bed, a table, one easy chair, and a television. And of course, if you are living alone, you have to have a television. Even if there is nothing worth watching, the sound of it makes a place feel less empty. It gives you the feeling that there is another voice in the room, another presence besides your own thoughts. That first night, I stayed up watching TV until around midnight. It had been a long day of moving in and getting settled, and by then I figured I ought to try to get some sleep. So I turned in and lay down in the bed in the little bedroom. From the way the bed was positioned, I could look out through the bedroom opening, past the kitchen, and into the living room. Because there were no doors between the rooms, your eyes could travel all the way through that little house in one line. That mattered later. I lay there for a while trying to settle down enough to sleep. I do not know why I opened my eyes when I did. Maybe I heard some tiny sound. Maybe I was just restless in a new place. Whatever the reason, I looked toward the living room and saw a bright reddish-orange glow. It was strong enough and strange enough that my first thought was that the house was on fire. When you are alone in a little house at night, and you suddenly see a glow like that coming from the next room, you do not sit there and wonder for long. I jumped out of bed and ran toward the living room. The house was so small that it took only a few seconds to get there. But when I reached the room, there was nothing. No fire. No glow. No sign of smoke. No lamp left on. No burning smell. Nothing at all. That was unsettling enough, but I still tried to make sense of it. Maybe I had been half asleep. Maybe the lights from outside had cast something strange across the room. Maybe I had not seen clearly. Those are the kinds of explanations a person reaches for when they do not want to start their very first night in a new home by deciding the place is haunted. So I went back to bed. I lay there again, trying to convince myself it had been nothing, and I guess I must have dozed off for a little while, because at some point I woke again. And there it was. The reddish-orange glow was back. That was enough to keep me from pretending much longer. Once more I got up and went into the living room, and once again by the time I reached it, the glow was gone. The room was normal. Empty. Quiet. I stood there looking around and feeling that strange helpless kind of confusion you feel when something has clearly happened but refuses to leave any evidence behind. After that, I did not bother trying to sleep again. I sat down in my easy chair and stayed up the rest of the night. The next day I asked my brother about it. I was hoping maybe that he would laugh and tell me there was some harmless explanation, or at least that he would tell me I was overtired and seeing things. Instead, all he said was that I should not be surprised at what I might see or hear in that house. That was it. No comforting explanation. No detailed story. Just that one sentence. And honestly, that sentence probably did more to settle the truth in my mind than anything else could have. If he had said nothing strange had ever happened there, I might have gone on trying to explain away every little thing. But the moment he said that, I knew the house already had a history, whether he wanted to talk about it or not. Over the 4 or 5 years I lived in that blockhouse, I heard and experienced many strange things. Too many to count, really. Some were small and easy to shrug off during the day, even if they stayed with me at night. Others were so odd that they became impossible to forget. There are 2 incidents in particular that still stand out more strongly than the rest. The first happened not just once, but several times in different forms. The most memorable version of it happened after my nephew Lee moved in with me for a while. Lee had his bed set up in the far left-hand corner of the living room. It was not unusual for family to come and go like that on the farm. People stayed where they needed to stay, and nobody thought much of it. One night, Lee and I were both in the living room watching television. I was sitting in my easy chair, and Lee was stretched out on his bed, both of us just passing the time the way people do in the evening when they do not feel like doing much else. After a while, I got up to go into the kitchen for another cup of coffee. I have always been a big coffee drinker, and being single in a quiet little house, coffee and television were about as much company as I had some evenings. So I stood up and started toward the kitchen. The second I took a step, something underneath the floor pecked where my foot had just been. That is the only word I have ever found that fits. Pecked. Not bumped. Not creaked. Not knocked. It felt like something under the floorboards struck right where my foot was. Then I took another step and it happened again. Another step, another peck. Every single step I took was answered from under the floor. The sound itself was not very loud. You probably would not have noticed it over the television if you were only listening with your ears. But you could feel it through the bottoms of your feet. That was what made it so strange. It was like something below the floor was keeping pace with me, touching each spot as I moved over it. Step peck. Step peck. Step peck. Now I kept walking. What else are you going to do in a moment like that? I went into the kitchen, got my coffee, and came back. The pecks followed me both ways. Every step to the kitchen, every step back. It was as if something underneath the floor knew exactly where I was and chose to answer each movement. When I sat back down, I decided I needed to see if it would happen to Lee too. Maybe it sounds cruel, but I wanted to know if it was real and not just something I was imagining or somehow causing. So I told him I had some Cokes in the fridge, and that he could have one if he wanted it. Lee got up and headed toward the kitchen. And the same thing happened to him. Step peck. Step peck. Step peck. He stopped and looked at me with his eyes wide and said, "What in the hell is going on?" I just grinned. Lee already knew the house had a reputation, but I think that was the first time he had personally experienced anything undeniable there. There is something almost wickedly satisfying about finally sharing an experience that proves you are not crazy, even if the thing proving it is strange enough to make your skin crawl. That was not the only time that pecking happened beneath the floor, but it was the most memorable because Lee felt it too. Once more than one person experiences a thing, it becomes much harder to tuck away under imagination or nerves. The second incident that stands out happened sometime later, during winter. Lee was still there, and one evening we were both in the house watching television again. It was cold outside. We had the front doors shut and had a fire going in the old warm morning stove. Those old stoves have their own kind of life to them. They pop and settle and give off that deep heat that makes a room feel heavy and close. Outside was winter, inside was warm, and for a while everything felt normal enough. Then, right in the middle of our show, someone knocked on the front door. It was not just one knock either. There was a rap, then 2 or 3 more, close together. It sounded exactly like somebody knocking on the glass of the inner door. That detail mattered because our front entry had one of those old-fashioned setups, not a storm door, but an old screen door on the outside and the main door inside. The knocking sounded as if it was right there against the inner door, as if someone urgent had come to the house and wanted in. I jumped up at once. My first thought was not ghost or spirit or anything like that. My first thought was that something had happened to my mother in the main house. Because the blockhouse sat right there beside it, it made perfect sense that someone might come knocking if they needed help. Maybe she had fallen. Maybe someone needed help getting her up. Maybe there had been some sudden emergency. All those thoughts hit me at once, and I ran to the door. When I got there, no one was there. Not a soul. I opened it, looked out, checked around, and there was no one in sight. No footsteps running away. No sign of anyone moving between the houses. Nothing. I shut the door and went back to my chair. Lee asked me who had been at the door, and I told him no one. Then he asked if I had seen anyone running off, and I said no. That was when the full strangeness of it settled in. The outside screen door had been locked. It was one of those old-fashioned screen doors, and there was no way for someone to knock on the inner door without first opening the screen door. You could not reach through. You could not make that sound from outside unless the screen door was open. But it had been locked the whole time. Lee looked at me and gave me a kind of sheepish grin and said, "We ain't going to get much sleep tonight, are we?" He knew as well as I did then that whatever had knocked was not anybody from the family and not anyone at all in the normal sense. That was the way the house was. It never gave you one big clear answer. It just stacked strange thing on top of strange thing until a person either accepted it or drove themselves crazy trying not to. Living there alone was one thing. Living there with another person who also experienced things was another. It made the place less lonely in one way and more frightening in another. Because when you are alone, you can still sometimes tell yourself a noise was in your head or your nerves were stretched thin. But when somebody else looks at you with that exact same knowing fear, you lose that option. There were many other incidents during those years. Sometimes it would be sounds. Sometimes footsteps. Sometimes voices that seemed almost there, and then not there at all. Sometimes it was the feeling that something had just moved past you in a room too small to hide anything. Sometimes it was that heavy silence old places get after something strange has just happened, when even the walls seem to be listening to see what you will do next. That first night glow remained one of the oddest things because it announced the nature of the house immediately, before I had even unpacked my life properly inside it. Looking back, maybe I should have taken that as a warning. But where was I going to go? A single man starting over after a divorce does not always have the luxury of choosing the perfect place. You go where you can go. You live where you can live. And sometimes that means sharing a roof with things you do not understand. I often wondered what my brother had experienced when he lived there. He never said much. That was his way. Some people tell ghost stories in full detail, as if getting them into words helps. Other people give you one small sentence, and leave the rest hanging because that is all they are willing to revisit. My brother was the second kind. Don't be surprised at what you might see or hear. That was all he offered. But it told me enough. The house had been doing its business long before I arrived. There was also something about the structure of the blockhouse itself that made everything feel closer. 3 rooms. No bathroom. No interior doors. A little house where from the bed you could see nearly straight through to the front of the place. There was nowhere to shut anything out. No proper barrier between one room and the next. No good place to retreat. When something happened in the living room, the kitchen knew it, and the bedroom knew it too. The whole house felt like one open nerve. And perhaps that was why every strange event had such force. A bigger house can sometimes scatter weirdness into corners and distant rooms. A little place like that traps it close around you. The orange glow fills not just one room but the whole line of your vision. The knocking at the front door travels straight through the house. The pecking under the floor follows you step by step with nowhere to hide from it. I also think about the fact that I was drinking coffee all the time back then. There are people who would probably say that too much coffee, too much solitude, and too much television in a little lonely house can do things to a man's nerves. Maybe there is some truth in that. But coffee did not make Lee feel the pecking under the floor. Coffee did not knock on the locked door. Coffee did not make me and my brother see or hear the same kinds of strange things years apart. A nervous system might heighten how a person reacts, but it does not invent events that more than one person experiences together. Sometimes I wonder if the farm itself had something to do with it. Old family land holds stories. It holds generations. It holds births, deaths, laughter, arguments, sickness, work, and memory. Maybe the blockhouse itself carried something from the years when my brother first built it. Or maybe the land beneath it held something older, quieter, and harder to name. Family farms often feel thick with the past, even in the best circumstances. At a strange little 3-room blockhouse beside the main house, and maybe it is not surprising that something stayed there. The odd thing is, despite everything, I do not remember always feeling terrified in that place. There were times of fear, yes, and moments that sent a cold rush through me. But there was also the slower kind of haunting, the kind where strangeness becomes part of daily life. You make your coffee. You watch your television. You sleep where you can. You ask your nephew if he wants a Coke, partly because you are being kind and partly because you want to see if the thing under the floor is still there. Life keeps going even when the unexplainable has taken up residence alongside it. That may be why I think of those years with such mixed feelings. The blockhouse was unsettling, yes, but it was also my place for a while. It was where I lived through a particular chapter of my life. Starting over, living simply, drinking coffee late at night, making do with very little, and learning that some houses do not wait politely before showing you what they are. I moved out of the blockhouse in the mid-1990s. After that, it sat empty for a number of years. I always thought that suited it somehow, as though emptiness fit the place better than ordinary life did. But in more recent years it has been renovated. Someone added a bathroom, fixed it up, and gave it another chance at being a normal little home. My daughter is even making plans to move into it. And I cannot help wondering how long that will last. Maybe nothing will happen to her at all. Maybe time has quieted the place. Maybe renovations changed the feel of it enough that whatever was there no longer cares for it. Or maybe the first strange thing will happen before her first week is over, the way it happened to me on that very first night. Part of me hopes I am wrong to wonder. Part of me hopes she will live there peacefully and think I am exaggerating old family tales. But another part of me knows that house too well for that kind of hope to feel solid. Because some places do not change just because years pass or walls get fixed. Some places keep what they have always had. And the blockhouse, for all its smallness and plainness, always had something in it besides the living. About 3 years ago, I went to visit my great-uncle's grave. I did not go there because someone told me to. I went because I wanted to. Even though I had only met him once in my life, I always felt connected to him in a quiet way. Some people leave a strong mark on you even if they were only in your life for a short time, and he was like that for me. I admired him. I respected him. I thought about him more often than people probably expected me to, and I never wanted him to become just another name in the family that people mentioned only on holidays, or when they were talking about the past. I wanted him to know that someone still remembered him, still cared, and still came to see him. That day I brought him his favorite flowers and an American flag. I remember being careful with both of them. I did not want to just drop them there and leave in a hurry. I wanted it to mean something. I stood in front of his tombstone for a while after I put them down, and I talked to him. I know some people think talking to a grave is strange, but to me it did not feel strange at all. It felt natural. I was not talking loudly, and I was not saying anything dramatic. I was just speaking to him the way you speak to someone you miss and hope can still hear you somehow. I told him I had not forgotten him. I told him I still came to see him. I told him I hoped he knew that. I do not know whether the dead hear us, but I hope they do. That day, I really hoped he could hear me. A lot of people think my great-uncle died in the war because of the way people talk about him and because of how much respect they had for him, but that is not true. He did not die in battle. He died later, of natural causes. Still, in my mind, he had always carried the dignity of someone who had lived a full and honorable life, and maybe that is why I felt pulled toward him even after his death. He seemed like the kind of person who deserved to be remembered carefully. I stood there talking to his grave longer than I meant to, and after a while the weather began to change. The sky turned heavier, and before long it started to rain. Normally I love the rain. I always have. Rain has a way of making the world feel softer to me, more thoughtful, more alive. I like the smell of it, the sound of it, the way it changes everything around you. But that day, even though I loved the rain, I was dressed too lightly for it. I was wearing only a thin shirt, and once the water started coming down harder, I could feel it soaking through. At first I did not care. I just stayed there, still looking at the grave, still feeling close to my uncle in that strange quiet way grief sometimes gives you. But after a couple of minutes, I started getting cold. The rain kept falling, and my thin shirt clung to me more and more. My shoulders started showing through the fabric because it was so wet. I remember wrapping my arms around myself a little and thinking I should probably head back soon, but I still did not want to leave. Then, all of a sudden, I felt something different. I felt dry warmth around my shoulders. It happened so quickly that it startled me, and I looked up. Standing there was a boy. He was smiling at me. I had not heard him come up. I had not seen him walking toward me. He was just there, close enough to me that I could tell he had put a jacket around my shoulders. He looked calm, almost gentle. There was nothing threatening about him. He told me that I would catch cold if I stayed in the rain dressed like that. His voice was simple and kind, like he was stating something obvious and looking out for me at the same time. I do not know why, but I accepted the jacket without question. Maybe it was because I was surprised. Maybe it was because he seemed so natural and warm in that moment. Maybe it was because there was something about him that made me feel safe almost immediately. Whatever the reason, I did not step away or ask too many questions. I just let the jacket stay around my shoulders and thanked him. After that, I finished my visit with my great-uncle. I stayed only a little while longer because now the rain was making everything feel colder and darker, and I knew I should head back. The boy stayed with me. We started walking together toward the gate of the cemetery. He walked beside me in an easy way, not too close and not too far, and there was something strangely comfortable about his presence. He did not act shy, but he did not act overly familiar either. He was simply there with me, as if it made perfect sense for the two of us to be walking out of the cemetery together in the rain. As we got closer to the gate, he told me he would walk me back to my grandparents' place because he did not want me walking alone. He said he was afraid I might get hurt. Again, the way he said it was calm and matter-of-fact, not dramatic. He was not trying to scare me. He was offering to help. And again I accepted. Looking back, I know some people would say I should have questioned it more. I should have asked who he was, where he came from, why he happened to be there at the cemetery, and why he was willing to walk me all the way back. But at the time it did not feel wrong. It felt as if I had somehow known him longer than I had. Not in a clear memory sort of way, but in a feeling sort of way. I cannot explain that better than that. He just did not feel like a stranger in the dangerous sense. So we walked. We talked very little, at least not in the way people usually do when they are getting to know someone. It was more like quiet companionship than conversation. The road back was not fast, and the rain made everything seem slower and softer. The world around us felt empty in a peaceful way, the kind of way only comes with rain and gray skies. I remember the sound of our steps, the wet smell of the ground, the weight of the jacket around my shoulders, and the feeling that somehow I was not alone at exactly the moment when I most needed not to be. After about an hour, my mom drove up near us. She rolled close enough to motion me over to the car. She told me she had been just about to come get me. I think she had realized I was taking too long, or maybe the rain had made her worry about me. I was glad to see her, but I also turned right away to the boy because I wanted to give him his jacket back. It was his, after all, and even though I had only been wearing it a little while, it already felt important that I return it properly. I held it out to him, but he refused. He would not take it back. He just smiled, waved goodbye, and walked away. There was something final about that moment, but not sad. He did not look upset. He did not act like he was losing anything important by leaving the jacket with me. He simply chose not to take it, and then left. I got into the car with my mom, and we drove home. That should have been the end of it. At least, that is what I thought. The next day, I was going through my clothes and found the jacket again. It still smelled like rain and outdoors. I thought about the boy and decided that I should make one more effort to return it. Just because he had refused the day before did not mean I should keep something that belonged to him, especially when he had only given it to me out of kindness. So I decided to wash it and take it back to him properly. Before washing it, I checked the pockets. I do not know exactly why. Maybe I was looking for a clue about who he was, maybe just making sure I did not ruin anything important in the wash. Inside one of the pockets, I found an address written on a piece of paper. That seemed like a good sign to me. Now I had somewhere to take it. So I washed the jacket, folded it, and headed to the address. The street was not hard to find, but when I got there, it struck me as strange. It was a one-lane road, quiet and simple, and there was only one house there. That alone made the place feel isolated in a way I did not expect. I remember standing there for a moment before walking up, holding the clean jacket, thinking that in a few minutes I would probably hand it back to the boy and thank him again. I did not expect anything unusual. I thought it would be straightforward. I knocked on the door. After a few moments, a woman opened it. I smiled and said something simple. I told her that her son had loaned me his jacket the night before and that I wanted to return it. The second I said those words, everything changed. She burst into tears. Then she looked down at me with anger in her face, almost as if she thought I was mocking her. For a moment I was completely confused. I did not understand what I had said wrong. I told her I did not know what she meant. I tried to explain that I was telling the truth, that a boy had met me at the cemetery in the rain, put his jacket around my shoulders, walked with me, and would not take it back. Then her expression changed. She started crying even harder, but now she looked at me differently. The anger left, and there was something else there. Pain, yes, but also shock and maybe even a strange kind of happiness. Then she told me something I have never forgotten. She said her son had died. He had died a year ago to the day. He could not possibly have given me his jacket. I remember standing there not knowing what to do with myself. My whole body went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. My mind tried to reject what she was saying at first. That made no sense. I had walked with him. I had looked at him. He had spoken to me. I had worn his jacket. I had tried to give it back. He had waved goodbye and walked away. None of that fit with what she was telling me. But then she said something even stranger. She said it was the jacket he had been wearing the night he died. That was the moment the whole world seemed to shift under me. I do not know how long I stood there. I do not remember all the words that followed. I remember the feeling more than anything else. Shock, confusion, fear, and also something else that is harder to name. A sense that what had happened was somehow not wrong, even though it was impossible. The woman's grief was so real and so immediate that I could not question her. She believed what she was saying because it was the truth as she had lived it. And I believed what I had lived too. I ended up keeping the jacket. I do not remember now whether she insisted I keep it or whether the moment simply made it impossible to do anything else. But I left with it and later went back home to California. That jacket became my favorite jacket after that, not because it was especially beautiful or fashionable, but because of what it meant and because of who had given it to me. I know that may sound strange to some people. Some would have burned it, buried it, or gotten rid of it immediately. But I could not do that. The jacket did not feel cursed to me. It did not feel dangerous. It felt protective, kind, almost like a gift that had been meant for me for reasons I did not understand. And then I started seeing the boy sometimes. Not all the time. Not every day. But whenever I was in Indiana, I would occasionally catch sight of him. He seemed to follow me in some quiet way, not in a threatening way but as if he were still watching over me. At first that should have frightened me more than anything else. But somehow it did not. Maybe it was because the first time I met him, he helped me. Maybe it was because his face had never carried anything cruel in it. Or maybe it was simply because after learning he was dead, There was no way to pretend any of this was ordinary anymore, so I stopped trying to fit it into ordinary rules. Something else happened after that too. I found myself going through more dangerous situations, more close calls, more moments when things could have gone terribly wrong. I do not know whether those things were connected to him, or only part of life, but sometimes I felt as if he appeared in those moments, almost like a warning or a shield. One of the strongest examples happened when I was flying back to Indiana last week. The plane almost crashed. We were already in Indiana airspace at that point. I had been asleep when the turbulence started. It must have been bad because I woke up suddenly, not fully understanding what was happening at first. Everything around me felt wrong. The plane was shaking. People were frightened. And when I opened my eyes properly, sitting right next to me in the empty seat was the boy. His hand was on mine. I cannot explain how powerful that moment felt. I was terrified because of the plane, but when I saw him there, some part of me calmed. Not fully, not enough to stop being afraid of what might happen, but enough to feel that I was not alone in it. He did not say anything. He did not need to. His hand on mine was enough. After maybe a minute or so, the plane regained altitude. The shaking eased. Everything steadied. And when things were okay again, he was gone. No one else on the plane seemed to have noticed anything. It was just me and him for that moment. Then there was another time, not long after that, when I was at my mom's house using her laptop in the basement, while I watched my baby cousin Garrett. It was an ordinary enough evening. I was online, half paying attention to the computer and half paying attention to the baby, the way people often do when they are trying to keep an eye on a child but also get something done. The basement was quiet, and nothing about the moment seemed unusual. Then he appeared again. He stood there looking at me, smiling the same way he had smiled that day in the rain. He came close, kissed my forehead, and left. That was all. It happened so simply that if it had been anyone else telling me the story, I might have doubted it. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. It was gentle. He was gentle. It was not frightening. It was almost tender, like someone checking in on me, reminding me that he was still near. Over time, I stopped trying so hard to figure out what he wanted exactly. At first I thought maybe he was attached to the jacket, or maybe he was attached to me because I had been the one to carry it back toward his home. Then I wondered if maybe he had simply taken pity on me in the rain at the cemetery, and that one act had somehow linked us. Or maybe he had his own reason for appearing near my great-uncle's grave that day, and I just happened to be there. I have gone over many possibilities in my mind, but none of them fully explains it. The truth is, I do not know why he came to me. I only know that he did. And strangely enough, I do not feel afraid of him. That is perhaps the most important part of all this. So many people hear ghost stories and immediately think danger, evil, haunting, or darkness. But not everything from the other side, if there is an other side, feels that way. This boy has never felt malicious to me. He has never threatened me. If anything, he has seemed protective. The jacket in the rain. His hand on mine in the plane. The kiss on my forehead in the basement. Those are not the actions of something trying to harm me. Those are the actions of someone who seems to care. I still think often about his mother. That moment at her door changed me. I can still see the way her face moved from anger to grief to something almost like hope. Imagine opening the door and hearing that your son, dead for a year, had somehow given his jacket to a stranger in the rain. Imagine hearing that from someone who clearly is not joking, who stands there confused and sincere, holding the very jacket your son wore the night he died. I cannot begin to understand what that must have felt like for her. I think part of her believed me because some part of her needed to. Another part may have believed because she recognized the impossible truth in the jacket itself. I also think about the cemetery. There is something fitting, in a strange way, about meeting him there. Cemeteries are places where the living and the dead already feel close to one another. I had gone there thinking of one dead relative and left with the presence of another dead person entirely, someone I had never known before that moment. Maybe grief opens certain doors. Maybe rain does. Maybe lonely visits to graves do. I do not know. But I know that the day I stood there talking to my great-uncle's tombstone, hoping he knew I still came to see him, the world around me changed in a way I never expected. I often wonder what he was like when he was alive. Not just in the way I saw him, but as a full person. Who did he laugh with? What music did he like? Did he have someone who missed him every day? Was he the kind of boy who always looked out for others? Was he shy? Funny? Quiet? Serious? There is something painful about knowing a person only after death, and only in fragments. I know him through a rain-soaked encounter, a borrowed jacket, a grieving mother, and a handful of appearances since then. That is not enough to know a life. But it is enough to know a spirit, at least in the small way I have known him. There are times when I think he came to me because he wanted someone to know he was still there. And there are times when I think he came because I needed him. Maybe it was both. When I was younger, I probably would have tried harder to explain all of this away. I would have blamed exhaustion, grief, coincidence, and imagination. But the jacket made that impossible. You cannot explain away a physical jacket with an address in the pocket, a mother who recognizes it, and a story attached to it that reaches back to the night of her son's death. That is what made this different from a dream, or a passing impression. The jacket existed. It was real. I wore it. I washed it. I carried it to his house. That one object rooted the whole experience in the physical world. And because of that, everything that happened afterward felt possible in a way ghost stories usually do not. I still have the jacket. It is still my favorite. Not because it is magical in some obvious way, but because it reminds me that love, kindness, and presence may continue in ways we do not understand. When I put it on, I do not feel haunted. I feel accompanied. There is a difference. Haunted means pursued by fear. Accompanied means not being alone. That may be why I have never tried to get rid of it. Some people would say keeping it invites more activity. Maybe it does. But if the activity is him, I do not mind. I have learned to trust the feeling I get when he is near. It is not heavy or evil. It is not cold in the wrong way. It is not like the horror stories where the dead come back angry. It is quiet, watchful, sometimes almost sweet. I do not know how long he will keep appearing. Maybe one day he will stop. Maybe he already has what he needed from whatever connection began in that cemetery rain. Or maybe he will always appear when I am in Indiana, in those moments when I most need reminding that I am not alone. I cannot say. I only know this. 3 years ago I went to leave flowers and an American flag at my great-uncle's grave. It started to rain. A boy I had never seen before appeared, smiled at me, put his jacket around my shoulders, and walked me safely back. The next day I tried to return that jacket and found out he had died a year earlier, wearing that same coat. Since then, I have seen him again and again in ways that always seem to come at moments of fear or tenderness. Some people would call that haunting. I do not. To me, it feels more like being looked after by someone who, for reasons I may never fully understand, chose not to leave me alone in certain moments. And for all the strangeness of it, for all the impossibility, I am grateful. When we left the old building and moved into my current apartment, I hoped things would finally calm down. By then, I had already spent enough years living in places where strange things happened that I should have known better than to expect a fresh start just because the address changed. Still, some part of me really did hope. It had been just under 2 years ago when we made that move. The new place was less than a mile away from the old one, still in the same zip code, still in the same part of town, and still surrounded by the same old history that seems to cling to everything in this area. I live in the Ocean View section of Norfolk, Virginia. This end of town is old, much older than a lot of people realize if they only drive through it without thinking. There are buildings here that are 50, 100, sometimes even more years old. The streets hold a lot of history, and not all of that history feels peaceful. Some of it feels heavy, unsettled, and dark in a way that can be hard to explain unless you have lived around old places for a long time. From the very first second I walked into this apartment, I knew it had once been a school. Nobody had to tell me. I could feel it before I ever had it confirmed. The structure itself gave it away. It is a solid brick and concrete building, the kind that feels heavier than an ordinary apartment building. The layout and the way the walls sit around you make it obvious that the original building had one purpose, and then, sometime later, somebody had tried to turn it into something else. It also looked like the building had been expanded at some point, as if the original structure had been added onto later until it became a 3-story place instead of what it was in the beginning. There was just something about the proportions, the hallways, the walls, and the feeling of the place that told me it had started as a school. Later I found out that I was right. It had once been the old Ocean View Elementary School, and sometime in the 1940s it had been replaced by another school about a mile down the road. So I had moved into an old school building turned into apartments, and before I even unpacked much, I already knew there was something else in the building besides the living. By that point in my life, I had spent enough time in paranormally active places that I had become very sensitive to the feeling of them. When you live around enough strange things, you start noticing patterns and atmospheres other people miss. Some people might call that imagination, but I do not think it is. I think repeated exposure changes the way you sense a place. You become aware of subtle shifts in energy, in sound, in mood, in the way certain rooms feel when you stand in them. That building did not feel empty from the start. It felt occupied in a way that had nothing to do with neighbors or roommates. Within the first week of moving in, I had my first experience there. I was sitting alone in the living room, just settling into the place, still surrounded by that half-moved-in feeling where things are technically in the apartment, but not yet fully part of your life. At some point, while I was sitting there by myself, I heard the sound of children laughing. Now, if you hear children laughing in an ordinary apartment complex, that usually is not alarming. Children laugh outside all the time. They pass through buildings, down sidewalks, up stairwells, in the street, in courtyards everywhere. But what made this different was where it sounded like it came from. It did not sound far away. It did not sound muffled through a wall. It sounded like it came from directly in front of me, in the middle of my living room. I still cannot say for certain whether it truly came from inside the room, or if maybe some sound from outside or upstairs traveled in a strange way. The building is old enough that sound does odd things in it sometimes. But whatever the explanation, it chilled me because it felt close. Too close. That was the first sign that the new apartment was not going to be any more normal than the old one. A friend of mine came over not long after that, and she had her own experience almost right away. She had barely walked into the apartment when she said she felt a hand grab hers. What made it stranger was the way she described it. She said the hand felt small, like a child's hand. She was not laughing when she said it. She was genuinely startled. That detail stayed with me because it echoed the laughing I had heard a few days earlier. The old school feeling of the building was already sitting in the back of my mind, and now I had heard children's laughter, and my friend felt a small hand grab hers when she entered. That was enough to start building a picture in my mind, even if I tried not to think too hard about it at first. A few months later, something happened that made the apartment feel much more personal and much more invasive. I was home alone one day and getting ready to go out. To explain this properly, I should describe the layout because the shape of the apartment matters to the way things happen there. The apartment is laid out almost like an H. There is a long living room space in the front, and from there you go through an archway into the kitchen hall area. That section then narrows into a hallway, with a pantry on the left and the bathroom on the right, just before the bedroom door. The bedroom itself is about 12 by 14 and feels isolated from the rest of the apartment. It sits back there by itself like a separate little world. From the bedroom, you cannot hear someone knocking on the front door. The building itself is brick and concrete, with plaster walls and a raised wooden floor. Technically the ground floor is below ground level, which adds another strange layer to the whole feeling of the place. Everything about it feels thick and cut off. That day I was in the bathroom getting out of the shower. The bathroom door was wide open because if it is not fully open, it blocks the hallway. Just outside the bathroom, in the kitchen hall section, we had a large dresser with a 45-gallon fish tank sitting on top of it. The glass on the tank reflected parts of the kitchen, so if you were standing in the bathroom and looked the right way, you could see into the kitchen through the reflection. I had flipped my head down to wrap my hair in a towel when I looked into the fish tank and saw a tall male figure standing in the kitchen. The sight was so immediate and so clear that I did not stop to think. I straightened up and rushed out into the kitchen to see who was there, fully expecting in that instant that somehow someone had gotten into the apartment. But there was no one there. Just the cat and me. No boyfriend, no intruder, no neighbor, nobody. I checked around because there are moments when your mind still fights to stay logical, even after you see something impossible. I went back into the bathroom and tried to see if maybe I had mistaken some reflection for a person. I tried to recreate the angle. I looked at everything I could. But I never figured it out, and I never saw that figure in the kitchen like that again. That one moment remained by itself, clear and unresolved. Several months later, there was another event that involved all three of us, me, my boyfriend, and the cat. We were in the front living area of the apartment, and all the lights in the other end of the apartment were off. Both of us were sitting down and the cat was up with us, so nobody was moving around. Suddenly I heard a sound from the back end of the apartment. It was very distinct. It sounded like a foot dragging across the carpet. If you have ever heard that sound, you know exactly what I mean. Not a heavy stomp, not a shuffle, but a dragging scrape that has a very human quality to it. I looked straight at my boyfriend, and he was already looking at me. We both knew we had heard it. Neither of us could explain it. The cat acted strangely for the rest of the evening, sticking close to us and refusing to stay alone in any room. Animals always tell you something with their behavior, and that cat knew something was wrong. Then, 2 days later, it happened again. This time all three of us were in the bedroom. Me, my boyfriend, and the cat were all there, all off the floor, with the rest of the apartment dark and closed off. Once again, that same sound came from the other end of the apartment. A foot dragging across the carpet. Clear as day. There was no mistaking it. Nobody was there. Nothing should have made that sound. We listened, waited, and tried to understand it, but it never happened again after those 2 times. We never found any explanation for it either. It was one of those noises that enters your life, proves itself twice, and then vanishes before you can get used to it or investigate it properly. Around that same time, the archway in the apartment started bothering all of us in a way that was hard to explain. My boyfriend and I were both grown adults, 27 and 31, yet we started leaving a light on in the front part of the apartment at night because the darkened archway between the 2 sections of the apartment gave us the creeps. If you were sitting in the bedroom and the living room was dark, looking through that archway into the darkness would make you feel completely unnerved. It was not an ordinary dislike of darkness. It was specific to that opening. Many of our friends felt it too when they came over. What made it even stranger was that if you sat in the living room and looked toward the dark bedroom hall side, it did not feel the same. There was no matching sense of unease in reverse. The bad feeling belonged to the archway when viewed from the back, not the front. It was so consistent that it became impossible not to notice. At the same time, both my boyfriend and I began having these odd, "I'm not alone" feelings whenever we were in the bedroom by ourselves. I would be alone in the apartment, back in the bedroom, and suddenly I would be absolutely certain my boyfriend had come home. The feeling would be so real that I would get up and go looking into the living room, expecting to find him there or to hear signs that he had just walked in. But the apartment would be locked up and empty. There would be no one there. Later, he told me he had the exact same experience when he was home alone in the bedroom. That detail mattered a lot to me because it was not just one of us imagining things. We were both independently feeling as if another person had entered the apartment while we were alone, and both times we found no one there. Then came a couple of events that took the weirdness from unsettling to truly creepy. One night my boyfriend was in the bathroom using the toilet, and I was in the bedroom with the cat watching TV. I got up, turned the TV off, and left the room. To get past the bathroom door, I had to push it in a little because, if it is open but not all the way open, it blocks the hallway. My cat was right behind me, as always. She often followed me around like a dog. We both went to the living room and sat down there together. A few minutes later, my boyfriend came out and joined us. Then he asked me if I had walked past the bathroom door twice. I told him no, and he explained what he had seen. Just before I had actually walked by the door, out of the corner of his eye he had seen a pale female leg pass by the opening. That was why he thought I had already gone past once before the actual moment he heard and saw me. I pointed out that to get by, I would have had to move the bathroom door, and since the cat was with me, if I had gone by twice he would have seen me 3 times, not just twice. He never figured out what he had seen. But the image of a pale female leg moving past the bathroom stayed with both of us. Then the very next night, the apartment answered back in an even stranger way. This time my boyfriend was standing in the bathroom shaving, and I was out in the hallway talking to him. The bathroom door was open and blocking the hall the way it usually did. While I was standing there, in the middle of talking, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It was a pale white female hand with sharp claws. It wrapped itself around the doorknob and then pulled back around behind the edge of the door. I stopped in mid-sentence because the sight shocked me so hard. My boyfriend asked what I had seen, and I told him. He looked immediately, but there was nothing there. That hand has never left my mind. Pale, white female, with sharp claws. It was not a quick random blur. It had form. It had shape. It reached. And then it was gone. That is the kind of thing that changes how you move around a place afterward. It makes every doorway feel less safe, every dark edge feel like something could be just behind it waiting to lean out again. Things became even worse once the dreams started. I began dreaming of a young white man, maybe between 20 and 23 years old, dressed in military fatigues. In the dreams, he was fighting with a woman in the apartment. The scenes felt violent and emotional, as if I were watching some terrible event from another time unfold inside my own home. In the dream, something happened between them, and eventually he ended up hanging himself in the bathtub using the big steam pipe that runs through the apartment. It is an 8-inch pipe, heavy and impossible to miss, stretching through the whole place. Those dreams disturbed me deeply. They did not feel like random nightmares. They felt specific, repeated, and connected to the apartment itself. Then I started seeing a green military-style belt hanging off that steam pipe in the bathroom out of the corner of my eye. That was what pushed it from nightmare into something else entirely. Seeing the belt, even only in quick side glances, made the dreams feel too real. It upset me badly. It started affecting my mental health. I became more anxious, more worn down, more afraid of being in the apartment, especially alone. The line between dream and waking disturbance was getting too thin. Finally, after one last violent dream, I decided I had had enough. I performed a full-blown ritual cleansing on the apartment. I did not do it lightly or casually. I did everything I knew to do. I needed that place cleared out because I could feel it getting inside me in a way that was not healthy anymore. After the cleansing, things got much better. The apartment felt lighter. Most of the major weirdness stopped. The scraping sounds disappeared. The shadows and shapes were gone. The dreams of the young man stopped. Even the horrible feeling from the archway went away. It was one of the clearest examples I have ever had of a cleansing actually making a difference. But of course, with places like this, peace never seems to last forever. Within the last few months, strange things have started up again. Not as strong as before, but enough to notice. Mostly it has been misty, or white shapes catching the corner of my eye. My boyfriend recently told me that one morning, while he was home alone, he swore he saw someone walk through the living room. There is also that creeping uneasiness from the archway again. Not as overwhelming as before, but present enough that I recognize it right away. That old nervous tension has begun edging back into the apartment, and I know what that means. It is probably time for another cleansing. What makes this apartment so unsettling to me is how layered it feels. The old school energy was there from the very start. The children's laughter. The small hand grabbing my friend. That was one feeling, one history. Then there was the tall male figure in the kitchen reflection, the dragging footstep sounds, the archway dread, the feeling of another person in the bedroom, the pale leg, the clawed hand, and finally the dreams of the soldier. Those things did not all feel exactly the same. Some felt residual, like memories stuck in the building. Others felt interactive, aware, and too close. It was never just one haunting. It felt like a place where different pieces of the past and different presences all pressed against each other. And maybe that makes sense in an old-school building in a historic area. Buildings like that hold more than furniture and tenants. They hold years. They hold children, teachers, arguments, loneliness, accidents, stress, joy, fear, and all the unnoticed emotional weight of ordinary life repeated for decades. And in the age of the neighborhood and the old unsettled history of Ocean View, and maybe it is no surprise that a converted school apartment does not feel empty. Still, none of that makes it easier to sleep through footsteps you cannot explain, or to stand in a hallway after seeing a clawed hand wrap around a doorknob that should only be touched by the living. That is the thing about these places. No matter how much history you pile up as explanation, the moment itself is still the moment. You are still standing there. You are still hearing it. You are still afraid. And afterward, you are still the one lying awake wondering whether the cleansing will hold this time, or whether the next strange thing is already on its way. My mother passed away in October of 2005 after a long and painful 2-year battle with cancer. Even now, when I think back on those years, it feels like a slow and terrible storm that kept getting worse no matter how much we hoped it would stop. Watching someone you love fade away like that changes something inside you. It is one thing to hear that cancer is cruel, and it is another thing to watch what it does to a person who once seemed strong, warm, familiar, and full of life. My mother had always been a healthy-looking woman for most of her adult life. She usually weighed around 150 pounds, and to me that was just part of how she had always been. She was my mother. She was supposed to be there. She was supposed to be steady. Then the cancer came in and slowly took everything from her. By the end, she weighed only in the 80s. She had become so thin that it almost did not seem possible that this was the same person who had raised me. She suffered terribly, especially because she could not eat. There is something especially painful about seeing a person no longer able to do something as simple and human as eating. It is not just the weight loss. It is the helplessness of it. It is the way the body seems to give up one normal thing after another. Every visit, every conversation, every family moment started carrying this shadow over it. We were not just spending time with her anymore. We were watching time take her away from us. I come from a family where strange things are not completely unusual. I do not mean that in a dramatic way. I just mean that there have always been little signs, feelings, odd happenings, and moments that some people might call spiritual experiences. In our family, people sometimes say that the gift gets passed down. Some people are more open to it than others, and some people notice things more easily. There have been enough experiences through the years that nobody in my family can fully laugh them off, even if some try harder than others to act skeptical. My 2 older sisters, for example, have always been more open to that side of life than I have. I am the youngest boy and the only boy in the family. I do not know if that matters in some spiritual sense, but I do know that I always handled things differently from my sisters. Right after my mother passed away, both of them had small experiences that seemed to tell them she was all right. Nothing huge, but enough. Enough for them to feel that she was happy, that she was no longer in pain, that she was still with us in some way. They each had those little hints, those small moments that gave them comfort. I heard their stories, and while I wanted to believe them, I also felt left out in a quiet and painful way. Because I had nothing. No sign. No dream. No sudden peaceful feeling. No smell, no voice, no strange event. Nothing at all. I kept waiting for something. I did not even realize how much I was waiting until time began passing and still nothing came. It was like my sisters had been given these little bits of comfort from my mother, and I was standing there empty-handed. I told myself that maybe I was just not open enough, that maybe I was too stubborn or too unwilling to really accept that kind of thing. I have always been more in tune with my sixth sense than I like to admit, but at the same time, I have also always tried to ignore it. If I felt something strange in a room, I would shrug it off. If I had a bad feeling, I would push it down. If I noticed something that did not quite make sense, I would go looking for a practical reason first. It was easier that way. It felt safer. So maybe that was part of why I got nothing. Maybe I had spent too much of my life refusing to see what was there. Then, 2 years to the exact day after my mother's death, something happened. It was one of those ordinary evenings that begins without any sign that it is going to become something unforgettable. I walked up into my bedroom like I had done 1,000 times before. There was nothing strange in my mind when I went upstairs. I was not specifically thinking about ghosts or signs or messages. But there was one item in my room that had always connected me to my mother, even in a quiet way. On my dresser mirror, I kept a mass card from her wake. The card had a picture of Jesus praying and looking up toward heaven. I had kept it there by sticking it about a quarter of the way down between the mirror glass and the wooden frame. It had been there for a long time, tucked in that same spot, almost like part of the room by then. I did not move it. I did not really think about it much on a daily basis. But it was there, and because it came from her wake, it had a quiet importance. It was one of those little objects you keep not because you handle it every day, but because just seeing it makes you remember. So I walked into the bedroom, and the first thing I noticed was that the mass card was no longer where it belonged. Instead, it was sitting upright in a laundry basket on the floor about 2.5 feet away from the mirror. That alone stopped me cold. It was not lying flat in some random way that might have made it seem like it had simply slipped and landed. It was upright, balanced, positioned in a way that immediately caught my attention because it did not look accidental. It looked placed. I remember standing there staring at it for a moment, my mind trying to work out the simplest explanation. Maybe it had fallen. Maybe a draft had moved it. Maybe something about the angle of the card and the mirror had finally shifted just enough for it to slip out. That is how my mind works in moments like that. I do not start with the supernatural. I start with the practical, even when the practical does not really satisfy me. So I picked the mass card up and put it back in the mirror. Then I started testing it. I dropped it over and over again. I must have dropped that card around 15 times, maybe more, trying to see if it could somehow land in that basket in the same way. Every time, it fell wrong. It dropped to the floor. It hit nearby. It slid away. But not once did it even come within a foot of landing upright in that basket. That is what got me. If it had been possible, even once, I might have gone with that explanation. But it was not just difficult. It seemed impossible. Not only had it landed in the basket, it had landed upright, exactly the way it had been when I first saw it. I stopped dropping the card and just stood there for a second. It was one of those moments where you know something is pressing on the edge of your mind and heart at the same time. I could feel myself wanting to ignore it, wanting to say it was weird and leave it at that. But because of the date, because of what the card was, because of my mother, I could not just walk away from it. So I said out loud, "Mom, if that's you, I love you and I really hope you are proud of me." That was something she used to say to me. She would tell me she was proud of me, and even after she died, that was one of the things I miss most. Not just her voice in general, but those particular words. There are certain things only a mother says in exactly the right way. There are certain reassurances you can hear from other people all day long, but when it is your mother's voice, it means something different. I think that is why, in that moment, those were the words that came out. Not because I had planned them, but because they belonged to her and to me. After that, I went downstairs and told my wife what had happened. She already knew very well about my family, and the way strange things seemed to happen around us. She knew about what my sisters had experienced. She knew that I had been waiting, whether I admitted it openly or not, for some kind of sign of my own. She listened seriously, not like I was crazy, and that meant a lot to me. The next person I wanted to tell was my stepfather. He had not been himself lately. The anniversary of my mother's passing was hitting him hard, and the holidays coming up only made it worse. Anyone who has lost someone close knows how anniversaries and holidays can press on grief until it feels fresh again. I felt like maybe hearing about the mass card might help him a little, or at least remind him that maybe she was still near us somehow. So I called him and told him everything exactly as it happened. I described how I found the card, how it was standing upright in the basket, how I tried dropping it again and could not make it happen even once. Then I ended the story by saying, "I hope this kind of thing does not freak you out or make you feel worse. I felt like I needed to tell you. It was probably just the wind or something anyway." That last part was very much me, still trying to retreat into logic even in the middle of something I clearly did not think was just the wind. My stepfather surprised me, though. He told me, "No, I actually look forward to these kinds of stories from you and your sisters." That stayed with me too. There was something sad and tender in that answer. He wanted those stories. He needed them. To him, they were not frightening. They were comforting because they meant maybe my mother had not vanished completely from our lives. We talked a little more, then said goodbye and hung up. There is another part of this story that matters a lot, even though it may seem at first like it is off to the side. That year, in July of 2007, my wife and I had a brand new baby girl. We named her after my mother. That was important to me in a way I cannot fully explain. It felt like a way to honor my mother, to keep part of her close in the most beautiful way possible. We already had 2 other children, and our whole family is Italian. My wife and I both have olive skin and dark brown eyes. Our children looked very much like us, like what you would expect from our side of the family. My mother, though, had been Scotch-Irish. She had fair skin and blue eyes. And our new baby girl, the one we named after her, was born with fair skin and blue eyes too. That by itself felt special. But there was more than that. Every time I looked into that baby's blue eyes, I felt something that is hard to put into words without sounding strange. They did not just remind me of my mother because of their color. It was something deeper than that. It was as if I recognized something in them. Not literally my mother, not some simple rebirth idea, but something old and familiar in the soul behind the eyes. My baby had what people sometimes call an old soul. When I looked at her, I felt it. There was a depth there that always made me think of my mother, and that connection mattered deeply to the rest of what happened. That same night, after the mass card incident and after the phone call with my stepfather, it was around 1 in the morning and I still could not sleep. My wife had fallen asleep downstairs on the couch. She was completely exhausted, which made perfect sense because she was caring for a newborn baby. Those early months with a new baby drain you in a way that nothing else really does. So she slept, and I stayed awake. I sat downstairs in front of the television, but I was not really watching. I was just staring at some show, half lost in my own thoughts. The whole day had left me feeling strange. I was not scared exactly. It was more like I felt emotionally open in a way I usually do not allow myself to be. The anniversary of my mother's death, the card, the phone call, the baby named after her, all of it was moving around inside me. Then I heard the baby crying through the monitor. I got up right away and walked into my bedroom. And there it was again. The same mass card was sitting upright in the laundry basket in the exact same place. When I saw it, something in me shifted completely. Once might have been strange enough to make me question things, but twice in one day, after everything else, in the exact same impossible position, was too much to dismiss. Before that day, I had never even bothered to read the back of the mass card. It had always been about the picture, the memory of the wake, and the connection to my mother. But now, standing there in the room with the card once again upright in the basket, I turned it over and read the back. There was a line printed on it in capital letters. It said, "And to you I give the greatest gift of all." That line hit me harder than I can describe. I stood there staring at it, and in that moment everything seemed to come together at once. The card on the anniversary of her death. My stepfather's sadness. My newborn daughter named after my mother. Her blue eyes. The feeling I always got when I looked at her. The words on that card. The greatest gift of all. Maybe someone else could read that and think it was coincidence. Maybe someone else could still tell me it was only the wind, or bad luck, or the card slipping in some weird way and landing just right twice. But for me, in that moment, it did not feel like coincidence at all. It felt like a message. Not just a random little sign, but something shaped carefully enough that I could finally understand it. For 2 years after my mother died, I had gotten nothing while my sisters had their little visits and assurances. I had felt left out. Forgotten, almost, though I would never say that aloud because it sounds selfish. But that is what grief can do to you. It can make you ache for one small thing that proves your loved one still sees you. Then, on the exact anniversary of her death, I got that sign. And not only did I get it, but it came attached to words that seemed to reach straight into the center of my life at that moment. The greatest gift of all. I could not help thinking of my daughter. I could not help thinking of her name, her eyes, her presence, the way she reminded me of my mother without actually being my mother. It was as if my mother was telling me that she knew, that she saw the child, that she approved, and that she understood what that baby meant to us. And maybe she was telling me something more. Maybe she was telling me that life goes on in the most mysterious and beautiful ways. That even after terrible loss, there can still be gifts. That even after watching her suffer and die, and after feeling empty for 2 years, there was still something of love being given back to me. I do not know if those thoughts were exactly what she intended, if she intended anything at all in the way the living imagine intention. But that is what it meant to me, and that is what matters. I remember standing there in the bedroom with that card in my hand, overwhelmed by a mixture of grief, comfort, confusion, and awe. It was almost too much to feel all at once. Grief is strange that way. Even comfort can hurt when it comes from the person you miss most. I do not think I slept much that night either. I kept going over it in my head. The position of the card. The way it would not fall into the basket when I tested it. The exact same impossible placement later that night. The line on the back. The anniversary date. The baby. My mother's name carried forward. Her blue eyes in my daughter's face. The timing of it all felt too exact. For a long time before that, I had tried to keep myself shut off from things like this. I had always felt things, sensed things, noticed things I could not easily explain, but I chose to ignore them when I could. It was my way of staying sane, of staying practical, of not becoming the kind of person who sees every coincidence as supernatural. But that day broke through all of that. It was as if my mother, or whatever force allowed that moment to happen, finally found a way to get through my stubbornness. Not with a dream. Not with a smell. Not with a whisper. But with something physical and impossible enough that I could not brush it aside. That mattered too. Because maybe she knew me well enough to know I would not accept anything less. My sisters had gotten little hints and quiet feelings. I got a sign that I could pick up, test, question, and still not explain. And maybe that was exactly what I needed. I have often thought about the fact that my mother used to tell me she was proud of me. Those words lived in me so strongly that the first thing I said in response to the card was that I hoped she was proud of me. Maybe that was the real heart of all of it. Maybe what I had been waiting for all along was not just proof of her existence somewhere beyond pain, but that reassurance. That she was still my mother in the only ways that matter, still loving, still seeing, still wanting me to know I was not forgotten. The card gave me that in its own way. And the fact that it happened on that exact date, the second anniversary of her death, makes it something I will never be able to dismiss. 2 years to the day, not one day before or one day after. That kind of timing has its own weight. It also changed something in me after that. I stopped feeling left out of the family's strange experiences. I stopped secretly wondering why my sisters got signs and I did not. I stopped feeling like maybe I had been overlooked. Instead, I began to believe that signs come in their own time, when we are finally able to receive them. Maybe I was not ready before. Maybe I was too angry, too skeptical, too shut down. Maybe I needed to become a father again, to hold my daughter and look into her eyes and feel my mother in that unexplainable soul-level way before I could finally understand the sign when it came. Even now, when I think about that card sitting upright in the basket, I still feel the same mixture of amazement and peace. I still remember how impossible it looked. I still remember testing it again and again. I still remember the line on the back. And I still think of my mother. Not as she was at the very end, not as the cancer left her, not as the pain reduced her. I think of her as herself. Strong, loving, funny, proud, watching her family, seeing her granddaughter, finding some way, through all the walls between the living and the dead, to move one little card twice in one day so that her stubborn son would finally understand. Maybe some people will hear this and say it was all chance. Maybe they will say I wanted it so badly that I shaped the meaning out of random events. That is their right. But I know what that day felt like. I know what that night felt like. I know how deeply that message landed in me. And when I read those words, "And to you I give the greatest gift of all," I knew in my heart that my mother had finally sent me something of my own. Not because she loved my sisters more or less, not because she had forgotten me and then remembered, but because this was the moment and the form in which I could finally receive it. Since then, I have never looked at that mass card the same way. It is no longer just something from her wake tucked into a mirror. It became the first clear sign she ever gave me. And because of that, it became something sacred in the quietest, most personal way. My mom died much too early. She was only 51 years old, and even now, after all this time, that fact still feels wrong to me. 51 is not old. It is not even close to the age where a family begins preparing itself for the idea that maybe a mother will not be around much longer. She should have had many more years. She should have had more birthdays, more holidays, more ordinary mornings, more chances to laugh, more time to sit in the kitchen and talk, more chances to grow old in the way mothers are supposed to. But none of that happened. Her death came into our lives with shocking speed and terrible force, and the whole thing was deeply traumatic for everyone who loved her. It began with one of the worst sounds I know. The phone ringing in the middle of the night. There is something about that sound that changes instantly when it comes at the wrong hour. A phone ringing during the day is just a phone. A phone ringing in the middle of the night feels like a warning before anyone even says a word. It cuts through sleep in a way that makes your whole body tense before your mind has even caught up. You know, somehow, before you answer it, that normal life has already been broken. That is exactly what happened that night. One of my brothers was on the other end of the line. He told me that Mom had suffered a major heart attack and that I needed to get home as quickly as I could. I do not remember every word after that, because moments like that have a way of turning everything blurry and too sharp at the same time. But I remember the feeling. The instant fear. The way the world seemed to tip. The awful rush of trying to get dressed, think, move, and understand all at once. Nothing feels real in those first minutes after a call like that. You are awake, but it feels like a nightmare that your body is forced to walk through. My mother survived for 4 days after the heart attack. Those 4 days were some of the hardest days of my life. She was terribly sick and in so much pain. Watching someone you love suffer when you can do almost nothing to stop it is one of the most helpless feelings in the world. You want to offer comfort, but comfort begins to feel too small. You want to say the right thing, but there are no right words. You want to fix something, anything, but you cannot fix a failing body just because your heart is breaking. All you can do is sit there, talk to them, hold their hand, and try to keep them company while fear hangs over everything like a storm cloud that will not move. At one point, trying to distract her from what she was going through, I mentioned that I had lost my watch. It was not an expensive watch. It was not valuable in the sense that anyone would think it was worth much money. But it was my watch, my only one, and it had been driving me crazy that I could not find it. That kind of thing can get under your skin, especially in stressful times. A small missing object can become strangely important when everything else feels out of control. So I mentioned it, maybe hoping a simple little problem would give us both something ordinary to focus on for a few minutes. My mother grabbed onto that right away. That was her way. Even sick, even hurting, even while her own body was failing her, she still turned outward toward her family. She still wanted to solve problems. She still wanted to take care of things. So once I told her I had lost my watch, it became something she could think about. She started suggesting all kinds of places it might be. Maybe I had left it somewhere obvious. Maybe it was in a drawer. Maybe I had put it in a jacket pocket. Maybe it had fallen behind something. She kept trying to help me figure it out, and in a strange way, it was comforting to see that even then, she was still being my mother. Eventually, she fell asleep. But only for a short while. About 10 minutes later she woke up and told me she knew who had the watch. She said our Labrador had it. At the time, that sounded funny enough that it broke the heaviness for a moment. Our Labrador was about 9 months old then and very mischievous. He got into everything. He was the kind of dog that lived with his nose in trouble and his heart full of complete innocence. He could take almost anything and turn it into a game without even trying. So the idea that he might somehow have my watch did not sound entirely impossible. My mother started laughing and said that if he had swallowed it, then I would be followed through life by a ticking Labrador, like Captain Hook and the crocodile in Peter Pan. That was the last time I ever heard my mother laugh. That memory has stayed with me all these years because of how human it was. In the middle of fear, pain, and death hovering close by, there was still that moment of humor. Still that little spark of her personality. Still that ability to take something ridiculous and make it funny. And now, looking back, that laugh feels like a precious gift. At the time, of course, I had no idea it would be the last one. You almost never know when something is the last time while it is happening. That is part of what makes grief so cruel later. Ordinary moments become sacred only after they are gone. After that, my mother got steadily sicker. There was no real improvement, no true hope that began rising. The doctors made it clear that it was only a matter of time. That kind of sentence changes the air in a room. Once doctors start talking that way, everyone around the bed begins to live between two worlds. One part of you still wants to keep hoping, because hope is hard to kill. But another part of you is already grieving, already bracing for what is coming. You start measuring time differently. Every hour matters. Every conversation matters. Every little gesture matters. You become aware that life is narrowing down to a few final pieces, and the weight of that is almost impossible to carry gracefully. At one point during those days, my mother actually died. The doctors were able to revive her, but afterwards she told us something that has never left me. She said she knew she had died. She said she had been taken to a special place. In that place, she saw what she described as golden snakes or lights flying around. That image always struck me because it was so unusual and vivid. She did not describe it in a confused or frightened way. She described it like someone trying to explain something beautiful and strange that does not quite belong to ordinary language. Then she said a man came to her there and told her that she had to make a decision. She could either keep fighting, or she could let go and come with him. That is what she told us. My mother said she really wanted to let go and go with the man. And who could blame her? She was in terrible pain. She was exhausted. Her body had become a place of suffering. The thought of release must have been tempting in a way I cannot even begin to imagine. But even then, even at the edge of life and death, she was still thinking about everyone else. She said she was worried about who would take care of my dad and their little dog. That was my mother. Even while standing at the edge of whatever comes next, she was still worried about home. Still worried about who would care for the people and creatures she loved. Still thinking like a wife, a mother, and the kind of woman who kept family life held together. I told her then that I would support whatever decision she wanted to make. I told her that if she wanted to keep fighting, I would help her fight. And if she wanted to let go, then I would take care of my dad and the dog. I do not know if those were the perfect words, but they were the truth. I loved her enough to want to keep her, but I also loved her enough not to demand that she stay in pain for our sake. That is one of the hardest lessons in loving someone who is dying. You have to learn how to love them without clinging so tightly that you make their suffering part of your own selfish hope. That night, after saying all that, my mother rallied. It was sudden enough that it startled all of us. She improved enough that they moved her out of intensive care and into another room. It was the kind of change that gives families dangerous hope, because even a small improvement can feel huge when you have been expecting the worst. She also asked to see her only grandchild, who had not been allowed to visit her in intensive care before then. That detail matters so much to me. Out of everything she could have wanted, out of all the people and all the things she might have asked for, she wanted to see her grandchild. That tells you something about where her heart was in those final hours. She wanted one more look, one more connection, one more moment of being part of the family she loved. They brought the grandchild in. 5 minutes after that child left the room, my mother died. All of us believed the same thing after that happened. We believed she had rallied just long enough to see her grandchild one more time, and then, once she had done that, she let go. That has always made sense to me, more than any medical explanation ever could. Love can hold a person in this world for one last hour, one last conversation, one last look. I believe that. I have to. Because the timing was too exact and too meaningful to feel random. A month passed after her death. That first month after losing someone close is one of the strangest times a person can live through. On the one hand, life begins moving again in practical ways. People go back to work. Bills still need paying. Meals still have to be cooked. Calls still come in. Ordinary routines creep back in whether you are ready or not. On the other hand, inside yourself, nothing feels ordinary at all. You are still carrying this giant hollow ache, and everything in life feels like it is happening around that ache rather than replacing it. That was how I felt. I missed my mother terribly. I still do, even 10 years later. But in that first month the grief was raw in a way that made everything else feel unreal. I was about to leave for a business trip, and I still had not found my watch. That little missing watch had become strangely tied to my last days with my mother because of the way she had fixated on it and joked about it. So before leaving town, I decided to make one more serious effort to find it. I told myself that if I did not find it this time, I would just have to buy a new one and let the whole thing go. I searched everywhere I could think of. I looked through drawers. I checked shelves. I looked under furniture. I searched all the places where it might reasonably have ended up. Nothing. Finally, in frustration and almost without thinking, I turned and looked at the dog. I said to him, "Grandma said that you have the watch. Can I have it back?" Now, I did not say it because I actually expected a result. Not really. It was more like I was half joking with the dog and half speaking into the memory of my mother. He just stood there looking at me with his tongue hanging out, wearing that goofy Labrador expression they always have when they know you are talking but do not understand why. Then something happened. He suddenly cocked his head the way dogs do when it seems like they hear someone call them or notice something just out of your awareness. Then he took off running from the room. I stood there, not yet understanding anything. About 30 seconds later he came back. The watch was in his mouth. I was completely dumbfounded. Not surprised. Not amused. Dumbfounded. Because what do you even do with a moment like that? I had searched everywhere. The dog had not been carrying the watch around a month. He had not been sitting there waiting for the right cue in some trained way. And yet the second I spoke those words aloud, the words tied directly to my mother's last laugh, he ran off and came back with it. All I could think to say was, "Thanks, Mom." That was it. Just those 2 words. But they carried everything. Shock. Love. Grief. Recognition. Comfort. Because in that moment I knew. I do not mean I knew in some logical, courtroom evidence way. I mean I knew in that deeper way that sometimes matters more than logic. My mother had somehow answered. Or helped. Or nudged. Or reminded. However you want to put it, something about that moment felt like her so strongly that there was no other response in me except gratitude. What makes this story stay so alive for me all these years later is not only that the dog brought back the watch. It is how everything around that moment connects. My mother, dying and still worrying about my lost watch. Her joke about the ticking Labrador. That being the last laugh I ever heard from her. A month passing with no sign. Then me, finally tired of searching, looking at the dog and speaking to him as if my mother were still somehow involved. Then the dog hearing something, or seeming to hear something. Then him returning with the watch. It is too neat, too specific, too full of her particular sense of humor to feel like pure accident to me. Because if my mother had ever found a way to send one small sign, one tiny mischievous proof that she was still around and still herself, this is exactly the kind of sign she would have sent. Not grand. Not frightening. Not dramatic. Just a lost watch, a goofy dog, and a private little family joke turned into something impossible. And that is what makes it beautiful to me. People often talk about signs from loved ones after death, as though they must be solemn, spiritual, or almost holy in a formal way. But I do not think that is true. Sometimes love comes through in humor. Sometimes it comes through in the exact sort of ordinary nonsense that made a person who they were when they were alive. My mother was not only someone who loved deeply. She was also someone who could laugh in the middle of pain. Someone who could turn a lost watch into a Peter Pan joke. Someone who would absolutely find it funny and satisfying to let the dog solve the mystery after all. That is why, even now, I do not think of that moment as only eerie or strange. I think of it as her. Not in body, of course. Not in a way I can explain step by step. But in spirit. In personality. In humor. In love. The watch itself was never especially important as an object. It was only a watch. But after that, it became something else too. It became the center of one of the clearest experiences I have ever had of my mother still somehow reaching into the world she had left. And because of that, I could never look at it as just a watch again. What also moves me about the story is the timing of it. A month after her death, I was still in that early period of grief where nothing feels settled and every day is divided between trying to function and suddenly missing her so badly it takes your breath away. Then, right in the middle of all that, this happened. It did not erase the grief. It did not make everything okay. That is not how these things work. I still missed her. I still do. But it gave me something grief had not yet given me on its own. It gave me comfort. Not complete comfort. But enough. Enough to feel like maybe death had not closed every door. Enough to believe that maybe my mother was not entirely unreachable. Enough to let me laugh and cry at the same time. And that matters. Because grief can get so dark and heavy that even one small odd moment of comfort can become a kind of rope you hold onto for years afterward. I have held on to that moment ever since. 10 years later, I still miss my mother terribly. Time changes grief, but it does not erase it. It softens some of the sharp edges. It teaches you how to carry it in public without always falling apart. It makes the memories easier to touch sometimes. But the missing remains. There are still moments when I wish I could call her, hear her voice, ask her something simple, or just tell her something that happened. That never really goes away. But along with that missing, I also carry that moment with the dog. I carry the image of him standing there with his tongue hanging out, goofy as ever. I carry the sound of my own voice saying, "Grandma said you have the watch? Can I have it back?" I carry the way he suddenly seemed to hear something beyond me. I carry the sight of him returning with the watch in his mouth. And I carry those final words that came out of me without thought. "Thanks, Mom." That memory has become part of how I remember her now. Not just as the woman in pain. Not just as the woman who grew so thin and suffered so much. Not just as the mother we lost too early. But also as the mother who still found a way to answer with humor, tenderness, and perfect timing. If somebody else wants to call it coincidence, they can. If somebody says the dog must have hidden the watch and only randomly decided that moment to fetch it, they are free to believe that. I cannot prove otherwise. But proof is not always the point in stories like this. Meaning is. And the meaning of that moment in my life was clear. My mother had not vanished into nothing. She was still, in some impossible and loving way, my mother. Still aware. Still funny. Still able to give comfort. Still able to answer when I spoke. And that is something I will always be grateful for. It all started when my girlfriend and I decided to visit the Myrtles plantation and take the haunted tour there. I had never been to that place before, but I had heard about it many times. Almost everyone who talks about haunted places in our area seems to mention it sooner or later. People speak about it with a mix of excitement and fear, and they always say it is one of the most haunted places you can visit. I had heard stories for years, some of them sounding believable and some of them sounding exaggerated. But even when I doubted parts of what people said, I still wanted to go. I have always had that strange mix inside me where I am deeply afraid of ghosts and the paranormal. But at the same time, I am very drawn to places that have a reputation for being haunted. It is almost like fear makes me more curious instead of less. So when the chance came to finally go there for myself, I was more than ready. My girlfriend had already been there once before with her mom. She had even spent the night there, which to me already seemed braver than I would have been on my own. When she talked about her earlier visit, she said that nothing especially strange had happened to her. She had not seen any ghostly figures. She had not heard any weird voices. She had not been grabbed, pushed, or frightened in the dark. She mostly just remembered the place being beautiful, old, and full of stories. That almost made me even more curious. I kept thinking that maybe she had just gone on a quiet night, or maybe whatever was there had simply decided not to bother her. Deep down, I wondered whether I would have better luck, though luck may not be the right word when talking about ghost activity. Still, if I was going to visit a place famous for being haunted, I wanted at least some small sign that there was more to it than old stories and tourist excitement. The day we went, we ended up running a little late. Of course, that only made me more nervous because I had been looking forward to the trip for so long. We called ahead and told them we were probably going to be about 15 minutes late. Luckily, the lady giving the tour was kind enough to wait for us. That alone put us in a good mood, because it would have been a terrible start to get all the way there and miss the tour. By the time we arrived, I was already full of anticipation. The house and grounds had that exact kind of look I expected from a place with a haunted reputation. It was beautiful, old, and full of atmosphere. Even before the tour began, just being there made me feel like I had stepped into another time. We joined the tour, and honestly, it was even more enjoyable than I expected. Sometimes haunted tours can be disappointing. They can be too silly, too theatrical, or too rushed. But this one was actually very entertaining, and I had a better time than I thought I would. I cannot say that I believed every single story they told us. Some of the things sounded like the kind of tales that grow larger every time they are repeated. You know how people are. One strange sound becomes a ghostly scream, one odd shadow becomes a full figure, and one unexplained event turns into 10 versions of the same story. So I stayed a little skeptical while I listened. But even when I doubted parts of it, I still enjoyed hearing it all. A haunted place does not have to prove everything beyond doubt to be interesting. Sometimes the stories themselves, the mood of the place, and the way the whole setting gets into your mind are enough to make the experience worthwhile. After the tour ended, we were allowed to walk around the grounds for a while and just enjoy the property. That ended up being one of the nicest parts of the night. We stayed there for around 3 hours after the tour, just wandering, talking, sitting in different places, and taking in the beauty of everything around us. It is one thing to hear a guide talk about a place, and it is another thing to be there quietly after most of the group attention has faded, when you can really look around and feel the place for yourself. I took a lot of pictures that night. I mean a lot. More than I probably should have. I was hoping to capture something, anything, that might show up later when I looked through them. I had already seen the kinds of ghost pictures people claim to get at places like this, and I was determined to try my luck. We sat in the gazebo, walked the grounds, looked around at everything, and just enjoyed being there together. Even without anything strange happening, it already felt like a good night. As the evening got later, the mood of the place changed. During the day and early evening, old places can feel charming and historic. But once the night really settles in, everything starts to take on a different feeling. Shadows get deeper. The quiet feels heavier. The trees and old buildings seem to hold themselves differently. The same paths you walked before without thinking now seem more serious, more secretive. It was around 11 o'clock that we ended up sitting in the gazebo again. My girlfriend was sitting to my left, and we were both relaxed, just talking about random things the way people do when they are comfortable with each other, and not really trying to force conversation. We were facing the house, and our backs were to the water. It felt peaceful at first. There was nothing about that moment that warned me anything was about to happen. Then, completely out of nowhere, something screamed in our ears. I do not mean we heard some far-off sound that made us wonder what it was. I mean it sounded like something had come right up close to us and let out this awful scream. It was unlike anything I had heard before. Even now, when I try to describe it, I still struggle because it did not sound like an animal I knew or a person making a normal sound. The closest comparison I have ever found is that it sounded a little like a heavy metal singer belting out one of those high, raw, powerful screams, except more unnatural, more piercing, and far more alarming in that moment. It raised every hair on my body instantly. The sound cut straight through me before I even had time to think. It was one of those noises that your body reacts to before your brain can even process what is happening. The second I heard it, I panicked. I am not proud of this part, but it is the truth. I whipped my left arm around in a weak, half-blind attempt to hit whatever it was that had just screamed near us. In the middle of that useless move, I knocked the drink right out of my girlfriend's hand. Then, without any real plan, I took off running. I made it maybe 4 or 5 steps, just outside the entrance to the gazebo, before I stopped. I wish I could say I bravely turned and looked for the source or that I carefully tried to figure out what had happened, but that is not what I did. I reacted exactly the way a terrified person reacts when something unexpected and unnatural seems to attack their senses. I ran first and thought later. As soon as I stopped, I could hear my girlfriend behind me picking up everything I had knocked over when I flailed and bolted. In that instant, embarrassment came crashing in right on top of the fear. I realized I had just left her there while I made my dramatic escape, and that made me feel ridiculous. I turned around and went back to help her pick up her things. The truth is, I was still scared, my heart was still pounding hard, and my body still felt like it wanted to run farther. But I also knew I had to go back and act like a normal human being again instead of someone who had just practically leaped out of his skin. Once we got everything picked up, we actually ended up laughing about it. It was not because it was not scary. It was. My heart was racing for a long time afterward. But sometimes after a shock like that, laughter is the only way your body knows how to release the tension. We both knew how ridiculous my reaction must have looked. I am sure that anyone reading this might laugh too, and honestly I cannot blame them. But I also think most people, if they were sitting there in a haunted place at 11 at night, and something screamed right in their ear from nowhere, might react in a less than dignified way too. At least that is what I like to tell myself. My girlfriend was never under any false impression about me when it came to ghosts. She already knew I was afraid of them. That was never a secret. I have never pretended to be one of those fearless people who would calmly sit there and invite a spirit to say hello. No. I am the opposite. I am the kind of person who wants to go to haunted places, wants to hear the stories, wants to see if anything is real, but who also knows that if something truly happens, there is no telling exactly how I will react. I do not make promises about bravery in situations like that. So after the scream, even though we laughed, I could not really settle back down. I did not want to sit there for more than a few seconds at a time without turning around and checking behind me. Every time I tried to relax again, I felt like something might be standing right there at my back. The whole mood had changed for me. Whatever peace had been there in the gazebo before was completely gone. Both of us agreed afterward that whatever had made that sound was something from beyond. I know that sounds dramatic, but that is honestly how it felt. We went over different possible explanations in our heads. Could it have been an animal? Maybe. Could it have been some strange person somewhere nearby? I guess that is possible too. But neither of us had ever heard anything like it before, and the timing and closeness of it felt so unnatural that we both ended up leaning toward the same conclusion. It felt like something paranormal had made itself known to us in the clearest way it could. What my girlfriend found especially interesting was that she had spent a whole day and night there before with her mother, and nothing at all had happened to her. Then we were there only a few hours together, and already something had screamed in our ears. She kept bringing that up afterward. It stayed on her mind because it made her wonder whether maybe I had something about me that drew that kind of activity in. Before that night, she probably had not thought much about the idea that some people attract paranormal experiences more than others. But after what happened, that idea started to settle in her mind. And honestly, I began to wonder the same thing. I started thinking about all the pictures I had taken too. If you look at ghost photos from places like the Myrtles Plantation, most people who claim to catch something usually have one or two orbs in the picture, maybe a strange blur, something faint and questionable. But when I looked at mine later, a lot of the pictures had an unusual number of orbs. I am talking 15 to 20 in some of them. And not just the usual pale little circles people argue about. Some of them were very bright, almost unnaturally bright. I do not know whether those are called something different, or if they mean anything specific, but they definitely stood out more than the average dust-like orb people usually dismiss. I know there are plenty of explanations for orbs. Dust, moisture, camera flash, insects, and all kinds of ordinary things can create them. I understand that. I am not saying every orb is a ghost. But the number of them, and the brightness of some of them, especially compared to other people's photos from the same place, made me pause. After that night, the whole experience took on a deeper meaning for both of us. Before, it had mostly been something fun and spooky to do together. We were going to a famous haunted plantation, hearing stories, taking pictures, enjoying the grounds, and seeing if maybe anything unusual happened. After the scream in the gazebo, it stopped feeling like just a fun haunted tour and started feeling personal. It was as if the place had answered us. Not in a way that explained anything, but in a way that made it impossible to just shrug and say nothing happened. We even went so far as to book a room for January 6, 2008. That probably sounds crazy after everything I have said, but that is exactly what happened. In a strange way, the experience made us want to go back rather than stay away. That is the odd thing about fear and the paranormal. Sometimes the more frightened you are, the more you want to return and see whether it happens again. Part of me wanted proof. Part of me wanted another experience. Part of me probably wanted to face the thing that had scared me so badly, and see whether I would handle it any better the second time. And another part of me, if I am honest, just could not stop thinking about it, and wanted to be there again. Still, when we talked about going back, my girlfriend started getting a little scared. It was one thing to laugh about my panic after the fact, but it was another thing to think about spending the night there after what had happened. She began wondering more seriously whether I might have something about me that attracts the paranormal. Maybe she was half joking at first, but the more we talked, the less it sounded like a joke. It is hard not to think that way when one person has a completely quiet visit, then later goes back with someone else, and within a few hours something dramatic happens. I started replaying the sound in my mind over and over afterward. That may be one of the worst parts of a moment like that. It does not stay in the place where it happened. It comes home with you. You hear it again in your head while driving, while trying to sleep, while brushing your teeth, while doing some ordinary thing the next day. You think of the exact pitch of it, the suddenness, the closeness, the way it seemed to burst out of nowhere. And every time you remember it, your body reacts again a little. Not as strongly as in the moment, but enough to remind you that you were truly scared. At the same time, I could not stop thinking about the atmosphere of the night before the scream. There we were, sitting in the gazebo, backs to the water, facing the house, just talking about random things, totally unprepared. That part makes it seem even stranger. If we had been calling out for spirits, daring ghosts to show themselves, or acting foolish, maybe I could understand it more easily. But we were not doing anything like that. We were just sitting there enjoying the place and each other's company. That is one of the reasons I keep feeling like whatever happened was not random noise. It felt aimed. It felt like an interruption. Like something had decided to break into that peaceful little moment and let us know that the place was not just beautiful grounds and good stories. The more I think about it, the more I realize how much haunted places work on your mind even before anything happens. The old house, the dark grounds, the stories of murders and spirits and strange sightings, all of that puts you into a certain mental state. You become more alert, more open, more ready for something unusual. Some people would say that means we were simply primed to overreact. And maybe that is partly true. Maybe the whole atmosphere made the scream feel more supernatural than it really was. But if that is the case, why did it sound so close? Why did it feel so unnatural? Why did both of us, immediately and without discussion, feel that it had come from something beyond? That is the thing with paranormal experiences. They never arrive with perfect proof. They arrive with feelings, impressions, shock, strange details, and just enough uncertainty to keep you arguing with yourself afterward. If I had only heard the scream myself, maybe I would still be trying harder to talk myself out of it. But my girlfriend heard it too. She reacted too. We both felt it. That matters to me. Shared fear makes the event harder to dismiss. I also cannot ignore the pictures. Again, I know how often people misinterpret orbs. I know cameras catch all sorts of nonsense. But the sheer number of them in my pictures, especially the brighter ones, still makes me wonder. If other people take pictures there and catch 1 or 2, and I take pictures there and get 15 or 20 in a shot, why? Maybe I was simply in more humid areas. Maybe I moved the camera differently. Maybe something about the flash angle caused it. Or maybe there really is something about me that gives these things more to work with. I do not know. I would genuinely like a better explanation from someone who understands that kind of thing better than I do. What I do know is this. Before that night, I had heard all the stories, listened with interest, and enjoyed the mystery. After that night, the place became something more than a ghost story site to me. It became a place where something had reached out, screamed right into our space, and left us shaken. Maybe it was a spirit. Maybe it was some strange sound I still do not understand. Maybe the truth sits somewhere in between. But whatever it was, it changed the whole experience. Even now, when I think back on it, I still remember the exact chain of events. The late arrival. The kind tour guide who waited for us. The stories I half believed and half doubted. The long walk through the grounds. The photos. The gazebo. The quiet conversation. Then that scream like nothing I had ever heard before. My stupid, frightened swing of the arm. My girlfriend's drink flying from her hand. Me running like a fool. The embarrassment. The laughter after. The racing heart that did not settle for a long time. And then the days afterward, when the whole thing kept circling around in my head and making me wonder what exactly had happened to us. I still do not know what screamed at us that night. I only know it was one of the most unnatural sounds I have ever heard, and I know it came at the exact moment when the night had become calm enough for us to stop expecting anything at all. That, somehow, makes it even creepier. When I was around 12 or 13 years old, something began happening to me that I never really learned how to explain. At first, it was small enough that I thought maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. For a while, I would only notice quick movements at the edge of my sight. It was never anything clear. I would be walking through the house, sitting somewhere quietly, or just doing something normal, and then I would catch the feeling that something had moved just outside my direct vision. Every time I turned my head to look, there would be nothing there. Because of that, I did not think too much of it in the beginning. I told myself it was probably just one of those strange things that happen when you are tired, distracted, or thinking too much. But even back then, I knew deep down that it felt different from normal mistakes of the eyes. It felt too steady, too repeated, and too aware. Then one day, it became much more than a little movement in the corner of my eye. I remember that day clearly because it was the first time I saw him in a way that made him seem real and not just half seen. I was going into my parents' bathroom to get something. It was an ordinary moment, the kind of moment that should never stay in your memory for years, but this one did. I was still about 5 or 6 feet away from the bathroom door when I stopped. I do not even remember deciding to stop. I just suddenly froze. And there, leaning against the doorway, I saw him. He was short, maybe around 4.5 feet tall. He was not childlike though. He looked like a grown figure, only small. He wore what looked like a burlap vest and long pants that had been torn or cut off just below the knee. His body had the proportions of what people might call a midget, but something about the way he moved later made me think that comparison did not really fit him. His build seemed unusual, but his movement felt like the movement of a normal grown man, just scaled down and somehow wrong. He was standing there with his arms crossed and one leg casually crossed over the other, like someone waiting in a doorway with patience and purpose. There was something ominous about the way he stood there. I remember that word because it fits better than any other. His pose felt threatening in some deep way, but not openly violent. Not evil exactly, at least not in a way I could clearly sense at that age. It was more like he carried a kind of heavy meaning that I could not read. He seemed like someone who had come with a reason, but I had no idea what that reason was. I stood there staring at him, but not in panic. That is one of the strangest parts of this story, even to me. I was not terrified. I was not screaming. I was not running away. I was confused, yes, and completely frozen by what I was seeing, but it was more bewilderment than fear. Maybe my mind was trying so hard to understand him that fear had not caught up yet. Maybe he did not frighten me in the normal way because whatever he was felt outside normal categories. I just know I stood there, unable to move, watching him. Then suddenly he moved. He ran. And he moved much too fast. He crossed my direct line of sight in an unnatural rush, not stumbling or lurching but moving with this speed that looked wrong for a body his size. Then he made a sharp turn and came so close to me that he was only inches from my face. That was the moment that should have scared me the most, and maybe part of me was shocked too hard to react. He got that close, and then he started muttering. It was a loud whisper, quick and urgent, almost as if he was trying to tell me something important that I absolutely needed to hear. His mouth moved quickly. The sound was real enough that I know it happened. But I could not understand a single word. Not one. It did not sound like nonsense exactly. It sounded like language, like speech, like someone talking fast in a low voice with purpose. But whatever he said, I could not make sense of it. I remember trying to focus on the sounds, trying to catch even one clear word, but it all slipped past me. When he finished, he paused. It was only for a moment. Then he vanished. That was it. He was there, close enough that I should have seen every detail of his face, and then he was gone. Even now, years later, I still find that part hard to understand. He had been just inches from me, and yet when I try to describe his face, I cannot really do it. I know he had a nose, eyes, and a mouth. I know the face looked shaded somehow, not fully clear. But I cannot explain its features in any useful way. It is almost like my mind was prevented from truly seeing him in a full and lasting way. I should have been able to remember something more exact after being that close. But I cannot. I can only say the face existed, and it was human enough to recognize, but not human enough to hold in memory the way a normal face would. The strange thing is that after that happened, I was not deeply troubled by it in the way many people would expect. I thought about it often, yes, very often. But I was not destroyed by fear or driven into panic. I did not tell everyone I knew. I did not cry or refuse to enter the room again. It became one of those experiences that settled into my mind and stayed there, always close, always waiting to be thought about again. Maybe part of me knew that if I reacted too strongly, people would laugh or think I was unstable. Maybe part of me did not even want to examine it too hard because then I would have to decide whether I believed what I had seen. So I carried it quietly. After that first major incident, he disappeared from my life for years. Or at least, he disappeared in any strong way. Now and then, I would still catch strange movement in my peripheral vision, the sort of thing I had noticed before that bathroom doorway moment. There would be hints of motion, a feeling that someone was standing where no one was, a quick impression of shape that vanished the moment I tried to look directly at it. But I never saw him clearly again for a long time. Life went on. I got older. School, friends, home, ordinary life all continued, and yet that memory of the short figure in the burlap vest never really left me. It stayed like a locked room in the back of my mind that I could open whenever I wanted, though I rarely did. He did not appear to me again in a stronger way until I was around 17. When he returned, it was not like that first encounter in the bathroom. It was less direct, less shocking, but in some ways more unsettling because now I knew who I was half seeing. He would appear only in my peripheral vision again, just off to the side, then vanish before I could turn fully and face him. It was like he lived in that edge space just outside ordinary sight. I would know it was him before I could really make out details. That may sound strange, but when something has visited you before, you sometimes recognize its presence before you can describe its shape. That is how it was with him. I would sense him, glimpse the outline, know it was that same short male figure, then he would disappear. I kept the whole thing secret for a long time. That was not only because I was afraid. It was also because I knew very well how people react to stories like this. Even people who care about you often do not know how to respond when you tell them something impossible. They laugh. They become awkward. They tell you that you were tired, stressed, or imagining things. They might even mean well, but it still feels like being ridiculed or dismissed. I did not want that. So I stayed quiet. I kept the experiences to myself, and went on with life as best I could. Then, about a year ago, when I was 19, I finally decided to tell a friend about it. I chose that friend carefully because I trusted him, but even then I fully expected the conversation to become uncomfortable. I thought he would either laugh politely, look at me strangely, or try to explain it away. Instead, his reaction surprised me completely. He did not act awkward at all. He listened seriously. And then he told me something that made me feel less alone than I had in years. He had seen something too. His experience was different from mine, but similar enough to shake me deeply. He said he had seen a very tall figure, around 7 feet tall, wearing a burlap jacket instead of a vest. He had seen it on the side of the road while traveling back to his home state of Alabama. That detail stayed with me, not just because it was strange, but because of the clothing. Burlap. That same rough, primitive-looking cloth. The same feeling of a human figure that was still somehow wrong. His figure was very tall, mine was very short, but the connection was enough to make me feel like maybe I had not simply invented my own experience out of fear or stress. After that conversation, I became more open about what had happened to me. I did not start telling everyone carelessly, but I no longer felt as if speaking about it automatically meant I would be alone with it again. There was some comfort in knowing another person had seen something that echoed mine in a strange way. The last time I saw my own figure clearly was in mid to late August of 2007. That sighting was very different from the others because it happened while I was driving. It was around 10:30 at night. I was coming home from work, tired and alone on a stretch of road where there were no houses and no other cars. That matters because it removes some of the usual explanations. There were no streetlights from nearby homes. No passing headlights from another vehicle. No outside movement from people walking around. Just my car, my headlights, and the empty road ahead. Then he crossed the road in front of me. He was about 8 feet ahead of the car when I first really saw him. He was not rushing this time. He moved at a slow pace, calm and steady, but there was something very wrong about the way his movement related to mine. My car was still moving forward, yet even though he was walking slowly, I did not get any closer to him. It was as if for those few seconds, His pace matched mine perfectly, though that should not have been possible. He moved across the road all the way to the other side, and then, once again, he vanished. That sighting disturbed me more in some ways because of how physical it should have been. A figure walking in front of a moving car should behave according to distance and speed in a way your eyes can understand. But this did not. He seemed to exist outside those simple rules. He was there, lit by my headlights, walking at a pace that should have placed him differently in relation to me, and yet somehow he stayed in that same visual place until he reached the other side and disappeared. Now I am almost 20 years old. It is late November of 2007, and I still see him occasionally. Not often enough that I can predict it. Not clearly enough that I can study him. But enough that I know he has not left me. I still do not know what he is. I still do not know whether he is dead, living in some other state, a spirit, some kind of warning, or something else entirely. I only know that I am not the only person who has seen something like this. I have heard some people call them in-betweens. That is the name I have heard because they often appear in doorways, hallways, roads, thresholds, and other places that feel like passages from one space into another. In some strange way, that name fits him. He does seem connected to those in-between spaces. The bathroom doorway. The side of the road. The edge of vision itself. He exists in places where one thing becomes another, where one room opens into another, where one moment becomes the next. The more I think about that, the more unsettling it becomes. Because maybe he is not just a figure I happen to see. Maybe he belongs to those spaces. Maybe he is most visible where things are not fully settled, not fully one place or another. That might explain why he so often appears in peripheral vision rather than direct sight. Peripheral vision itself is a kind of in-between place. It is not fully seen, not fully unseen. It is the borderland of human sight. And that seems to be where he lives. I have spent years trying to understand whether he wants something from me. That first encounter, when he rushed right up to my face and loudly whispered something I could not understand, still feels important because it was the only time he ever seemed openly determined to communicate. He did not just appear and vanish. He came close, spoke, paused, and then left. That feels intentional. It feels like a message that failed because I could not understand it. Sometimes I lie awake thinking about that moment and wondering what he said. Was he warning me? Was he introducing himself? Was he angry? Was he begging for something? I have no idea, and the fact that I cannot know bothers me more than I usually admit. If he had frightened me more, maybe I would have treated the whole thing differently. But because I was not overwhelmed with terror, I allowed it to live quietly in my life for years. Maybe if I had reacted with total panic at the beginning, I would have gone searching for more answers sooner. But bewilderment is a strange state. It can keep you suspended between belief and doubt for a very long time. And I did stay suspended there. Even now, I move between different explanations in my mind. Sometimes I wonder if he is a spirit that somehow attached itself to me during my early teenage years. Sometimes I wonder if he belongs to a place, and I only cross his path at certain moments. Sometimes I wonder whether he has anything at all to do with my friend's 7-foot figure in the burlap jacket. That similarity still troubles me. Were they related somehow? The same kind of being in different forms? Or were they entirely separate, and we only connected them because of the clothing? There is also the question of why he has such an unusual shape. He is short, around 4.5 feet tall, but not childlike. His proportions suggest one thing, but his movement suggests another. That contradiction remains one of the oddest aspects of him. Human enough to recognize as male, but not moving in the ways I would expect from a human body built like that. There is something almost staged about his physicality, as if he chose a shape that only partly fits what he is. The burlap vest and the torn pants below the knee also feel old, but not in any clear historical way I can place. He does not look like a ghost from some known time period exactly. He looks rough, unfinished, almost like someone who belongs more to symbol than to history. Sometimes I try to remember his face. But every time I do, I run into the same problem. I can only remember the idea of a face, not the true face itself. Eyes, nose, mouth, shaded skin, and then nothing useful beyond that. It is as if my memory slides off him every time I reach for specifics. That, to me, is one of the strongest signs that whatever he is not simply a misremembered ordinary person. Real human faces stay in memory if they get that close to you. His did not. Or maybe it did for a moment, and something in me could not hold it. There are nights when I wish I had turned and looked directly at him sooner in those later years, before he could vanish. But I know now that it probably would not have made a difference. He always disappears before direct sight can lock in. That seems to be one of his rules. He gives enough for recognition, never enough for certainty. That has shaped the way I move through the world, though I do not always like admitting it. Because once something like this begins, you never fully return to being the same person who assumes every hallway is empty, and every roadside is just road. Part of your mind stays alert to the possibility that the ordinary world is thinner than it looks. A doorway is not just a doorway anymore. A dark room is not just dark. The edge of your sight is no longer an unimportant blur. It becomes a place where something might be waiting. And I do still catch him now and then. A shape in passing. A small figure where no one should be. A familiar wrongness near a threshold. Then nothing. Gone again. I do not know whether he has grown weaker over time or whether I have grown too used to him to react as strongly now. Maybe both. But every time he appears, even just for a second, I feel that same old confusion underneath everything else. Not pure fear. Not acceptance either. Just that same bewildered question rising inside me again. Who are you? And maybe more importantly, why me? I have never found a satisfying answer to either one. If he is some kind of in-between, then maybe it is enough for him simply to appear where the edges of the world thin out. Maybe seeing him is not personal in the way I keep imagining it to be. Maybe I only happen to be one of the people who can notice him. But then I remember the whispering. I remember the way he came straight to my face and spoke as if I needed to hear him. That did not feel random. That felt directed. My friend's story made one other thing clear to me too. These figures, if they are real, do not belong only to one location. His figure appeared on a roadside in Alabama. Mine appeared in a house, near a road, in doorways, and in peripheral glimpses over years. That suggests movement. It suggests a category of being rather than one trapped dead person haunting one spot. If that is true, then the name in-betweens may fit them even more than I first thought. Maybe they travel through thresholds because that is their nature. Maybe they do not haunt places so much as passages. I realize how strange all of this sounds. There are times I still hesitate even in my own thoughts, because I know how easy it is for stories like this to sound invented once they are spoken aloud. A short burlap-clothed man whispering in a loud hush by a bathroom doorway. A 7-foot figure in a burlap jacket by an Alabama road? It sounds like something from folklore rather than modern life. And yet it happened. At least, I know it happened to me. And because I know that, I can no longer dismiss other people's stories as easily as I once might have. I am almost 20 now, and I still carry him with me in memory, and perhaps in reality too. I still glance sometimes at the edges of rooms without meaning to. I still notice thresholds more than I used to. I still remember that first impossible rush toward my face, that muttering I could not understand, and the sudden emptiness after he vanished. Whatever he is, he has been part of my life for years. Not every day. Not every month. But enough. Enough to change the way I see silence, hallways, roads, and the corners of my own vision. Enough to keep me from ever fully calling the world ordinary again. If one day I understand him, maybe all these years of uncertainty will make more sense. Maybe I will finally hear or remember what he tried to say. Maybe I will see him directly in a way that does not break apart when I try to describe it later. Or maybe not. Maybe some things are only meant to be glimpsed. Maybe some beings belong to the margins and can never fully step into the center of human understanding. For now, all I can say is this. When I was around 12 or 13, I saw a short man in a burlap vest leaning in my parents' bathroom doorway. He moved too fast, came too close, whispered something I could not understand, and vanished. Years later he returned at the edges of my sight. A friend of mine saw something similar, though taller, dressed in burlap too. The last time I saw him clearly, he crossed the road in front of my car and moved in ways that did not make sense. And now, even in late November 2007, I still see him from time to time and still do not know what he wants. Maybe he is an in-between. Maybe he is something else. But whatever he is real enough to me. Thanksgiving felt very different for our family that year. Usually, holidays in our family had always meant noise, too many dishes, too many people talking over one another, children running from room to room, adults trying to carry on 3 conversations at once, and the usual kind of happy chaos that seems to grow naturally whenever relatives gather in one place. But that year was not like any other year. Earlier that month, we had lost my father-in-law to lung cancer, and everything inside our home still felt touched by that loss. It was too recent, too raw, and too heavy for us to imagine hosting one of our usual loud family gatherings. We were not ready for that. We were not ready for all the extra noise, the confusion, and the effort it takes to act cheerful when your heart is still sore from saying goodbye to someone who mattered so much. So instead of doing what everyone usually expected on Thanksgiving, we decided to stay home and keep things quiet. It was not that we wanted to ignore the day. In fact, it was exactly the opposite. We wanted the day to mean something deeper than turkey and noise and too many people trying to fill silence with small talk. We decided that this Thanksgiving would also be the day we held my father-in-law's celebration of life. That felt right to us. We were still grieving, but we also knew we had so much to be thankful for, even in the middle of pain. We did not want the day to be swallowed by the usual holiday madness. We wanted room for memory, room for grief, room for gratitude, and room for saying goodbye in a way that felt honest. At first, we invited only my husband's aunt and her son, who I will call Don. We kept the guest list very small on purpose. We were not trying to be unkind to anyone else. We simply did not have the energy for more. My husband's aunt ended up having to work that day, so in the end we were left with just one guest, Don. And that actually suited us fine. In some strange way, he became our little buffer between the old family way of doing things and this new, quieter kind of holiday we were trying to create. It was the first step in making our own traditions, but we were not fully comfortable with that yet. Having one extra person there made it feel less lonely and less like the whole weight of the day was sitting only on our shoulders. Don brought along his brand new digital camera and 3 new memory chips. He was excited about it the way people get excited about new gadgets, and he joked that we were going to christen this camera properly. In another year, that might have been just a small fun detail of the day, but it ended up becoming something more meaningful than any of us expected. At the time, though, it simply gave him something to do. He was missing his own son that holiday because his son was spending Thanksgiving with Don's ex-wife. So he came to our house carrying that quiet kind of sadness that parents feel when a holiday is not unfolding the way they wish it would. He tried not to dwell on it. Instead, he poured his attention into our children and into taking pictures of everything. The day itself began in a way that, for us, felt almost normal. Our 4-year-old son ran around the house all day long with his imaginary friends. By then, we were used to this in our own way. He did not just talk to them now and then for fun. He lived with them in a very real way inside his little world. He entertained them. He spoke to them seriously. He made room for them in everything he did. That day was no exception. At one point he set 3 extra places at his little table for them. He ate with them. He played in his room with them. He carried on conversations and games with complete seriousness all the while he impatiently waited for the time when we would have the celebration of life ceremony for his papa. Watching him that day stirred a lot of feelings in me. There is something both beautiful and mysterious about the imagination of a child, especially one who seems to move so easily between ordinary life and something a little harder to explain. We had already seen enough in our family not to dismiss everything he said. Sometimes children are only playing, of course. But sometimes they seem to know and feel more than adults are willing to admit. That day, I could not help watching him more closely than usual. It was Thanksgiving, yes, but it was also a day of remembrance, and somehow his constant companionship with those unseen friends made the whole house feel a little fuller and stranger than usual. We chose Thanksgiving Day for the ceremony because we truly did have much to be thankful for, even through our grief. That may sound odd to people who think loss should only be marked with sorrow, but grief and gratitude can live together in the same heart. We were thankful that my father-in-law was no longer struggling to breathe. In the final stretch of lung cancer, every breath can become a battle, and watching someone you love fight for air is one of the most helpless things in the world. We were thankful that he no longer had to make even a short walk to the mailbox while we stood watching in fear, wondering if the effort would be too much for him. We were thankful that his suffering had ended. Thankful that whatever came after this life had opened for him, and that he was no longer trapped inside a body that had turned into such hard work. There were other things too. We were thankful that if he had gone on, he could now rekindle old friendships and maybe even a few old friendly wars too, because that had been the kind of man he was. He carried stories and laughter and opinions with him. He was not a quiet man in spirit, even when his body began failing him. And because of our family's beliefs, there was another comfort we held on to. We were thankful that the Great Spirit had come for him, riding up on a magnificent white steed, and had led him into the land of many summers. That image gave us peace. It made death feel less like an ending and more like a journey into somewhere warm, open, and full of rest. Throughout the day, Don kept snapping photos. He took pictures of our children in the house, in the yard, sitting, standing, smiling, running, and playing. Since he did not have his own son with him, he seemed glad to throw himself into whatever the children were doing. The normal Thanksgiving nap that often follows a heavy meal never really happened in our house that day because Don kept turning everything into a little photo shoot. The children loved the attention. And they especially loved the camera. They would pose, laugh, run away, come back, and ask to see the pictures. Even our 15-year-old got pulled into it, though I think she would have preferred a nap after the meal if Don had left her alone long enough. But he did not. The day kept moving in little bursts of activity, camera clicks, laughter, and quiet pockets of reflection in between. As afternoon moved toward evening, we began getting ready for the celebration of life. Since my father-in-law had loved a good campfire, we built a large bonfire in our fire pit outside. That felt right. Fire has a way of making people speak more honestly. It gathers people in and gives them something warm and living to look at when emotions get too big for direct eye contact. It also felt like something he would have loved. We knew he would have approved of a good fire and people gathered around it. I will not go deeply into every detail of the ceremony itself because it grew long and full in a way that private family rituals often do. What begins as one small idea becomes larger once memories begin flowing. One person says something, then another adds to it, then someone else remembers a moment no one had thought of yet. Before long, time has passed without anyone noticing. That is what happened with us. We started our ceremony, and by the time we were deep into it, the sun was beginning to set. The light changed around us while we spoke, remembered, and tried to offer our farewell to this man who had blessed our lives for too short a time. During that part of the evening, everyone became quieter. The day up to then had held a strange balance between normal holiday activity and grief. But around the fire pit, with the flames rising and the light fading, that balance tipped more strongly toward memory and emotion. One by one, we began saying our own private goodbyes in whatever way felt right to each of us. Some things were spoken aloud. Some things were not. Some grief is meant to be shared in words, and some is too personal and too tender to do anything but carry silently inside. At one point during all this, I looked over and saw my son playing near the fire pit. Something about the sight of him pulled my whole attention away from everything else. While the rest of us were absorbed in our own thoughts and farewells, he was there in his own little world, close enough to the firelight for me to see him clearly. I found myself watching him and not being able to look away. Maybe because he was so young. Maybe because I knew how close he had been to his papa in his own childlike way. Maybe because children at moments like that often seem to stand nearer to mystery than adults do. Then we all heard him say, "Please don't go yet." The words hit me so suddenly that I caught my breath. In that instant I felt everything in me go still. I had been waiting, if I am honest, for some kind of visit from my father-in-law since he died. Part of me had hoped that if anyone was going to see or sense him, it would be my son. And when I heard those words, I was sure the next thing out of his mouth would be, "Papa." I was waiting for it. I was almost bracing for it. But he did not say Papa. Instead, he reached both his arms upward and said one simple word. Hugs. That is the word he uses when his emotions become too much for him, and he is on the edge of tears. It is how he asks for comfort when words fail him. Hearing him say it then, with his arms stretched upward towards something none of us could see, filled me with a feeling I still have trouble explaining. It was not fear. It was not exactly joy either. It was some painful mixture of longing, hope, sorrow, and wonder. I will be honest about something else too. I did not see anything. I looked. I truly looked. I wanted to see. I wanted my eyes to catch whatever he was reaching toward. But I saw nothing there. No figure. No shape. No movement. Nothing at all. That was difficult in its own way because I wanted proof, and all I had was my son's reaction and the enormous emotion of the moment. Don, however, reacted differently. He saw the chance for a picture that might capture something unforgettable. Later he joked that it could rival the image of JFK Jr. saluting his father, and in that split second he lifted the camera and started taking photos. He snapped several shots while my son stood there reaching upward, and then later as the moment passed. When we looked at those pictures afterward, what we found was interesting enough to leave us all wondering. Near the upper left-hand corner of one photo, in a direct line from where my son's arms were reaching, there was a faint orb. Now, I know how people react to orbs. Some people dismiss them immediately as dust, moisture, bugs, or camera effects. And maybe many of them are exactly that. I am not one of those people who claims every blurry circle in a photo is definitely a spirit. But context matters. Timing matters. The feeling in the moment matters. And when that faint orb appeared in that exact line above my son's uplifted arms while he was saying, "Please don't go yet," and asking for hugs, it was hard not to feel that maybe something had been there after all, even if our eyes could not see it directly. He seemed so happy afterward. That may be the part that stays with me more than the photo itself. I cannot say for sure whose spirit, if any, came to us that night. I cannot say with certainty that it was my father-in-law. I cannot even say with complete certainty that the orb meant anything at all beyond light and lens. But what I do know is the look on my son's face. There was pure joy there. Not confusion, not childish pretending, but joy. When he lowered his arms, looked forward, and waved goodbye, his expression was so open and bright that it made my throat tighten. Whatever he felt in that moment, it gave him happiness, not fear. There were a few other interesting photographs taken that day too. In one of them, there seemed to be a wisp of something immediately behind my daughter's head. It was not dramatic or sharply defined, just a strange trace that seemed out of place. In another, there was a kind of fog over the love seat outside that had once been my father-in-law's favorite chair. The strange part was that the night itself was otherwise very clear. There was no other reason for a small patch of fog or mist to sit there like that. Yet in the photograph, there it was, almost as if something hovered over the place he had loved to sit. When I think about that day now, what comes back to me most strongly is not just the odd photos or even my son's words, though those matter deeply. What comes back to me is the feeling that the whole day unfolded in two layers at once. On one layer, it was simply a quiet Thanksgiving at home. A grieving family. One guest with a new camera. Children running around. Turkey, photos, laughter, and the soft awkwardness of trying to make a holiday happen when someone important is missing. On the other layer, there was something else moving quietly through the edges of it all. A sense that memory was not just memory, that love was not finished with death, and that perhaps the unseen was brushing very close to us all day long. Our son's imaginary friends seemed more active than ever that day. He set extra places for them. He entertained them. He played with them as if they were just another part of our family. At the time, we smiled and let him be. But later, with the evening's events added to the whole picture, I could not help wondering whether the house felt more crowded that day for reasons we adults could not fully understand. Don's camera also felt strangely important. If he had not brought it, if he had not spent the whole day happily taking pictures of the children because he missed his own son, then we would not have had those odd images at all. Maybe we would still have remembered the moment around the fire pit, but the photographs gave us something physical to hold up and study. Something to talk about. Something to return to again later when memory alone felt too uncertain. In that way, his being there mattered more than any of us could have known when he showed up with his new camera and extra memory chips, ready simply to christen it on a family holiday. I have often thought too about how right it was that the ceremony happened on Thanksgiving. At first, some people might think grief and Thanksgiving do not belong together, that one should be pushed aside for the other. But to me they belonged together perfectly that year. We were grateful and grieving at the same time. Thankful for release from suffering. Thankful for love that had existed. Thankful for memories. Thankful for firelight and family and a child who reached his arms up in joy instead of fear. Thankful even for the possibility that the dead are not as absent as they seem. The more time passes, the more I think that maybe these kinds of moments are not meant to be solved in the strict sense. Maybe they are meant to be lived, remembered, and held with humility. We did not get a full apparition that night. We did not have a voice speak from the darkness. We did not see my father-in-law standing clearly by the flames. What we got instead was smaller and perhaps more powerful for being so delicate. A child asking something unseen not to go yet. Arms lifted for a hug. A faint orb. A happy face. A goodbye wave. A strange mist over a chair he had loved. A wisp behind my daughter's head. Tiny things that, together, made the night feel touched by something beyond ordinary explanation. I still do not know if it was my father-in-law's spirit who came to us that Thanksgiving. I would like to believe it was. I would like to think he heard us, saw the fire, felt the love, and came close enough for our son to sense him. But I cannot say that with certainty. Maybe it was another loved one. Maybe it was some kind presence simply answering the need of the moment. Maybe it was only our hearts seeing meaning where they desperately wanted it. But even if that were true, it would not take away the beauty of what happened. Because what mattered in the end was the comfort and the joy in that moment, and those were real. Losing my father-in-law had left a silence in our family that was much bigger than the number of people at our Thanksgiving table. His absence was everywhere. It was in the way we spoke. It was in the chair that no one was sitting in. It was in the decision to avoid a big gathering because we simply could not handle it yet. It was in the bonfire, in the ceremony, in the stories, in the tears that rose unexpectedly. But alongside that absence, there was also presence. Maybe not in a way all of us could see. Maybe not in a way that could ever be proved to someone outside the family. But in that little circle of firelight and memory, something felt present. Our son knew it. Or at least, he felt something so strongly that he reached for it with complete trust. Children do that in ways adults have often forgotten how to do. Adults want proof first. We want shape, explanation, certainty. Children simply respond. They open their arms. They ask for hugs. They wave goodbye. They let joy move through them without stopping to argue with it. That is perhaps why his reaction affected me more than the photos. Photographs can be debated forever. People can always argue over orbs, mists, light, and shadows. But the joy on a child's face in a moment like that cannot be dismissed so easily. It was too pure. Too immediate. Too full of something true. That Thanksgiving became one of those family days that never really leaves you. It was not loud or crowded. It was not the kind of Thanksgiving with 100 dishes and people spread across every room. It was small, quiet, tender, strange, sad, beautiful. It held grief and comfort in the same flame. And because of that, I think it honored my father-in-law far better than a noisy gathering ever could have. We did what we set out to do. We marked his life. We spoke our thanks. We sat by a fire he would have loved. And maybe, just maybe, he came close enough to hear us one last time. I was about 6 years old when it started, and now I am 14, and it still has not fully stopped. That is one of the reasons I do not think I imagined any of it. If it had only happened once, maybe I could have convinced myself that I had been half asleep, too scared of the dark, or simply too young to understand what was going on around me. But it did not happen once. It happened again and again over the years, enough times that my room stopped feeling like a normal bedroom and started feeling like a place with something else in it. Sometimes I still hope that if it is haunted, then at least that gives me some kind of explanation, because the other possibility is worse. The other possibility is that something darker has been in there with me all this time, watching me grow up, waiting until the lights are off and I am alone before reminding me that it has not gone anywhere. When I was younger, I did not have words for what I felt in that room. I only knew that nighttime always seemed different there. In the daytime, my bedroom looked like any normal room a girl my age might have. There was my bed, my blankets, my things, my closet, my walls, and everything that should have made it feel safe. During the day, sunlight made the corners look harmless. The closet looked like just a closet. The windows looked like windows. Even if I remembered the bad things that had happened before, the room still tried to look ordinary whenever the sun was out. That is one of the most confusing things about a haunted place, or whatever kind of place this is. It can look perfectly normal when people are awake and moving around. It can look so plain and harmless that you almost feel silly for ever being afraid of it. But when the house grows quiet and the dark begins filling the corners, the room changes. It does not change in a way anyone else can easily see, but it changes in the way it feels, and that feeling gets into your chest before anything even happens. The first major thing I remember was my bed shaking. At first it would always happen when I was just about to fall asleep. That half-dreamy moment is already a strange place to be, because your body is relaxing and your mind is drifting and the world around you starts becoming less certain. But what would happen to me was not just that little jump you get when you are falling asleep and suddenly feel like you are dropping. It was much worse. I would be lying there, warm under my blanket, eyes getting heavy, trying to drift off, and then the bed would begin to shake hard enough to wake me fully and fill me with instant terror. It was not a tiny vibration. It was violent, strong, sudden. The kind of shaking that makes you sit straight up because your body understands before your mind does that something is wrong. The first few times, I think part of me hoped it would stop the moment I woke up. That is what people tell themselves with things like this. They tell themselves maybe they were dreaming, maybe they imagined it, maybe it would end as soon as they fully opened their eyes. But when I woke up, the bed would still be shaking. That was the worst part. The terror did not disappear when I became fully awake. It stayed right there in the room with me. I could feel the mattress moving under me, the frame shivering, the whole bed carrying some force that should not have been there. Every normal instinct inside me would tell me to get out of the room. So I would run. Of course I would run. I think almost anyone would. I was a little girl, terrified, jumping out of a violently shaking bed in the middle of the night and trying to get to the door. That is what should have saved me. But several times, just as I was getting close enough to leave, the bedroom door would shut. Not slowly, not gently, not like some normal draft pushing it closed. It would shut in a way that trapped me. And suddenly the room that had already become frightening would feel much smaller because now even the exit was taken away from me. I screamed every time. Not polite little scared sounds. I screamed at the top of my lungs, the way a child screams when she thinks something truly terrible is happening. My mother would come running in, and there I would be, crying so hard I could barely explain myself, wrapped in my quilt and sitting in the back of the door because I did not know where else to go. I can still see myself like that in my memory. Small. Shaking. pressed against the door because it felt like if I stayed close to it, maybe I could get out faster if something else happened. But I never really had words to explain what I had gone through. How do you tell an adult that your bed shook violently and your door shut before you could escape? Children say things like that and adults immediately begin looking for normal reasons. Maybe she had a nightmare. Maybe she got tangled in the blankets. Maybe she panicked and pulled the door herself without realizing it. Maybe she is afraid of sleeping alone. That is how adults think. And maybe that is sometimes fair. But when you are the child in the room, you know what happened. You know the difference between a dream and a room that feels alive with something wrong. As the years passed, I never really stopped being afraid of my room, even on the nights when nothing happened. Fear becomes part of the room after enough events. You begin expecting something. You begin listening too hard. Every creak in the house sounds personal. Every little sound in the hallway makes you hold your breath. And when people do not believe you or keep telling you that it is only your imagination, that almost makes it worse, because then you feel alone with something that no one else wants to admit could be real. The strange thing is that I did not always see anything during those earlier years. Most of the fear came from what I felt, and what happened physically around me. The shaking bed. The shutting door. The sense that my room did not want me to leave it once the night had begun. But later, as I got older, things changed. The room became more active in a different way. Instead of only making me feel fear and movement, it began showing me things. One of the most terrifying things happened recently, and it has stayed in my mind more than almost anything else. I was lying on my bed in the middle of the day reading a Tiger Beat magazine. It was supposed to be an ordinary afternoon, the kind of afternoon that should feel safe because the sun is out and the world seems normal. I had stayed home from school that day, so the house was mostly quiet. My father was not home. My brothers were not home either. The only other person there was my grandmother, who was around 70 years old. That matters because when what happened next took place, I knew immediately that the voice I heard could not belong to anyone in the house. I was lying there reading when I first heard whispering. At first it was muffled. Soft. Hard to understand. It sounded like someone speaking quietly just out of reach, like when two people are having a secret conversation nearby and you can hear the sound of voices but not the words. I stopped reading right away. When you hear whispering in your room while you are alone, the whole world around you changes in 1 second. I listened harder, trying to figure out what I was hearing. Maybe the TV from downstairs? Maybe my grandmother talking to herself? Maybe some sound from outside? But the whispering stayed strange and close, and I could not make out a single word. Then I heard a deep male voice say my name. That was the moment my whole body froze. Not because I did not understand what I heard, but because I understood it too well. It was clear. Deep. Male. And there was no reason at all for a man's voice to be in that room with me. My father was not home. My brothers were not home. No men should have been in that house. And it definitely was not my grandmother. The voice had a depth to it that made it feel older, heavier, and much more frightening than any ordinary sound. I sat up on the bed. And then I saw it. In my closet, which was a walk-in closet, there stood a black hooded figure. That is exactly what it looked like. Dark. Hooded. Not a shadow in the normal sense, but a shape with a clear presence, standing where nothing should have been standing. I was shocked so completely that I did nothing. I did not scream. I did not jump up and run. I did not even move. It was as if I had been put under some kind of trance. That is the only way I know how to describe it. My body was there, fully awake, fully aware, but I could not make myself act. I just stared. And then I started crying. Warm tears rolled down my face, but even that did not break whatever hold that moment had over me. I was not making any dramatic sounds. I was not trying to call for help. I was just sitting there, tears falling, staring at that figure like I was trapped inside my own body. It did not move toward me. It did not speak again. It simply stood there in the closet, and all I could do was look at it. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it disappeared into thin air. The second it vanished, whatever spell had held me broke. That was when I ran downstairs and told my grandmother everything. I was still shaken, still crying, still trying to understand what I had just seen. But my grandmother, like many grandmothers and many adults, told me it must have been my imagination. That answer hurt me more than she probably knew, because I knew it was not my imagination. I know what imagination feels like. I know what daydreaming is. I know the difference between a child making up something spooky and a person sitting in a room with warm tears on her face because she has just seen something that should not exist. Later that same night, which was Friday night, November 23rd, I refused to sleep in my own room. I did not care if anyone thought I was being childish. I was terrified. I had seen a hooded figure standing in my closet, heard a deep male voice say my name, and been frozen in place while tears ran down my face. I did not want to go back into that room, not for 1 minute, and certainly not to sleep there. But my parents made me. Maybe they thought forcing me back in would show me there was nothing to fear. Maybe they thought if they gave in, they would only make me more afraid in the long run. That is how parents often think. They think bravery can be taught by refusing fear space to grow. But sometimes fear is already real, and forcing a child back into it does not cure anything. So I went into my room. I was so upset and so scared to be there alone that all I could think to do was pray. I pulled the blankets up all the way to my neck, squeezed my eyes shut, and prayed and prayed and prayed until I finally drifted off. It was not peaceful sleep. It was the kind of sleep that comes only because fear eventually exhausts you. Then I woke up freezing. A gust of wind had awakened me. The room was bitter cold. My lips were blue. I could not feel my fingers. Every window in my bedroom was wide open. Not cracked a little. Not half open. Wide open, all the way to where they could not be opened any farther. It was the middle of winter, and that night was probably one of the coldest nights we had had so far. There was no reason on earth for every window in my room to be standing open like that. I got up and shut them all as fast as I could. My hands were stiff with cold, and I was shaking, but I shut them and got back into bed. Then I made a decision. I turned so that I was facing the windows. Part of me wanted to challenge whatever was doing this. Part of me wanted to see it happen with my own eyes. I thought that if something really was opening the windows, then let it do it while I was watching. And it did. The windows opened slowly, one by one. I was looking straight at them. No one was there. No hand. No body. No shadow. Nothing. And yet they opened. I was already in shock from that, but then I saw something else that made everything much worse. Between the windows on the wall was a crucifix, and it had been turned upside down. That was the moment I started crying again. Not quiet tears this time, but the kind that come when fear has become too much to hold inside. Up until then I had been terrified, yes, but still searching for some way to think of all this as a haunting or some strange spirit. But seeing that crucifix upside down made me think immediately of something demonic. That word entered my mind and would not leave. Because what else are you supposed to think when windows open by themselves in the dead of winter? A male voice calls your name from nowhere. A black hooded figure stands in your closet. Your bed shakes violently at night. Your door traps you in the room. And the crucifix between your windows is turned upside down. I was a child, but even I knew the meaning people give to that kind of sign. And whether it truly was demonic or not, that was the point when my fear deepened into something much darker. Things are quieter now than they were at their worst, but that does not mean they are normal. Even now, every now and then, I hear footsteps coming up to my bedroom door. It always happens in a way that makes me stop breathing for a second. I will be in my room, doing something ordinary, and then I will hear the steps approach from the hallway. They come right up to the door and then stop. Under the crack at the bottom of the door, I can see 2-foot shadows clearly. They just stand there for a moment, enough for me to know I am not imagining them. Then they disappear. Whenever it happens, I rush to check. I open the door. I look in the hallway. I check the nearby rooms upstairs. No one is ever there. That is the kind of thing that slowly wears you down. It is not as dramatic as a bed shaking or a window opening, but maybe that is why it gets under your skin so deeply. It is repetitive, patient, personal. Something comes to your door, stands there where you can see its shadow, then vanishes before you can catch it. It feels like being watched, visited, reminded over and over that you are never fully alone in that room. I have spent years trying to make sense of all this. Since I was 6 years old. That is a long time to carry fear in the same place. There are nights when I have tried to reason with myself. I tell myself old houses make sounds. Air pressure can move doors and windows. Sleep can do strange things to the body. Stress can make shadows look like figures. Fear can make a person hear whispers in silence. I know all of that. I have repeated those ideas to myself again and again, especially on the nights when I wanted most to believe them. But the problem is that no single explanation covers everything. A bad dream does not turn a crucifix upside down. A gust of wind does not open every window one by one while you are watching. Imagination does not make you hear a deep male voice say your name when no man is home. A house settling does not sit outside your door and leave two distinct foot shadows under it. And a child's fear does not violently shake a bed night after night and trap her in the room by shutting the door. That is why I say I hope it is haunted. Because haunting sounds simpler somehow. Haunted at least suggests spirits, people, something human that stayed behind. That is easier for my mind to live with than the idea that what is in my room is something darker and less human. Even after everything, part of me still wants the thing to be a ghost and not what I feared the night the crucifix was turned upside down. My room has shaped my life in ways other people probably do not understand. It changed the way I sleep. It changed the way I think about darkness. It changed the way I listen to silence. It made me distrust the comfort of my own bed, the place that should have been safest. It taught me to notice things like how a hallway feels before footsteps reach the door, how cold a room can become in 1 second, how quickly prayer can become the only thing you know to do. It also taught me what it feels like not to be believed. And that may be one of the worst parts. Fear is terrible on its own, but fear mixed with disbelief makes you feel helpless in a different way. You start wondering whether you should stay quiet just to avoid being dismissed, even while the thing continues happening. Sometimes I still think about that first hooded figure in the closet. I wonder what would have happened if I had been able to move. If I had screamed. If I had run. If I had reached for the light. But maybe it would not have mattered. Maybe the trance was part of it. Maybe whatever it was wanted me still and watching. There was something so deeply wrong about the way my body responded to that figure. It was not normal fear. It was almost like I had been taken over by the moment completely. I have never forgotten the feeling of warm tears falling while I sat there unable to move. I also still think about the voice. Sometimes I hear it in my memory. Not the exact sound, because that is hard to recreate in my mind now, but the feeling of it. Deep. Male. Close. Certain. Saying my name as if it already belonged in the room. There is something very personal about having your name spoken by a voice that should not be there. It is one thing to hear whispering. It is another thing entirely to hear yourself being called by something unseen. I wish I could say I have become used to it after all these years, but I have not. Quieter does not mean easier. In some ways, the smaller things are worse because they stretch the fear out instead of ending it in one huge event. A violent shaking bed gives you something clear to point to. Footsteps outside the door, shadows under it, little bits of movement, and occasional strange sounds leave you in a constant state of waiting. Waiting is its own kind of torture. Waiting for the bed to shake again. Waiting for the door to shut. Waiting for the windows to move. Waiting for the voice. Waiting for the next shape to appear in the closet or the next sign that the room is not finished with me yet. I do not know what is in there. I do not know whether it followed me from somewhere or if it belongs only to that room. I do not know whether it is truly evil or simply something that wears fear the way a person wears clothes. But I know this much. It began when I was 6. I am 14 now. And even after all these years, when I hear footsteps come to my door and stop, when I see those two shadows waiting under the crack and then disappearing into nothing, I still feel the same cold fear I felt as a child. Because some things do not become normal just because they happen often. Some things only teach you how deeply fear can live in a room. When I was a child, people often told me that my imagination was too active. They would say I needed to stop letting my mind run wild. They told me to quit talking about imaginary friends and to stop telling stories that were not real. Even then, I never understood how they could dismiss what I had seen so easily. To me, those moments felt as real as anything else in life. When you are a child and you see a full-grown, see-through man standing in your closet, smiling at you, speaking as if he belongs there, and then vanishing into thin air, it does not feel like fantasy. It feels true. It feels unforgettable. But when you are young, adults have a way of making you doubt yourself. They speak with such certainty that, after a while, you begin to question even the things that shook you to your core. As I got older, that did not really change. In my teenage years, I was called dramatic, flaky, and a liar more times than I can count. I was told I made things up for attention. I was told I read too much into ordinary events. So I learned to keep my mouth shut. I stopped sharing most of what happened to me. I carried those experiences quietly, tucked away in the back of my mind like fragile things that would only be mocked if I brought them out into the light. Over time, I became careful about who I spoke to and what I revealed. But growing into adulthood taught me something important. Those things were not all in my head. They were not childish inventions that I should be embarrassed by. Some moments were too vivid, too precise, too meaningful to be explained away that easily. I came to understand that there are only a few people I can tell these things to, a small circle who will listen without laughing, and sometimes sharing them is the only way to make peace with them. One experience in particular has stayed with me all these years. It returns to my mind again and again, as clear now as it was then. I was about 16 when it happened. At that age, life already feels intense. Everything is bigger, sharper, more painful. Love feels endless, and loss feels like it might crush you. Around that time, my grandfather on my mother's side suffered a major stroke. He was the best grandfather a girl could ask for, the kind of man who made you feel safe simply by being in the room. He had worked hard his whole life. He was steady, dependable, loving and strong. Then one morning he woke up and could no longer express what he was thinking. His words were trapped somewhere inside him. We rushed him to the emergency room, hoping and praying it was something minor, something they could fix. But after the doctors ran their tests, they told us it had been a major stroke. He stayed in the hospital for about 3 weeks. During that time, they said he kept having mini strokes. Every bit of news seemed worse than the last. I was devastated. My grandfather was not just another relative to me. He was my anchor. He was one of the central figures in my world, the person who made life feel more solid. We were incredibly close when I was growing up. I adored him. He called me his angel, and to me, he was a hero in every simple and meaningful way a grandfather can be. He did not need grand speeches or dramatic gestures. His love was steady. It was in the way he looked at me, the way he listened, the way he made time, the way he seemed to understand me. When something like that changes overnight, it feels impossible to accept. After the hospital, we tried to bring him home. We wanted to believe that family love and determination would be enough. We wanted to keep him close, keep him surrounded by familiar faces and voices, keep him in the world he had built. But the truth caught up with us quickly. The kind of medical care he needed was far beyond what we could manage ourselves. It was not a matter of loving him less. It was a matter of realizing he needed around-the-clock care, and we could not safely give it to him at home. So he was admitted to a nursing facility in Omaha. Even now, I remember how heavy that decision felt. It seemed like a quiet kind of heartbreak, the kind that does not explode all at once but settles into you slowly and stays. By then, it felt like my grandfather had drifted into another world. He no longer recognized us. He did not seem to understand what was happening around him. The man who had once been so present, so strong, so clearly himself, now seemed unreachable. He was still physically there, but the grandfather I knew felt hidden behind some distant wall I could not break through. My mother had a very hard time visiting him. I understood why. Before all this, he had been one of the solid pillars of her life too. Seeing him like that was deeply painful for her. It was painful for all of us, but grief does not look the same on everyone. My mother struggled to be around him because the contrast between who he had been and who he was now was almost unbearable. I kept visiting him. I went regularly. I was stubborn about it, maybe even unrealistically hopeful. Somewhere inside me, I believed that one day he would just snap out of it. I imagined that suddenly he would look at me and know me again. I imagined him speaking clearly, smiling the old smile, returning to us whole. I held on to that hope longer than I should have, because giving it up felt like betraying him. So I continued to visit, continued to sit with him, continued to love him exactly as I always had, even when I received nothing back that resembled the grandfather I once knew. Every visit was an act of hope, and every visit also chipped away at me a little more. Months went by, and nothing changed. At least, nothing changed for the better. The hope I had clung to so fiercely started turning into something darker. I became angry. I became depressed. I was angry at fate, at life, at whatever cruel thing had allowed this to happen. I was angry that someone who had worked so hard and loved so deeply could be reduced to this. I was angry that all the things I had imagined for him, for us, would never happen. It felt unfair in the deepest way. At 16, I did not know what to do with that kind of anger. I only knew that it burned inside me and made everything feel hopeless. At the time, my mother, my sister, and I were living in the upstairs duplex apartment of a house in South Omaha. I can still picture that place so clearly. It was one of those homes where every sound seemed to carry. The staircase creaked under your feet. The walls felt close and familiar. There were family pictures in the hallway and all the ordinary things that make up a life. On the outside, it was just a home. But on the inside, that weekend, it was the place where something happened that I still cannot fully explain. I had gone to visit my grandfather that Saturday. The visit left me emotionally raw. There had been no improvement, no breakthrough, no sign that the man I loved would come back to us in the way I longed for. When I got home, I was full of anger. I remember stomping up the stairs, furious at the world and carrying that hot, bitter kind of teenage sadness that feels too large for your own body. I was convinced everything in life was awful. Everything felt pointless. It seemed like the world had broken something precious and expected us all to simply accept it. When I reached my room, I shut the door behind me. I did not want company. I did not want comfort. I wanted space to be miserable, space to feel sorry for myself and furious at everything around me. I threw myself down onto my bed with all the force of my mood. I grabbed a paperback book and turned on my stereo. I was the only one home, or at least I believed I was, and there was something strangely freeing in that. I decided I would play my music loud, loud enough to drown out my thoughts, loud enough to let me sing and maybe release some of the pressure inside me. It felt like the only kind of control I had. So there I was, stretched on my bed, my paperback open in my hands, reading and singing along to the music. I was trying to disappear into the noise, into the words on the page, into anything that was not the reality waiting outside my bedroom door. For a brief moment, I thought maybe it was helping. Maybe I could push down the anger, or at least distract myself from it. Then, without warning, something happened. My book was knocked right out of my hands. Not dropped. Not slipped. Not lightly pushed. It was sent flying across the room. I remember freezing. 1 second the book had been in my hands, and the next it was sailing through the air as if someone had struck it hard. It landed far enough away that there was no possible way I could tell myself I had simply fumbled it. I stared at where it had landed, too stunned even to react properly at first. My room, which had felt full of my own anger and noise, suddenly felt very still. I sat there for a moment, trying to understand what had happened. My first response was not fear. Strangely enough, it was still anger. I was already upset, already carrying so much emotional weight, that even something impossible irritated me more than it frightened me. Eventually I got up and walked over to pick up the book. I remember moving slowly, looking around as if I expected to catch someone standing there playing a trick on me. But there was no one. Just my room. Just me. Just the book on the floor where it had landed. I picked it up and went back to the bed. I sat down again, trying to act normal, trying to force myself back into whatever mood I had been in before. But as soon as I settled, my stereo shut off. It did not fade. It did not skip. It simply turned off. I stared at it, confused and annoyed. I reached over and tried to turn it back on, but nothing happened. I checked to see if maybe a fuse had blown or if the power had gone out in part of the apartment, but the lights were still working. Everything else in the room seemed perfectly normal. The only thing not working was the stereo. That made no sense. I remember standing there, looking around my room, my irritation mixing with something else now, something colder and less certain. Still, I told myself not to overreact. Electronics fail. Weird things happen. I decided I would just read in silence. So I sat back down on my bed and opened my book again. Without the music, the room felt different. Too quiet. Every little sound seemed sharper. The house itself seemed to breathe around me. Then I heard a creak near the door. It was the unmistakable sound of a floorboard shifting under weight, the sound made when someone steps into a room or shifts their stance near the entrance. I looked up. There was a woman standing there. Even now, after all these years, I can still see her. She had short, curly dark hair. Her skin had a beautiful light olive tone. She was a bit fuller in figure, and she was smiling at me. There was nothing wild or monstrous about her appearance. She did not look frightening in the usual sense. She looked familiar. Comfortingly familiar, though at that exact moment I could not place her. She stood there as naturally as if she had every right to be in my room, as if she had simply walked in and found me sulking on my bed. I could not speak. I did not know what to do. Every instinct in me seemed suspended. I was not screaming. I was not running. I was just staring, caught between shock and recognition. She looked directly at me with the kind of expression that carried both kindness and firmness, the way a loving family member looks at you when they are about to tell you something you may not want to hear but badly need to hear. Then she spoke. She said, "Your grandpa did not mean for any of this to happen. He only wanted to work, stay happy, and care about his grandbabies. This was an unfortunate incident, and there is nothing that can be done and nothing to be angry about. He is still around because his will does not allow him to do otherwise. So knock it off, tell him you love him, and get on with your life." She smiled at me again after saying it, and there was so much certainty in her voice that it cut straight through me. I cannot explain the feeling of hearing words like that from someone who should not have been there. It was not just surprise. It was not just fear. It was the sensation of being seen all the way through. She knew exactly what I had been feeling, exactly what I had been resenting, exactly what I had not been brave enough to admit even to myself. She did not offer soft comfort in the way people often do when they are trying to soothe grief. She gave me truth, direct and clear. She spoke as if she knew my grandfather, knew my family, knew my heart, and knew that I had allowed anger to take root where love should have remained. I remember looking down toward the floor for a second, overwhelmed by what she had said. It was as if her words had struck something deep inside me, something raw and exposed. When I lifted my eyes again, ready to speak, ready to ask her who she was and how she knew so much, she was gone. Just gone. The door had not opened. I had not heard footsteps retreat. There was no other way in or out of my room. One moment she was standing there, smiling at me. The next moment there was nothing. No movement. No fading. No sound. She was simply no longer there. And almost immediately, my stereo came back on. That detail has always stayed with me too. It was such an ordinary thing in the middle of something so impossible. One moment the room was silent except for my own breathing and the pounding of my heart. The next, the music returned, as if someone had pressed play and decided the interruption was over. I sat there on my bed in complete disbelief. My book was in my lap. The room looked exactly the same as it had before, and yet nothing felt the same anymore. The rest of that day passed in a strange haze. I kept replaying her words in my mind. Over and over, I thought about the way she had spoken, the exact phrases she used, the certainty in her tone. I thought about how she described my grandfather. I thought about how she had told me there was nothing to be angry about. I thought about how deeply those words had cut, not because they were cruel, but because they were true. I remember mulling it over all that day and into Sunday, turning it around in my mind from every possible angle. Had I imagined it? Was I so upset that I had somehow created the experience for myself? But the room had felt real. She had felt real. The book flying from my hands had been real. The stereo shutting off had been real. It did not feel like imagination. It felt like an encounter. Sunday evening, I was walking through the hallway of our duplex. Family portraits hung there, the kind you pass so often that you sometimes stop really seeing them. But that evening I looked up. Maybe it was because I was still thinking about the woman. Maybe I was unconsciously searching for familiarity. My eyes landed on a lovely portrait of my Aunt Linda taken when she was younger, a young woman full of life. Aunt Linda had died in childbirth when I was 7 years old. I had known her, but not with the kind of adult memory that lets you study someone's face for years. She existed in my mind as both family and loss, someone loved and gone too soon. I stopped cold when I saw the picture. The woman in the frame was the woman from my room. Not someone who merely resembled her. Not someone with similar hair or a similar build. It was her. Aunt Linda, younger and alive in that photograph, was the exact same woman who had stood by my bedroom door the day before and spoken to me with loving firmness. In that moment, the last part of me that wanted to dismiss the whole thing as stress or imagination gave way. I knew what I had seen. I knew who I had seen. Somehow, impossibly, it had been her. That realization did not fill me with panic. It filled me with awe. Also with a strange, aching tenderness. The message she gave me was not random. It was specific. Personal. It addressed exactly what I had been carrying. It defended my grandfather in a way only someone who knew and loved him could have done. She had not come to frighten me. She had come to correct me, to steady me, to remind me of something I was in danger of losing sight of. My grandfather's illness was not a betrayal. It was not something he chose. He had not abandoned us. He had not failed me. He was trapped in a circumstance no one wanted, and my anger, while understandable, was misplaced. I did take her advice to heart. Not all at once, maybe. Grief does not vanish because someone gives you wisdom, even if that wisdom comes from beyond what we can explain. But from that point on, I tried to soften. I tried to let go of the bitterness. I tried to stop being angry at my grandfather for something that had never been in his control. And above all, I made sure he knew I loved him. I continued visiting him regularly. I continued sitting with him, speaking to him, being present. Even when he did not know who I was, even when there was no sign that he recognized my voice or understood my words, I kept going. I told him I loved him again and again. Maybe part of me believed he could still hear it somewhere deep inside. Maybe part of me simply needed him to know, in whatever way souls understand such things, that I had not turned away from him. The love and respect I had always felt for him did not disappear. If anything, after that experience, it became clearer and steadier. I stopped waiting for some dramatic recovery and started accepting that loving someone also means standing beside them in the version of life you never wanted for them. My grandfather did not recover. He lived for another couple of years before he finally found peace and joined the rest of his family. That fact is still sad. It will always be sad. There are losses that never become easy no matter how much time passes. But my relationship to that sadness changed. It was no longer tangled up in anger the way it had been before. I could grieve him honestly. I could miss him without resenting him. I could love him for who he had been and still honor him in what he had become. Sometimes I think about how different those years might have been if that woman had not appeared in my room that day. If Aunt Linda had not come to me, if she had not spoken with such directness, I might have spent much longer drowning in that anger. I might have let it harden into guilt later. I might have looked back and hated myself for failing to show up for him with the same tenderness he had always shown me. Instead, I was given a moment, brief and impossible, that changed the way I carried my grief. Even now, I can still picture my room exactly as it was that Saturday. The bed, the paperback, the stereo, the door, the light in the room. The feeling of being 16 and full of sorrow I did not know how to manage. I can still see the book flying from my hands. I can still feel the silence after the stereo cut out. I can still see Aunt Linda standing there, smiling with that mixture of warmth and seriousness. I can still hear her voice telling me to knock it off, tell him I loved him, and get on with my life. It was not cruel. It was loving in the way family can be loving when they know you need truth more than softness. People can call that experience whatever they want. They can say it was stress, grief, imagination, memory, or some emotional breaking point that shaped itself into a vision. They can explain it however they need to explain it. I know only what it felt like to me. I know how real it was. I know the effect it had on me. And I know I recognized Aunt Linda's face the next day in that hallway portrait with a certainty I have never forgotten. What stays with me most is the sense that love does not always disappear just because someone is gone. Sometimes it reaches across things we do not understand. Sometimes it comes in the exact form we need, at the exact moment we are most lost. I was not given a grand miracle. My grandfather was not healed. Life did not suddenly become fair. But I was given something else, something quieter and perhaps just as important. I was given clarity. I was pulled back from anger and reminded to choose love while there was still time to give it. That matters to me more now than ever. At 16, I thought the tragedy was that my dreams for my grandfather had died. I thought the worst part was that he would never snap back into himself and life would never return to the way it had been. But looking back as an adult, I understand that another tragedy would have been letting anger define those final years. Another tragedy would have been spending that time resentful, impatient, or emotionally withdrawn. Because no matter how lost he seemed, he was still my grandfather. He was still the man who had loved me. He was still worthy of every visit, every word, every act of devotion I could give. So I kept going. I kept loving him. And when he finally passed a couple of years later, I mourned him deeply, but I also carried peace with that sorrow. Not complete peace, because grief never leaves us untouched, but enough peace to know that my love and respect for him had never faltered. Enough peace to know that I had listened. Enough peace to know that I had not let my anger become the loudest voice in the room. To this day, I still think of him with immense love. I still think of Aunt Linda with wonder. And I still return, now and then, to that moment in my room when the ordinary world opened just wide enough for something extraordinary to step through, say what needed to be said, and vanish again. That experience did not make all my questions disappear. If anything, it left me with more questions about what exists beyond what we can see and explain. But it also gave me something far more valuable than an answer. It gave me a lesson I have carried ever since. Love the people you love while they are still here in whatever way they are still here. Speak the words. Show up. Let go of anger when anger no longer serves anything but pain. Life can change in an instant. A strong man can wake up unable to speak. A family can be thrown into grief overnight. A girl can sit alone on her bed with a broken heart and be visited by someone she thought was gone forever. And sometimes, just sometimes, the dead do not return to haunt us. They return to guide us. I believe that is what happened to me. I believe Aunt Linda came to me that day not to frighten me, not to prove anything, but to remind me who my grandfather truly was and what he deserved from me in the time he had left. She reminded me that his suffering was not a personal offense against my hopes. She reminded me that love is bigger than disappointment. She reminded me that grief can twist into anger if we are not careful, and that anger can blind us to the tenderness still available in the middle of pain. Because of that moment, I was able to walk back into that nursing home again and again with a softer heart. I was able to sit with my grandfather not as the man I wished he still was, but as the man he still remained underneath all that damage and silence. I was able to honor him. I was able to love him all the way to the end. And that is why this memory never leaves me. Out of all the strange things I have experienced in life, this is one of the ones that returns the most often, not because it was the most terrifying, but because it was one of the most meaningful. It changed something in me. It redirected me at a moment when I desperately needed it. It took my pain and gave it shape. It took my anger and confronted it. It took my love, which had become buried under grief, and called it back to the surface where it belonged. My grandfather was my rock, my anchor, my hero. That never changed. His illness did not erase the man he had been. It did not erase what he gave to our family. And it did not erase the bond we shared. If anything, the pain of losing him piece by piece only showed me more clearly how deep that bond really was. I still miss him. I always will. But when I think of him now, I do not think first of the nursing home, the confusion, or the stroke. I think of his strength. I think of his love. I think of the way he made me feel safe. I think of the years when we were nearly inseparable. I think of him calling me his angel. And I think of that impossible afternoon when someone from beyond this life stepped into my room just long enough to make sure I would remember him the right way. That is how I choose to hold this story. And that is why, even now, my love and respect for him never faltered and never will. In 2003, my family was hit by a tragedy so painful that even now it is hard to put into words. My oldest sister, Shara, was killed in a car accident, and from the moment that happened, nothing felt the same again. It was one of those moments that divides life into two parts, the life before it happened, and the life after. Before that day, our family still believed that no matter what came our way, we would always have each other in the same way we always had. After that day, we learned what it meant to lose someone who felt like the heart of the family. To understand what her loss meant, you have to understand what our family was like. We have always been a close family, the kind that stays connected no matter what. There are 6 siblings in all, 2 boys and 4 girls, so our home was never quiet for very long. My parents always had their hands full raising all of us, but there was love in every corner of our lives. We were not just brothers and sisters because of blood. We were truly connected. We laughed together, argued together, celebrated together, and when one person hurt, all of us felt it. That kind of closeness does not happen by accident. It is built over years of shared life, shared memories, and the simple truth that you belong to one another. Shara was 12 years older than I was, but that age difference never really mattered. She was not distant from us the way older siblings sometimes are. She did not act like she had outgrown us or leave us behind because she was older. Instead, she was one of us in every way that mattered. She was our sister, our friend, our comfort, and so often the first person any of us wanted to call when something happened. If we had exciting news, she was the one we wanted to tell first. If we were sad, she was the one who could make us feel better. If something funny happened, she laughed with us. If someone had been unkind to us, she was the kind of sister who would stand up for us without hesitation. She had that rare way of making you feel seen and protected at the same time. She was just one of those people who made life better for everyone around her. She listened when you needed to talk. She made you laugh when you felt broken. She made things feel lighter when life got heavy. She had a warmth about her that drew people in, and in our family, that warmth meant everything. She was always there in one way or another. Even when life got busy, even when people had their own problems, Shara had a way of showing up. That is the kind of person she was. reliable, loving, strong, funny, protective. She had a presence that made people feel safe. And that is one of the reasons her loss tore through our family the way it did. It was not just that we lost a sister. It was that we lost someone who had always held all of us together in so many quiet and loving ways. In the early morning hours of July 4th, everything changed. Cheryl was killed in a single-car accident. They believed she had suffered a seizure while driving, and her car struck a telephone pole. Even writing those words still feels unreal. There are moments in life that seem too cruel to belong to your own story, moments that feel like they must belong to someone else, because your heart refuses to believe they happened in your world. That was one of those moments for us. 1 minute, she was part of the living rhythm of our family, and the next, she was gone. The shock of it was unbearable. There is something especially brutal about sudden loss. There is no warning, no time to prepare your heart, no final conversation where you know you need to say goodbye. There is only the blow itself, sudden and merciless. One moment your loved one is alive and still part of all the plans in your mind, and the next those plans are shattered. That is what happened to us. It felt impossible to understand, impossible to accept, impossible to breathe through. My whole family was devastated. There is no softer way to say it. We were broken open by grief. The accident was in the newspaper the next day. In itself, that was painful enough. Seeing something so personal, so heartbreaking, turned into a public story was difficult. But when we looked at the photo in the paper, something about it stopped us cold. In the images around the car, you could make out faces. They seemed to appear all around the accident scene. And among them, we believed we could see Shara's face too, almost as if the picture had been taken at the exact moment she was leaving her earthly body. It was one of those things that sounds impossible if you have not lived through something like it, but to us it felt deeply meaningful. We did not see it as something frightening. We saw it as a gift. In the middle of all that pain, it felt like a small sign from God, a little reminder that maybe there was more happening than we could understand with our human eyes. When grief first enters a home, it changes everything. The days after Shara's death felt both painfully slow and strangely fast. Time stopped and rushed forward all at once. There was so much to do, and yet in the middle of all that activity, it felt like none of us could fully understand what had happened. Our days became filled with the strange and heavy rhythm that follows a death in the family. We kept busy because there was no other choice. Arrangements had to be made. People had to be called. Plans had to be discussed. There were decisions to make when all we really wanted to do was collapse. At the same time, people came around us in the way people often do after a loss. Food arrived in huge amounts. There was always something on the table, dishes brought to the house by relatives, friends, neighbors, and kind people who did not know what else to do except offer comfort in the form of meals. It is one of those details that stays with you in grief. The mountain of food no one really has the appetite for, and yet somehow everyone still eats because life keeps moving whether you want it to or not. We sat in our homes, surrounded by people, eating because it was there, talking because silence hurt too much, and crying because there was no holding it back. There were pictures everywhere. We went through them as families do when someone dies too soon. We searched through memories that had suddenly become precious in a new and painful way. We looked at photographs and remembered moments we had once taken for granted. A smile in a picture. A look in her eyes. The way she stood. The way she carried herself. We laughed over old stories. We cried over small details. We remembered things she had said, things she had done, and the thousands of little moments that make up a life. Grief is strange like that. One moment you are sobbing because the person is gone, and the next you are laughing through tears because someone remembers the way they used to tell a joke, or the way they made fun of something silly. That was what those days were like for us. Crying, laughing, remembering, loving each other through the pain because there was nothing else to do. 3 days before the funeral, my mother, myself, and a few of my aunts went to a small flower shop. We needed to buy an arrangement to place in Shara's casket with her for the viewing. That errand, like everything else during those days, felt unreal. It was such a simple thing on the surface, going to a flower shop, looking at arrangements, making choices about color and shape and beauty. But beneath that simple act was the unbearable truth that we were not buying flowers for a celebration, not for a birthday, or a wedding or some happy occasion. We were choosing something to lay beside my sister in death. Even now, that detail carries a weight that is hard to explain. The flower shop itself was small and quiet, the kind of place where everything feels delicate. There were flowers everywhere, soft colors, pretty arrangements, little decorations and keepsakes placed on shelves and tables. The air probably carried that mix of fresh blooms and stillness that flower shops always seem to have. While my mother and aunts were busy talking and looking at arrangements, I was casually walking through the shop, browsing the little trinkets placed around the room. It was not that I was interested in shopping in any normal sense. I think I was just moving through the space, trying to exist inside that moment without being swallowed by the reason we were there. Then it happened. I felt a tingling sensation on my left shoulder, the kind of feeling that makes you turn immediately. It was as if someone had lightly brushed it with their fingertips. It was not painful. It was not rough. It was a soft touch, just enough to get my attention. I looked quickly to my left. And there she was. Shara. To this day, I can still feel the shock of that moment. It was not like remembering her. It was not like imagining her in my mind because I missed her so much. It was seeing her. She was there, right in front of me, smiling at me. For a second, everything else in the room seemed to disappear. The flowers, the shelves, the people around me, all of it faded behind the simple, overwhelming fact that my sister was standing there. She had a slight glow around her, almost as if I could see her aura softly surrounding her. It was not blinding or unnatural in a frightening way. It was gentle, beautiful, and impossible to ignore. She looked peaceful. More than peaceful, really. She looked radiant. Her nose had that familiar little crinkle it always got when she smiled from ear to ear. That small detail is one of the things that convinced me instantly it was truly her. It was not just some vague shape or dreamlike figure. It was Shara as I knew her, with those familiar expressions that belonged only to her. She was beautiful. Her hair fell in curls, just like she used to wear it when it was long. Her eyes were full of something I struggle to describe even now. The best words I can find are pure joy. Not simple happiness. Not relief. Something deeper. Something full and shining and whole. In that one moment, I knew something with complete certainty. Life had not truly left her. She had not ended. She had changed. She had transformed. The only way I can explain it is to say it felt like seeing a butterfly after it leaves the cocoon. The form is different, but the life is still there, more free than before. Standing there in that flower shop, looking at my sister smiling at me with that glow all around her, I understood in a way I never had before that death was not the end of her. Her body may have been gone from this world, but she was not gone in the way we feared. She still existed. She still had presence. She still had life. That moment gave me a kind of peace that I do not know how else I could have received in those days. It did not erase the pain. It did not make me stop missing her. It did not make the funeral unnecessary or make the reality of her death easier in a practical way. But it changed the shape of my grief. It gave me something solid to hold on to. Instead of feeling like she had simply been taken from us and vanished into nothing, I knew she was still there in some way. I cannot explain how I knew. I just did. It was not a thought I talked myself into. It was something I felt all the way through me. There are moments in life that last only seconds, but they change you forever. That was one of them. I do not remember needing anyone to tell me what I saw. I do not remember having to convince myself of anything afterward. I saw my sister. She was there. She was smiling. She was beautiful. And she was filled with joy. That was enough. What makes it even more meaningful is that this was not the only time. That flower shop moment was only the first of many visits from her to our family. Over time, she came to all of us in different ways. Sometimes she came to one person alone, as if she knew exactly who needed her in that moment. Other times it felt like she was with all of us at once. She made her presence known in ways that were personal and unmistakable. She did not come only one way. Sometimes it was through a scent, sudden and familiar, the kind that instantly brings one person to mind and makes your heart stop for a moment because you know it should not be there. Other times she came through dreams, the kind of dreams that do not feel like dreams at all, but like meetings. And sometimes, just as it happened in the flower shop, we could actually see her. That is what made it feel so real to all of us. It was not a single strange moment that one person experienced in isolation. It happened again and again, to different people, in different ways. It became part of the story of our grief and part of the story of our healing. I do not mean that we stopped hurting. I do not mean that loss became easy. But her presence among us in those forms made us feel that the bond between us and her had not been cut. It had only changed. In the beginning, after a sudden death, your mind keeps reaching for the person. You think of calling them. You expect to hear their voice. You almost forget for a second that they are gone, and then the truth hits you again like a second death. For our family, those visits became a kind of answer to that reaching. It was as if she knew how badly we needed reassurance. It was as if she knew we were trying to understand how someone so full of life could be gone in one violent moment. And so she came in the ways she could. Not to undo what happened, because that could not be undone, but to remind us that love continues beyond what we can touch. I often think back to those days right after her death, and what stands out most is how deeply our family leaned on each other. We were already close, but grief made that closeness even more visible. We loved each other through the sorrow. We cried openly. We remembered her constantly. We stayed near one another because being alone with pain that big felt impossible. In those moments, every person in the family carried some piece of the others. My parents, who had already spent their lives holding together a big family of 6 children, now had to survive something no parent should ever have to face. Losing a child is a wound beyond words. Watching them go through that while carrying our own grief was heartbreaking in its own way. And still, in the middle of all of it, there was Shara, somehow still showing up for us. That is one of the most powerful parts of this story to me. In life, she had always been there for us when we needed her most. She was the sister who called, listened, laughed, supported, defended, and loved with her whole heart. And in death, I feel like she was no different. Even after her accident, even after the loss that shattered us, she still found ways to reach us. She still found ways to comfort us. She still made herself known, as if to say that she had not stopped being our sister just because her body was gone. That kind of love is hard to explain, but anyone who has known a person like that understands. Some people love so fully in life that it is almost impossible to imagine them becoming silent forever. When I remember seeing her in that flower shop, I do not only remember her appearance. I remember what it did to me inside. Before that moment, grief felt like a dark wall, huge and unmovable. After that moment, grief still hurt, but it no longer felt empty. It had meaning inside it now. It had mystery and even beauty inside it. Not beauty in the tragedy itself, never that, but beauty in the idea that the soul continues, that love continues, that death may take one form of presence but not all forms of it. That vision of her smiling at me became something I could return to whenever the pain felt too sharp. I could picture the crinkle of her nose, the curls of her hair, the glow around her, the joy in her eyes. And every time I did, I felt that same deep knowing come back to me. She was not lost. Not truly. Not in the deepest sense. She had transformed. She had moved into a different kind of existence, one I could not fully understand, but one that was real enough for me to feel and see. I know there will always be people who doubt stories like this. Some will say grief can make us imagine things. Some will say that when we want someone back badly enough, our minds create comfort where there is none. I understand why people say that. Grief is powerful, and the human heart is desperate when it is broken. But I also know what I experienced. I know that touch on my shoulder. I know the shock of turning and seeing her. I know how real she looked. I know the peace that came with it. And I know that it was not just me. She visited many of us in different ways. That matters. The truth is, losing someone you love changes the way you see the world forever. It opens questions you may never have asked before. It makes you look at life, death, faith, and the soul in a new way. Before losing Shara, I may not have thought as deeply about what happens after death, about whether the people we love are truly gone or simply out of sight. Afterward, I could no longer look at those questions in the same way. Her death brought us unimaginable pain, but her visits brought us something else too: comfort, wonder, and the feeling that maybe the distance between this world and the next is not as wide as we think. Sometimes grief isolates people. It makes them feel like no one could ever understand the shape of their pain. But in our family, Shara's continued presence somehow pulled us even closer together. We talked about the signs. We shared the moments. We listened when one of us smelled her scent in a room, or dreamed of her, or felt that unmistakable nearness that made the air feel different. Those experiences became part of our family story, not in a way that replaced our loss, but in a way that softened the loneliness of it. And still, for me, that first visit remains especially precious. Maybe because it came so soon after her death. Maybe because it happened in the middle of doing something so heartbreaking and final, choosing flowers for her casket. Maybe because I was not searching for her in that moment. I was just walking through the shop, distracted by grief and surrounded by little things on shelves. Then suddenly there she was. It felt like grace. It felt like a gift. It felt like she came to meet me exactly where I was, in the middle of sorrow, and let me see with my own eyes that she was still herself, still beautiful, still full of joy. That image of her changed the way I thought about her funeral too. It did not make it easier, but it changed it. Instead of seeing it only as goodbye, I could hold on to the idea that it was also a transition. We were saying goodbye to one form of her, but not to all of her. Her spirit, her love, her presence, those things were not buried. They remained. That belief carried me through many dark moments afterward. Even now, when I think of Shara, I think first of who she was to us. I think of how deeply she loved. I think of how she was always there when someone needed her. I think of how she made us laugh and made us feel safe. I think of her strength, her heart, and the way she stayed connected to all of us. Then I think of that smile in the flower shop, glowing and full of joy, and I remember that in some mysterious and beautiful way, she is still doing what she always did. She is still reaching toward us. She is still loving us. That is why I do not think what happened after her death was a coincidence, or just wishful thinking. I think it was her. I think she came because that is who she had always been. She was the one who showed up. She was the one who cared deeply. She was the one who made sure the people she loved were okay. Death did not change that part of her. If anything, it only revealed how strong that love really was. When tragedy hits a family, there are some things that never fully heal. A missing person leaves an empty place that no one else can fill. There will always be birthdays, holidays, quiet evenings, and ordinary moments where that absence can still be felt. We still miss her. We always will. But alongside that pain, there is also something beautiful that remains. There is the certainty that her love did not end. There is the comfort of knowing she found ways to let us know she was still near. There is the memory of seeing her in light, smiling, peaceful, and alive in a way that went beyond the body. And maybe that is the greatest gift of all. Not that we were spared grief, because we were not. Not that the pain disappeared, because it did not. But that in the middle of that devastating loss, we were given moments that reminded us love is stronger than death in ways we may never fully understand. For me, it began with a light touch on my shoulder in a flower shop 3 days before my sister's funeral. I turned, and there she was. Smiling. Beautiful. Glowing. Alive in a different way, but alive all the same. And in that moment I knew she had not truly left us at all. My older brother Earl, not his real name, joined the Air Force right after he graduated from high school in 1970. He had only been in the service for about a year when this happened, so it would have been sometime in late 1971 or maybe early 1972. That part matters to me because it places the memory in a very specific time in my life, back when everything in our house still felt familiar, settled, and ordinary. Earl had already left home by then, and like many younger siblings, I still thought of his room, his bed, and his place in the house as if they were only temporarily empty. Even when someone moves out, especially when they leave for military service, part of you still expects them to come walking back in at any time. Their absence never feels fully permanent. That is probably why what happened that night felt so natural at first, even though later it became one of the strangest and most unsettling experiences of my life. At the time, I was sleeping in the same room where Earl used to sleep. His old bed was still there, right next to mine. I slept in the far right-hand corner of the room, and his bed was close enough that if someone sat down on it, moved on it, or even shifted their weight, I would hear it. I knew the sounds of that room very well. I knew the creaks in the floor, the way the bed sounded, the way the staircase announced someone coming up before they ever reached the room. It was the kind of familiarity that comes from living in the same place for years. A person learns the sounds of a house without even realizing it. That is part of why this memory stayed with me so strongly. Nothing about it felt vague or dreamlike while it was happening. It felt solid. It felt like a normal event unfolding in a normal house, right up until the moment it no longer made any sense. It was late at night when it happened. I was already in bed, lying there in the dark, probably somewhere in that quiet stretch of the night when the house seems to settle into itself. Everyone else was asleep. The kind of silence I remember from those nights was never complete silence. Old houses always have little noises. Wood shifts. Pipes tick. Wind brushes somewhere outside. But underneath those small familiar sounds, there was the larger quiet of a sleeping house. I was lying in bed facing the wall, turned away from the room, comfortable enough that I had no reason to move. I was awake enough to hear clearly, but I was also relaxed enough that I did not question what happened at first. Then I heard the stair door open. That was the first sound. Clear, specific, unmistakable. It was not some vague noise in the distance. It was the sound of the door at the stairs opening, just as it always did when someone came up. Right after that, I heard footsteps on the staircase. Someone was coming upstairs. The sounds were ordinary enough that I did not react with fear. I just listened. The footsteps came up the stairs, crossed the room, and then the light came on. Even now, when I think back on it, that detail makes the whole thing feel so real to me. There is something about a light switching on that makes an event feel physical and undeniable. It was not just sounds in the dark. The room changed. The light came on. Someone had entered the room. Then I heard the person sit down on Earl's old bed. Because I was lying there with my back turned toward the room, facing the wall, I did not bother rolling over to look. I simply assumed it was Earl. That was the most natural explanation in my mind. He was in the Air Force by then, and I knew soldiers came home on leave from time to time. So, in that sleepy state where you accept what seems most obvious, I thought he must have come in during the night and come upstairs to his old room. Nothing about that seemed strange to me in that moment. It felt normal enough that I was not even curious right away. I did not sit up suddenly or turn to see him. I just spoke the way one sibling might speak to another when surprised but not alarmed. I said, "Is that you, Earl?" And a voice answered, "Yeah." The voice was low and deep. Deeper than I expected. Different enough that I noticed it right away. It did not sound exactly like Earl. But even then, I had a ready explanation for that too. Earl had a habit of picking up the accents and speech patterns of whoever he was spending time with. If he had been around certain people for a while, his voice and way of talking could shift. So even though the voice struck me as low and unfamiliar, I did not let that unsettle me. I explained it away in my own mind almost instantly. That is often how these things happen. Your mind reaches for the most ordinary explanation first, especially when nothing else feels possible. So I continued the conversation. I asked if he was doing all right. Again that same low voice answered, "Yeah." There was something simple and flat about the replies, but not enough at that point to really alarm me. If anything, I figured he must be tired from travel. Maybe he had just gotten in and did not feel like talking much. Maybe he was exhausted. Maybe he wanted to sleep. That made sense too. So I said something like, "Well, I'm tired and it sounds like you are too, so I'll talk to you in the morning, okay?" And once again I got an "okay" back. To this day, one of the things I still think about is the fact that I never turned around. I had my back to the room the entire time. I was facing the wall and talking over my shoulder, trusting only what I heard. I do not know why I did not turn and speak to him face to face. That is such a natural thing to do, especially if your older brother has unexpectedly shown up home on leave. You would think I would have rolled over, looked at him, maybe asked more questions, maybe even sat up to talk. But I did not. I stayed exactly where I was, as if some part of me accepted that position and did not want to change it. I cannot explain that. Maybe I was too sleepy. Maybe I was just too comfortable. Or maybe, and this is the thought that has stayed with me all these years, some deeper instinct kept me from looking. After that, the light went out. Again I heard everything clearly. The switch. The room falling back into darkness. Then I heard him lie down on the bed beside mine. That particular bed had a certain sound when someone got into it. Every bed has its own little voice, and that one had a very specific noise when you lay down. I heard that exact sound. It was one of those ordinary, familiar sounds that left no room for confusion in the moment. Someone had sat there. Someone had spoken. Someone had turned off the light. Someone had laid down on that bed. I said, "Good night." But this time I got no answer. That is another detail that stayed with me. Up until then, I had gotten a reply every time I spoke. Short replies, but replies. When I said good night, there was silence. Maybe that should have bothered me more in the moment, but somehow it did not. I think I just assumed that whoever it was, or what I believed was Earl, had already drifted off or did not feel like saying anything else. And then, not long after that, I fell asleep. The next morning, everything changed. When I woke up, one of the first things I noticed was that Earl was not in the bed beside mine. That did not immediately seem strange. If he had come in late, maybe he had gotten up early. Military life trains people to rise early, after all. That was my first thought. But then I saw that the bed was made up. Not slept in. Not rumpled. Not hastily straightened. Made up. I remember noticing that and pausing, but even then I did not jump straight to fear. I just assumed maybe he had made the bed after getting up. Again, military training seemed like a simple explanation, so I brushed it off. At that point, nothing in me was prepared to think in paranormal terms. I still believed fully that my brother had come home in the night, and that I had spoken to him. The bed being made only seemed like one more detail that could fit that idea. I got up and went downstairs, probably expecting to find him somewhere in the house. Maybe in the kitchen. Maybe talking to Mom and Dad. Maybe outside. But I did not see him anywhere. Still, I did not panic. Houses can be busy in the morning, and people move around. So I asked my mother where Earl was. Her answer stopped me. She said, "How would I know?" I was confused. So I said, "Well, he came in last night." And she said, "No, he didn't." I can still feel the strange jolt of that exchange. It was the first moment when the solid reality I had accepted all night started to come apart. I told her, "But I talked to him." And my mother said something like, "I don't know who you talked to, but it wasn't Earl because no one came in last night." That was the moment the whole thing turned cold. Up until then, I had believed I understood what happened. Suddenly I was being told that no one had come into the house at all. No one had come upstairs. No one had entered the room. No one had sat on the bed. No one had switched on the light. No one had answered me. But I knew what I had heard. My mother and father both assured me that I must have been dreaming. That was the explanation they settled on, and from an adult point of view I understand why. What else were they supposed to say? It is much easier to tell a child, or even a younger family member, that they were dreaming than to seriously consider that something unknown entered their room and spoke to them in the middle of the night. Dreaming is safe. Dreaming is explainable. Dreaming puts the event back inside the mind, where it can be dismissed. And outwardly, I agreed with them. But inside I knew better. I had talked to someone that night. That certainty has never left me. It is the reason this memory stayed alive in me for so many years. If it had felt like a dream, maybe I could have accepted that explanation and moved on. Dreams, even vivid ones, usually carry some softness around the edges when you remember them later. Their details blur. Their logic slips away. They lose weight under daylight. But this did not feel like that. This felt structured and physical. There was a sequence to it. The stair door opened. Footsteps came up the staircase. Someone crossed the room. The light came on. Someone sat on the bed. We spoke. The light went out. The bed made its familiar sound when someone lay down. Those are not random dream fragments. Those are sensory details arranged in the calm order of a real event. Could I have been dreaming? Of course I could have been. I have thought that over many times in my life. I have asked myself every version of that question. Was I half asleep? Was I in that strange state between sleep and waking where things can seem real? Was I dreaming with my eyes closed and mistaking the whole thing for reality? It is possible. I cannot prove otherwise. But in my heart, I do not think that is what happened. Could it have been my imagination? Maybe. That is possible too. Children and young people can imagine all sorts of things, especially at night. But I have always felt that if it had simply been imagination, with the kind of imagination I had at that age, I would have frightened myself much more. My imagination was active enough that if I had invented something in that room, I think it would have quickly become terrifying. Instead, the experience unfolded with a strange calmness. I did not panic. I did not imagine monsters or shadows. I believed I was talking to my brother. And that brings me to the part that has always given me the creeps more than anything else. What if I had turned over? That question is the one that has haunted the memory from the beginning. It is not the voices or the footsteps, or even the disbelief the next morning that stayed with me in the deepest way. It is the fact that I never looked. I never turned my head. I never rolled over to face the person I believed was my brother. I spoke into the room without seeing who or what was there. At the time, that seemed unimportant. Later, it became the most chilling part of the whole story. Because if I was not dreaming, and if I was not imagining it, then who answered me? If I had turned over and looked directly at the bed beside mine, what would I have seen? Would I have seen something that looked exactly like Earl? Something close enough to fool me, but not quite right, the way the voice was not quite right? Would I have seen some stranger sitting there in the half-light? Would I have seen something not human at all? Or would I have seen nothing, even though the bed dipped and the voice answered? That unknown has always been worse than any clear answer could have been. When you know what frightened you, you can at least name it. But when all you have is the feeling that something was there, and that you were spared the sight of it by your own inaction, the mind keeps returning to the gap. I have gone over the memory so many times in my head that I can almost live it again. The room. The position of the beds. The feel of lying there facing the wall. The quiet before the door opened. The low voice saying, "Yeah." The bed settling under weight. The odd absence of any need to turn over. The morning light on a neatly made bed. My mother's confusion. My parents' certainty that I must have dreamed. And underneath all of it, my own certainty that I had not. There is something else unsettling about it too. Whoever or whatever answered me knew enough to answer to Earl's name. It did not correct me. It did not hesitate. When I asked, "Is that you, Earl?" it simply said, "Yeah." It stepped neatly into the role I gave it. That means either the whole thing came from my own mind, which is one explanation, or something else was willing to let me believe it was my brother. That second possibility is the one that still chills me. Because why would it do that? Why would something come into a bedroom at night, answer in a low, unfamiliar voice, sit on a bed, lie down as if it belonged there, and allow itself to be mistaken for someone loved and trusted? There is something deeply wrong about that thought. It suggests intention. It suggests awareness. It suggests a presence that understood enough to take on a familiar place in the room and a familiar role in my mind. And yet, at the same time, nothing openly threatening happened. It did not rush at me. It did not say anything frightening. It did not harm me. It spoke simply. It lay down. It was almost as if it was going through the motions of being my brother without fully becoming him. That half-normal quality is part of what makes the story so unsettling even now. If it had been openly monstrous, the fear would have been immediate, and maybe even easier to handle later. But because it fit just enough of the ordinary pattern, it slipped past alarm and only revealed its strangeness in hindsight. I sometimes wonder whether the unfamiliar voice should have been enough to make me turn and look. Why didn't it? Why did I accept that weak explanation about Earl picking up the accents of his friends? Even as a child or young person, you know your sibling's voice. You know when something sounds wrong. And yet I stayed with the explanation that made things feel normal. Maybe that is just human nature. Maybe we protect ourselves from the impossible by refusing to look too closely at it until morning forces us to. The detail of the bed being made the next morning has always been important to me too. People sometimes focus on the conversation or the voice, but for me the bed matters. That bed had a sound when someone lay down on it. I heard that sound. Then, in the morning, it was made up neatly. That visual detail made the whole event even more confusing. If no one came in, then why do I remember every stage of that night so clearly? Why did it feel like someone had physically occupied the bed beside me? Why does the memory have such an ordinary shape if it was only a dream? Years pass, and stories like this do not fade the way ordinary memories do. In some ways, they become sharper because you return to them again and again, testing them against logic, against age, against whatever else life teaches you. I have had plenty of time to become more skeptical, more practical, more aware of how memory can change. But even with all that, this experience remains stubbornly strange. I still cannot file it away as nothing. When I think about that period, I also think about the emotional backdrop of having an older brother in the Air Force. When someone you love leaves home for military service, their absence fills the house in a particular way. You think about them. You miss them. You imagine them returning. A late-night arrival on leave is not some impossible fantasy. It is exactly the kind of thing that would make sense in a family like ours. That is another reason the event slipped so naturally into my mind at first. Earl was gone, but he was not gone in the final sense. He was away. He could come back at any time. So the idea of hearing him enter the room at night carried no built-in fear. Maybe that is what unsettles me most now. Whatever happened that night, it fit itself perfectly into what I was ready to believe. It arrived in a form I would accept. It spoke just enough. It kept me facing the wall. It allowed the moment to pass without forcing a confrontation. And then by morning, there was nothing to prove it had happened except my own memory. People may say that is exactly what dreams do. They borrow from reality and arrange themselves in believable ways. And I cannot deny that possibility. But I also know the feeling of waking from a dream and the feeling of waking from an event. This memory belongs in the second category for me. It has the weight of something that happened in the room around me, not inside my head. Sometimes I try to imagine what I would have done if I had turned and seen something unnatural sitting on that bed. Would I have screamed? Frozen? Run downstairs? Or would the sight itself have been somehow less frightening than the unanswered question that followed? I do not know. Maybe seeing it would have been better. Maybe having a face, a shape, a form attached to the memory would have allowed me to process it differently. But because I never looked, the story remains open, unfinished in a way that invites fear to keep living inside it. That is probably why it still gives me the creeps. Not because of what I know, but because of what I do not know. Fear grows best in uncertainty. A closed door is rarely as frightening as one left slightly open. My memory of that night is like that half-open door. I know enough to be unsettled, but not enough to understand. The question has stayed with me for years, maybe for decades. If I was not dreaming, and if I was not imagining things, then someone or something came into that room and answered to my brother's name. It sat beside me in the dark. It let me think I was safe because I believed I was speaking to someone I loved. And if that is true, then I was only one turn of the body away from seeing the truth. That thought has never stopped being chilling. I can still picture myself there, a younger version of me lying in bed, facing the wall, trusting the sounds in the room. I can hear myself asking, "Is that you, Earl?" I can hear that low voice saying, "Yeah." Such a simple answer. Such a harmless answer on the surface. But sometimes the simplest things become the most terrifying when placed in the wrong context. A single word in the dark can stay with you longer than a scream. If nothing else, this experience taught me how thin the line can feel between the ordinary and the unexplainable. One moment you think your brother has come home. The next morning you realize no one was there. The house is the same house. The room is the same room. The bed is neatly made. Your parents are downstairs living an ordinary morning. And yet something happened in the night that does not fit into the normal world no matter how many times you try to place it there. I have lived with that uncertainty for a long time now. I do not claim to know exactly what happened. I only know how it felt. I know I heard someone. I know I answered and was answered back. I know the bed sounded occupied. I know I woke believing Earl had come in during the night. And I know the cold feeling that went through me when my mother said no one had come home. Maybe some people would rather accept the dream explanation and leave it there. Sometimes I almost wish I could do that fully. It would make the story easier to live with. But every time I revisit it in my mind, I return to the same conclusion. I do not think I was dreaming. And because I do not think I was dreaming, the final question remains. If I had turned over to talk to my brother, face to face, who or what would I have seen? That is the part that still stays with me. That is the part that still makes my skin crawl. That is the part that turns an odd memory into something truly haunting. My grandmother had been sick for as long as I could remember. From the time I was very young, illness was simply part of who she was in my mind. Other children probably thought of their grandmothers as strong, active women who baked, gardened, visited, and moved through life with ease. That was never my experience. My grandmother had suffered from rheumatic fever when she was a child, and from what I was told, she had never truly recovered from it. It was as if that sickness had reached forward through the years and shaped the rest of her life. One health problem after another followed her. Every year seemed to bring a new diagnosis, a new pain, a new limitation, another condition added to the already long list of things wrong with her body. Because of that, sickness became normal around her. It was expected. It was always there, hanging over family gatherings and conversations. Adults spoke about her health the way people speak about the weather when it has been bad for so long they no longer know what else to say. Her condition was always serious, always fragile, always sounding as though it might finally become too much. Yet somehow she kept going. Year after year, illness surrounded her life, but she remained. And because she remained, I grew up with a strange kind of certainty about her. She was always unwell, always close in other people's minds to the end, yet to me she felt permanent in a way no one else seemed to understand. Every Christmas, without fail, someone in the family would say the same thing. They would look at her, look at the decorations, the table, the wrapped presents, the effort being made to gather everyone together, and they would say something like, "We have to make Christmas special. This will be Mother's last Christmas." It became a tradition almost as familiar as the holiday itself. There was always that sadness, that expectation, that belief that this would finally be the year she did not make it to the next one. And every single year, even from the time I was only 4 years old, I would answer the same way. I would say, with all the seriousness and certainty a child can carry, Grandma's not going to die. She won't die until she sees my firstborn. I do not know where that certainty came from. No one had told me to say it. No one had planted that idea in my head. It was just something I knew, or at least believed so strongly that it felt like knowing. When you are a child, sometimes the things you feel most deeply come without explanation. You do not reason them out the way adults do. You simply feel them in your bones and speak them as fact. That was how it was for me. No matter how sick my grandmother was, no matter how many times people talked as though her death was right around the corner, I never accepted it. I believed with complete confidence that she would not leave this world until she saw my first child. Years passed, and she kept living. Christmas after Christmas came and went, and each time the same sad prediction would be made, and each time she would survive beyond it. I grew older, and still she remained. Sick, yes. Frail, yes. Burdened by one medical condition after another, absolutely. But alive. It seemed almost as though death itself had paused outside her door, waiting for something not yet completed. And in the back of my mind, though I did not always say it aloud anymore, that old childhood certainty stayed with me. She would not die until she saw my firstborn. Eventually, that day came. My son was born, and with his birth came the quiet realization that the promise I had repeated since childhood had reached its moment of truth. By then my grandmother had cataracts, and could no longer see. Oddly enough, this did not frighten me. In fact, it reassured me in a strange way. The old thought was still there in me: if she could not see, then she could not die. In my mind, the condition had not yet been fulfilled. She had to see him. Truly see him. Until then, I still believed she would remain with us. At that time, I lived about 60 miles away, so I did not get to see my grandmother often. Life had its own demands. Distance has a way of making visits feel more precious and more difficult at the same time. But whenever I did go, I always brought my son with me. There was something deeply meaningful in placing him in her lap. Even though she was frail and her body had carried so much pain through the years, there was still tenderness in her hands, still softness in the way she touched him. She would sit with him on her lap and run her fingers through his hair. It was one of those simple family moments that seems small while it is happening but grows much larger in memory later. I can still picture it clearly, my baby son in her lap, her hands moving gently over his hair, the quiet love in that gesture. Then one day, during one of those visits, something happened that deeply unsettled me. She said, "Oh my God, he looks just like your father." The words hit me with an immediate force that surprised even me. I was upset at once, not because of what she said about my son's appearance, but because no one had told me she could see. In that moment, that was all I could focus on. She could see him. Somehow, despite the cataracts, despite my belief that as long as she could not see, she would stay alive, she had seen him clearly enough to recognize who he resembled. That realization frightened me in a way I did not know how to explain to anyone else. It felt like the final condition of something old and unspoken had just been fulfilled. It is strange how the mind works when it holds onto a belief for years. Rationally, I could have told myself there were many explanations. Maybe her vision was not completely gone. Maybe there were moments of partial clarity. Maybe she was close enough to notice familiar features. Maybe she was guessing. But none of those explanations mattered to my heart in that moment. All I could hear was that she had seen him. She had seen my firstborn. The one thing I had always believed must happen before she died had happened. That knowledge sat heavily with me. Even if I did not speak it aloud, some part of me knew what it meant. I had spent my whole life believing her death was tied to that moment, and now it had come. There was no childlike distance from the idea anymore. I was no longer 4 years old making bold declarations at Christmas dinner. I was a grown woman, a mother, and suddenly that old belief felt dangerously close to becoming real. The next morning, something happened that I have never forgotten and never fully been able to explain away. It was early, earlier than my son would usually wake up. I heard him in his crib, awake and making happy sounds. But there was something unusual about it. He was laughing, and not in the ordinary little way babies laugh during the day when they are tickled or played with. This laugh was full, delighted, almost amazed. It was the kind of laughter that instantly makes you pause and listen. I remember thinking it was strange because it was so early for him to be awake, and because I had never heard him laugh quite like that before. So I went into his room to see what had him so entertained. And there she was. My grandmother stood there in his room. Even now, writing those words feels unreal, but it was as real to me in that moment as anything I have ever seen. She was standing there near my son, and she did not look the way she had looked in life during those final years. She was beautiful. She was healthy. All the suffering that had marked her body for as long as I had known her was gone. Her body was no longer twisted and crippled by illness. She looked young. Not just younger in some vague sense, but truly restored, as though time and pain had both been lifted away from her. She was the same person, unmistakably my grandmother, and yet also transformed into the version of herself that sickness had hidden for so long. There was something deeply peaceful about her appearance. She did not frighten me by being there. The shock of seeing her was overwhelming, of course, but the feeling she carried with her was not dark or threatening. It was calm, clear, and somehow full of certainty. She looked at me and said, "Goodbye, pumpkin." That was what she called me. There is something especially powerful about being addressed by a name that belongs only to love. That one word made the whole moment more intimate, more undeniable. It was not some random vision. It was my grandmother, speaking to me as she always had, yet standing there in a body freed from pain. Then the phone rang. The sound cut through the moment sharply, one of those ordinary sounds that becomes unforgettable because of what surrounds it. The ring felt jarring, almost unnatural in the middle of that impossible scene, but before I could react to it fully, my grandmother spoke again. She said, "That's your mother. Tell her I always loved her." Then she was gone. Just like that. One moment she was there, whole and beautiful and speaking to me. The next moment she was gone, leaving behind only the ringing phone and the weight of what I had just seen. I stood there in that room carrying shock, grief, recognition, and something else too, something close to certainty. Even before I picked up the phone, I knew why it was ringing. I knew what my mother was about to say. I answered and said, "Hi, Mom," before she could say anything at all. Then she told me that my grandmother had died. I told her I already knew. It is hard to explain how surreal that must have sounded, but there was no other truth to offer. I already knew because my grandmother had just been standing in my son's room saying goodbye. I had seen her. I had heard her voice. I had received her message. So after my mother told me the news, I relayed what my grandmother had said. I told her. "She told me to tell you she always loved you." That message made my mother cry. And the reason it made her cry gave the experience even deeper meaning. It was not that my grandmother had never told anyone she loved them. She had. But she had never said those words to my mother. In their family, my mother had been singled out for abuse. She was the one child treated differently, the one who did not have a happy life growing up. That kind of pain settles deep inside a person. It shapes the way they understand love, worth, family, and themselves. To live your life without hearing your own mother say, "I love you," is a wound that does not simply disappear with age. It becomes part of your inner world. You carry it, whether you talk about it or not. So when I gave my mother that message, it meant something profound. It was not just a sentimental phrase. It was not just a nice thing to hear in a moment of grief. It was closure. It was healing. It was the one thing my mother had needed and never received in life. Somehow, in death, my grandmother gave it to her through me. And my mother finally knew that she had been loved, even if those words had not been spoken while my grandmother was alive. That part of the experience has always mattered deeply to me. My grandmother's final message was not about herself. It was not even really about me, although she said goodbye to me with tenderness. Her last act, in that brief moment she appeared, was to make sure my mother received what she had been denied for so long. That tells me something about death, about truth, about what matters when everything else is stripped away. Maybe when people leave this world, whatever pride, pain, silence, or brokenness they carried in life falls away, and what remains is what should have been said all along. At the time, though, for all the beauty and meaning in what happened, I still struggled deeply with my grandmother's death. Grief does not come to us in one clean form. Even when we are given comfort, even when we have an experience that feels spiritual or healing, grief can still twist itself into guilt. For the longest time, I believed my grandmother died because of me. That belief lived inside me for years. I thought that if I had not brought my son to visit her, she would not have seen him. And if she had not seen him, then she would not have died. It sounds irrational when spoken plainly, but grief is not rational. It reaches for causes, for blame, for ways to make the unbearable feel connected to something within our control. If I could believe her death had happened because I brought my son to her, then in some painful, twisted way, the world still had logic. Cause and effect. Action and consequence. It hurt terribly, but it also gave shape to the loss. Better to believe I caused it than to accept that death comes when it comes and we do not get to bargain with it. I carried that guilt heavily. Every time I thought about the visit, about placing my son in her lap, about her touching his hair, about her suddenly saying he looked like my father, I felt the sting of responsibility. It seemed to me that I had brought the final piece into place. I had fulfilled the promise my childhood self had spoken. I had taken my son to her, and then she died. My mind turned those events into a chain, and I suffered under that belief for a very long time. The truth, though, is more gentle and more painful in a different way. It was not my fault. I know that now. It took me many years to truly come to terms with her death and to let go of the idea that I had caused it. But with time comes a different kind of understanding. My grandmother had been sick her whole life. Her body had carried suffering for decades. She had survived far longer than many expected. Her time was always approaching, whether I understood that or not. My son did not cause her death. I did not cause her death. He simply became part of the final chapter of her life, just as I had always somehow believed he would. In a strange way, maybe my childhood certainty was never about control at all. Maybe it was about timing, about a connection I sensed without understanding. Maybe some part of me knew she would stay until that moment, not because I held power over life and death, but because love and family were woven together that way in her story. She stayed long enough to see my firstborn, and then she was ready to go. That does not mean I caused it. It means I witnessed it. When I look back now, I do not see a story of blame. I see a story of completion. My grandmother, who had lived so long in a body marked by pain, finally reached the end of that struggle. Before she left, she saw what I had always believed she needed to see. She met my son. She touched him. She recognized something familiar in him. Then, when her time came, she did not vanish without a trace. She came to say goodbye. Not in fear. Not in sickness. Not in sorrow. She came beautiful, whole, and young. She came to say goodbye to me, to delight my little son with her presence, and to leave one final message for my mother, the daughter who had suffered most and needed healing most deeply. That is not the story of a death caused by me. That is the story of a soul finishing what needed to be finished. The image of her in my son's room has stayed with me all these years. I can still picture the way she looked, restored and radiant, free from the body I had always known. There is something deeply comforting in that image. For so long, illness had defined her outward life. It had shaped the way everyone saw her. It had made her seem fragile, limited, and always close to death. But the woman who stood there that morning was none of those things. She was not broken. She was not weak. She was not trapped inside suffering anymore. She was herself in a fuller way, perhaps the truest version of herself I had ever seen. And that matters to me. When someone has been sick your whole life, it becomes easy to think of them through the illness, to let their suffering overshadow who they were beyond it. But in that moment, seeing her whole and young and beautiful, I understood that sickness had never been the full truth of her. It had only been the burden she carried in life. Underneath it, beyond it, she remains something untouched by all that damage. I also think often about my son's laughter that morning. Babies can sense things in ways adults no longer allow themselves to. He was only 7 months old, too young to explain anything, too young to invent a story, too young to understand death or the meaning of farewell. Yet he was awake early, laughing with joy unlike anything I had heard from him before. I believe he saw her. I believe she was there with him in a way so natural and light that it delighted him. That detail softens the whole memory for me. She did not come into that room bringing fear. She came bringing peace, and even my baby son felt it. The phone call itself also remains vivid in my mind. The strange calm of answering already knowing what would be said. The weight of hearing my mother confirm it. The surreal feeling of standing between two worlds for a moment, one where my grandmother had just spoken to me, and one where the living were now beginning the process of mourning her. In that narrow space, I was carrying a message from the dead to the living. It is a strange thing to say, but it is also exactly what happened. And that message changed something important in my family. My mother now knows she was loved. That sentence seems simple, but it holds years of pain behind it. To be able to give her that, even through such a sorrowful moment, was a gift. Not my gift, but my grandmother's. I was only the one who delivered it. Yet being the one to hear it and speak it gave me a role in a healing that had been needed for a long time. I think that is part of why the experience happened the way it did. My grandmother wanted those words spoken. She wanted them delivered clearly. She wanted no confusion, no silence, no mischance. And so she came herself, said what needed to be said, and then left. For many years I focused mostly on the guilt. I focused on the fear that I had somehow brought about her death. But with time, I have come to see that I was focusing on the wrong part of the story. The true heart of it is not blame. The true heart of it is love. My grandmother loved me enough to come say goodbye. She loved my mother enough to finally say the words that had been left unsaid. She loved my son enough to visit him with joy. And maybe, in some way I do not fully understand, she loved us all enough to leave this world only after what needed to happen had happened. Now when I think of her, I do not only think of illness. I do not only think of the long list of conditions, the yearly predictions that each Christmas would be her last, the frailty, the blindness, the suffering. I think of her hand in my son's hair. I think of her suddenly saying he looked just like my father. I think of my fear in that moment, realizing she had seen him. I think of the next morning, the early laughter from the crib, the beautiful healthy woman standing there, and the tenderness in her voice when she said, "Goodbye, pumpkin." I think of the phone ringing. I think of the final message for my mother. I think of the tears that followed. And I think of the long journey it took me to let go of guilt and finally understand what that moment really was. It was not punishment. It was not my doing. It was not some cruel fulfillment of a childhood prophecy. It was grace at the edge of grief. It was a goodbye. It was closure. It was love moving one last time through a family that needed it. I still miss her. I imagine I always will. There are losses that do not disappear just because we come to understand them better. But understanding changes how we carry them. I no longer carry her death as a burden I caused. I carry it as part of her story and mine, a story shaped by sickness, family, longing, intuition, and a final moment of impossible beauty. She lived through more than most people ever could. She endured year after year of illness, and still remained strong enough to stay until her time truly came. And when it did, she did not leave in silence. She came to me beautiful and whole. She said goodbye. And in doing so, she gave my mother the words she had needed her entire life to hear. That is how I choose to remember it now. Not as a story of guilt, but as a story of completion. Not as a story of blame, but as a story of love. And not as the moment I caused her death, but as the moment I finally witnessed that it was simply her time. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more.